Welcome, Obi-Wan. How are you?
Hey, Rabbi, how's it going?
Oh, amazingly, thank God. I just had one of the best conversations I've ever had with someone from Israel, and it was on like really advanced physics, and we both learned a lot, and it was just unexpected. I've just had people, one after another, people come into the Discord tonight with just really uh, just amazing discussions. We had someone come in who wanted to talk about freedom of speech and race, and that was a really good conversation. And then somebody come in talking about traumatic brain injuries and Neuralink, and that was an amazing discussion. And then this last person who came in and we talked about the Big Bang and the Big Crunch and the um, like advanced physics and the speed of light and just it was just wonderful. How have you been, my friend?
Yeah, I've been good. I just got some new clothes delivered, so I needed some new clothes. I got them delivered today, so I've just been sorting through my new clothes.
Oh, that's always fun. Do they fit?
Yeah, they fit like a glove. It's lovely.
That is lovely. Excellent. Do you have any plans to wear them anywhere?
Yeah, I'll be going to visit my grandma tomorrow. She's in a nursing home, so I'll be going to visit her, so I'm going to wear some of my Sunday best.
That's wonderful to hear. Is grandma um, of good mind?
Yeah, her mind's still sound. She just has epilepsy and a few other conditions. I think she has the very first onset of dementia, but it's very, very early, so her mind's still intact.
Excellent. So she'll be able to see you in your nicest clothing. What'd you get?
I got like a biker jacket with lone wolf on it. I've got some tracksuits and for casual wear, and some new jackets, a few new pairs of trainers, and a few new hats.
Oh, wow, you got a lot of clothes. Okay. Love the biker jacket. Even though I haven't seen it, I'm sure it's cool. Sounds cool. Your tracksuits. What kind of what kind of tracksuits? What colors?
I got one with a lion on it. It made me think of the Lion of Judah. So
Excellent. That's wonderful. And as I understand, that's also a symbol of England, is it not?
yeah, yeah, the football these three lions on the shirt, and it's one of the symbols. Yeah, so we share that from Israel and the United Kingdom.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps the Lost Tribe, one of them. Okay, so we have tracksuits that you got. You got some trainers as well.
Yeah,
Excellent. And those are they going to be for like athletic use, or those are just to look nice?
just to look nice. And I got a pair of boots as well that are like biker style, so I'm kind of changing my style a bit.
I've got you. Yeah, that's cool. Is your biker jacket and your boots, are they black?
Yeah,
Okay, very cool. And uh, do you bike? Are you a biker yourself?
I'm not a biker. I just like the aesthetic. I've got an e-bike, and I think it's quite funny to ride an e-bike with a biker jacket on.
I think that's really cool though. That's like it may not be common now, but perhaps in the future you'll have e-bike, not necessarily gangs, but like e-bike clubs, and they'll take on the clothing of the traditional motorcycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think that's very futuristic thinking. That's great. And I mean, like the motorcycle, um, the biker clothing came into place because of its protective aspects, right? And so even if you did get into, God forbid, an accident on your bike, you would probably get some of those benefits as well.
Yeah, that was really good protection. It's like armor.
Exactly. And prevent road rash and all those other things. Okay, that's phenomenal. Do you wear a helmet when you ride your e-bike?
Not at the moment, I probably should do, but it only does 16 miles an hour. That's what we're limited to in the UK.
16 miles per hour?
16, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but nevertheless, might be a good idea to get something. If,
Yeah, probably be a good idea. I'll look at that next.
yeah, if I were you and you had the ability to, I'd get a helmet, but I'd also put a 360 camera on it for my own protection in case anything ever happened to me. But also, that'd be cool to document your journeys.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Absolutely. We see people, or I at least see people all the time in real life, but also their video on the internet. And sometimes they can use that footage if something ever happens to them, but they also just use it, and it's just cool to see the town in which they are.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure, man, you could probably get heads-up displays and all kinds of cool stuff, and depending on how advanced you want your helmet to be. And like you said, the fastest you're going to go is 16 miles an hour. But if you hit your head at 16 miles an hour on concrete, that that's not going to feel good, and you want to protect yourself. If let me ask you this, Obi-Wan, if you had a child and they were riding at 16 miles an hour, would you want them to wear a helmet?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, there
So
you
I
go.
have to give myself the same consideration, I guess.
Exactly, 100%. And okay, so how long have you been riding e-bikes?
I've only had it for about a week.
Oh, so it's brand new.
Yeah, it's a foldable one.
Amazing. I was just gonna ask that. Okay, so does it fit inside like a trunk or something?
Yeah, when I go out with my dad, I put it in the trunk, and that way, if he gives me a lift somewhere, I can make my own way back.
Oh, that's very cool. Okay, so how small does it fold?
It folds down to about the size of the two wheels put together, and the wheels are 15 inches, so it folds down pretty small. It takes up about half the space in the trunk.
Oh, excellent. How much does it weigh?
20 kilos.
Oh, okay. So it's quite light.
Yeah, it's quite light. It's made of steel, so it's not aluminium, so it's heavier than aluminium one, aluminum.
Okay. And why did you go with steel as opposed to aluminum?
Because it's a sturdier ride, so it's not so bumpy. It's got front suspension on it as well.
Very nice. Does it have a speedometer on it?
No, it doesn't. It just has the battery thing, and it has a front light on it, and I had to put a rear red light on it.
Oh, okay. And do you um so you don't know how fast well, how long does the battery last?
Well, it depends if you pedal or if you just use the throttle. If you just use the throttle, it lasts for about 25 miles.
Oh wow. Okay. And then what if you pedal?
Then it can do 30 or 40 miles.
Oh, okay, wow. That's a lot just on the battery.
Yeah, it's got a large battery on it. It's pretty large.
Yeah, it is. Okay. And what's the furthest you've gone with it thus far?
I've done about 4 miles on it. My dad gave me a lift to his place with it in the trunk. Um, he had a few drinks with me, and then he couldn't drive me back, obviously, because he was over the limit.
Sure. Now,
So then I assembled the bike and rode it back, and it's about a 4 mile journey.
okay. Now, can you get a DUI in on a bike there?
No, not unless, look, only if you've had a couple, you're okay.
Okay,
But if you have too many,
I
I
gotcha.
think you can. If you have too many, you're dangerous. It's more about how you're riding.
Right, exactly. I know in the United States you can on a bike. You can even get them on like skateboards and scooters and stuff. Some weird stuff, golf carts. Um, but yeah, if you've only had a couple, then you'll be able to make it back. And can you use it in the rain?
Yeah, it's waterproof, so it's all good for the rain.
Amazing.
We get a lot of that in the UK.
Of course, yeah, definitely. All right, now if you are riding it, does it have like saddlebags or anything that you can use to carry?
It's got like a little passenger pillion thing on the back where I could attach a saddlebag to it. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Oh, wow, so you're all set. Do you drive a vehicle as well, a car, or you just bike?
I bought a car, but at the moment I'm waiting for my license back because I went into hospital and I lost my license because I was admitted to psychiatric hospital for a couple of months a year ago, and I haven't got around to getting my license back yet. But I've just applied for it back, and my doctor and psychiatrist are supporting me to get my license back. So I've got a car that's in storage at my brother's yard.
Excellent. Okay, well, hopefully you'll be able to get that. In the meantime, you don't need any kind of license to have an e-bike?
No, not for e-bikes. You do for e-scooters. You're not supposed to ride them because they're powered, but e-bikes are okay because they're pedal powered.
Oh, interesting. Wow. Even though an e-bike is bigger or larger than a scooter, you do need to get a license for the scooter, but not the bike?
Yeah, but a lot of people in the UK are riding them without licenses at the moment, so they're trying to introduce new legislation because there's no specific license for them. They're newer than the legislation's kept up with.
Right. Now, I saw something recently where somebody they got a ticket or something in the UK for riding a scooter, and they thought it was preposterous. Uh, but yeah, they hadn't gotten around to introducing the legislation for the bike yet. And then you had to put your own lights on the back. They came with one in the front. Does it have a headlight?
Yeah, it's got a front headlight.
Okay. And do you like in the United States, at least with like a motorcycle, you need to have three lights on the front. You only need one light on an e-bike.
You need two. You need a front one that's clear, and you need a red one at the back for your rear light.
Okay. Now, when you brake, it's not like it blinks more, right? It's static, or does it blink?
Yeah, it's static, or I can put it on blinking mode, but it doesn't respond to braking mode. But you don't need that in the UK.
Okay.
It's not required.
Very cool. And you can go up to now. Let's say the battery's dead. Can you still pedal it like a normal bike?
Yeah,
Oh, that's amazing. So you could really ride this bike under ideal conditions, 100 miles, right? I mean, you just 25 of them at the beginning would be powered, and then 75 just a standard bike.
yeah. You can get a spare battery for it to put in a backpack, so you could swap out.
Oh, very cool. And how long does it take to charge?
About 8 hours from death, but I've not even run it down to death yet. I've only used 1 or 2 bars on it since the journeys I've been taking. I've only been about 4 or 5 miles.
Is there a battery indicator on it so you know how much you've got left?
Yeah, on the right side there's a battery indicator.
And does it just give you bars, or does it tell you have 12 miles left?
It just gives you bars, so you have to judge it by the bars.
Okay,
I got a deal on it. It was supposed to be £700 sterling, and I got it for 250. It was on a flash sale,
can't beat
so it's
that.
not the top of the range one. It's like mid range.
Can't beat that. That's great. Now, can you ride this where you are in Kent? Can you ride it year round, or no?
Yeah, I'll be able to ride it year round, and I've got a lock for it as well, so I can take it to the shops and stuff. I just need to have like a fence post or something, a lamp post or something to lock it to.
Yeah. So, how do you lock it? Like, what is it locked to on the bike? Do you like loop it through the wheels or something?
Yeah, I'll look it through the wheel by the looks of it. I've not locked it up yet. I'm still worried to do that, but I've got a D-lock, so that should be pretty secure.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Oh, so okay, you call them D-locks. In the United States, many times they're called U-locks. But I know what you're saying. Yeah, I was gonna say, do your best to stay away from the rope locks because those are much easier to break. Um, so that's phenomenal. All right, and when do you think you're gonna ride again?
I'm probably going to take it out today for a little ride because it's a nice day, and it's Saturday, so I'll go for a little ride, taking some of the ambience and camp, the Garden of England.
The Garden of England. I haven't forgotten that you've said that. Now, why did they call it the Garden of England?
It's where a lot of the produce and the crops are grown, like strawberries, apples, pears.
Excellent. Do you get snow?
Every so often, usually in January or February, every so often, maybe every 2 or 3 years, we'll get some snow.
Okay, and like an inch or a foot.
We never normally get a foot. It's normally about 2 to 4 inches.
Okay, so not that bad. Now, do they salt the roads where you are, or they just let it go?
Yeah, they sort the roads. We have written trucks and we have to sort bins around. We don't use them very often, and it's like a mad rush when it does snow. You see them out there trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, definitely. And do you have to shovel the snow?
Yeah, a little bit to clear the pathways.
Right. Okay, so you certainly couldn't ride it then, but you can ride it in the rain, and it's only 2 or 3 times every few years, or once every 2 or 3 years. So you could basically ride this bike about year round, right?
Yeah, until I get my car. And the reason I got it is when I go up to London, there's congestion charges. So I can visit London and take in the sights. But there's congestion charges, and the city of London is hard to find parking. So I'll park outside of London and then e-bike my way into the more congested area.
That's beautiful. Could you take your e-bike on like a subway?
Yeah, I already called up the train company and asked my local train company. I just need to check the London Underground to see if it's allowed on the Underground as well.
Oh, that's so cool. Could you? Do you think you'd be able to take it on a double-decker bus?
Probably not.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. If you can take it on the underground, then that's about all you would need. What do you like to do in London?
I want to take in the sights there, visit some of the tourist attractions.
What are your favorite ones, or what ones you look forward to seeing?
I want to go on the London Eye because I've never been on it.
Okay, that's the large Ferris wheel,
Maybe
right?
go to, yeah, the large Ferris wheel, yeah.
Excellent. That's always seems like it's cool. And it wasn't, well, I don't know how old you are, but it's like within the last 25 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 38 by the way.
Oh, okay, I'm 39, so we're about the same age. So I remember when they put that in, it was not in, not to my knowledge, it was not a tourist attraction until maybe like year 2000 or something, right?
Yeah, it's relatively recent.
Excellent. So you want to ride the London Eye? That's amazing. What else do you want to see?
There's a church called St Bartholomew's in Sydenham in London on the outskirts, and it has a statue of Archangel Samael. He's an important angel. I'm sure you might have heard of him before in the
Sure,
Book of Ireland.
absolutely. So you want to see
So
that?
I'd like to visit that statue.
Excellent. And oh yeah, it was completed in the year 2000. Um, okay, so you want to see that statue. What else do you want to see?
Madame Tussauds to show the wax museum.
Yeah,
The wax.
have you ever
Um,
have you ever seen that before?
I have in the Netherlands in Amsterdam. I've been to the Amsterdam one.
Oh, very cool. I've seen it in Las Vegas, or like a version of it that they have there, um, or like some of them. But yeah, okay, that's a cool thing. So you want to see the wax museum? Do they have Ripley's Believe It or Not there?
They might have. I'll have to check actually.
I thought that was a British thing, but I could be wrong. Um, okay, are you gonna see anything royal related?
Yeah, we might take a trip, me and my dad, to Buckingham Palace and stand outside and have a look at Buckingham Palace.
Have you ever been there?
I've been near it.
Okay, and like where you have you seen the Queen's Guards or the Royal Guards, I should say?
No, we'll probably check that out as well, the Tower of London as well.
Right. Okay, so you see the Tower of London, and now it's not the original London Bridge, but like when you see London Bridge or that bridge there, Tower Bridge.
Yeah, yeah, we'll check that out as well. That sounds like a good thing to check out.
Definitely. How many days you gonna stay there, or just one day?
We'll just do it all in one day. Usually it gets expensive to stay in London.
Oh, I imagine. Yeah, definitely. And do you ever? Let's see here. I don't know London that well. I've never been, but as I understand, there's um, what is the wharf there? Is it like Canterbury Wharf or something?
Canary Wharf.
Canary Wharf. Wharf. Okay, very yeah, that's what it is. Canary Wharf. And you are gonna check out Buckingham Palace, and anything else you want to see there?
Not that I can think of, but I'll probably do a Google and good for tourist attractions. Oh, I just googled Ripley's, believe it or not, it is in London.
That's
You were
what.
right.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And are you gonna do? Are you gonna see the city of London?
I don't know if we'll make it that far into Central, but maybe. I've been
Okay.
to City of London before when I was younger.
What'd you do there?
I went with some friends to a strip club.
Oh no way! They had a strip club in the city of London.
Yeah,
How was
one
that?
of my friends used to work in there. Yeah, it was cool. It's my first and only time. I don't normally go to scenes like that, but my friend was bugging me to go because he worked there as a security guard.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. I had a few private dances and stuff.
There you go. Were the girls pretty?
Yeah, they was very pretty. Well, some of them, and some of them wasn't so much, but some of them were really pretty. Yeah,
Absolutely. Do they do just topless, full nude? What kind of club is it?
full nude.
Oh, okay. Very cool. There you go. Okay, excellent. And do they allow alcohol as well?
Yeah, they had a bar there. Yeah.
Oh, can't beat that. Usually, at least in the United States, if they do full nude, there's no bar, or if it's just topless, there is a bar. Um, okay, very cool. Let me think. Have you ever seen the? I think they call it the. Is it the egg?
Oh, I know what you mean. I can't remember what it's called.
It looks like a. It looks like one of those. Oh, let me look at it. I'll look at it. Egg building. um, The gherkin. That's what it is. The gherkin.
Oh right, yeah, the gherkin. Yeah, I want to see that as well. And that's the other thing I'd like to do is go to the Shard and go up to the top of the Shard.
I was just gonna. That was my next thing I was gonna ask you. You're gonna see the shard. Yeah, the skyline has really diversified in the last 25 years or so. Have you ever seen Lloyd's of London building?
No, let me look it up.
Oh, it's one of the coolest buildings you'll ever see.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. And I also want to see the MI5 building as well.
Yeah,
The
that's a
James Bond building.
absolutely that's a cool one. Yeah, that's right on the Thames, isn't it? Or the Thames?
Yeah, the Thames. Yeah.
Um, and I think in one of the movies they blew it up. One of the James Bonds or Mission Impossibles, I think it was.
Yeah, I think I recall that from somewhere. I can't remember which movie it's at too.
Yeah. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that's an interesting looking building. Like, I like architecture, so even though I'd like to see these things uh, in real life someday, but I notice a lot of London's architecture and how diversified it's become, and it's very unique. They have a lot of unique buildings, like the Thames House, MI5 building, of course, Buckingham Palace, and um, the Shard, the Gherkin, the Lloyd's of London building. Those are phenomenal. What are you going to eat there?
I don't know. Actually, we'll probably try some ethnic food.
Okay, like ethnic. Oh, ethnic is in like somewhere outside of England, like Indian food or
Yeah, because
something.
I'm used to eating. Yeah, because I'm used to eating British food, so I'll probably try some ethnic food.
Absolutely. What are your favorite British foods?
But I like the British fry off, but it's like a guilty pleasure because it has pork in it, and I try not to eat it. But I do on occasion eat it, but I try to limit my exposure to it.
Okay, so British fry off. What is that? It's pork, but like, is it just fried pork?
It's bacon, eggs, sausage, beans, and fries usually.
Oh, okay. Is that like a breakfast thing?
Yeah, you can have it all day, but it's traditionally a breakfast thing. You usually have mushrooms and grilled tomato with it as well.
Now I've seen that, and that's a beautiful thing. Do you enjoy shepherd's pie?
Yeah, that's another good staple. And
Yeah,
a fish and chips dinner is like another British staple, fish and chips.
absolutely. I love meat pies from Britain. They're some of my favorite things. Um, okay, and Do you think you go to a pub there?
Yeah, we'll probably go there and have one because we'll probably travel up. Well, my dad said we probably won't drive there because of the congestion charges and how long it takes to get stuck in London. So if we take the train and we leave the bikes, we can probably have a few drinks as well. So we'll check out a bar.
Right. Okay. And do you think that if you were to go there, you do you have to get up early to be able to get there, or you can leave at a decent hour?
But the thing with leaving early is if you leave early, like say 7 to 9 o'clock in the morning, you'll catch the rush hour traffic if it's a
Ah,
work day,
yeah.
and it'll be really, really busy. So it's best to leave at about 10 a.m. after everyone's already at work.
Oh, excellent. Now, there's a famous road that goes around London. What's it called?
The motorway, the M25, is the highway that goes around it.
That's it. When you travel there, do you think you'll park outside the M25 or inside the M25?
If we travel up by car and park, we'll park outside the M25 and then we avoid the congestion fee.
Yeah. If I may ask, how much is the congestion fee?
Well, there's two now. They added another one that's even more expensive. Let me check. £12.50 for the outer one.
Wow, that's per person?
And per vehicle.
Oh, okay.
So it's not too expensive. And then the inner London congestion charge for like City of London is £15. So you get two if you go into Central.
Right. And then you'd have to pay for parking as well, right?
Yeah, and parking in London is quite expensive, but there's a station called the International St Pancras, just outside of London. That's probably where we park, and then get a train into London proper.
Oh, very well. Wow. But that just sounds like a wonderful day. You'd be able to spend it with your dad, go visit the Gherkin, go visit the Shard, go visit the Windsor Castle, see the guards, get a pint, have some. Now, you were saying some cultural food. What do you want to have? Like Indian food, or what do they have?
Probably Indian food, and I want to try African food because I've never tried African food before.
Excellent. What kind of pardon me, what kind of African food?
I don't know because I don't even know any of the dishes,
But they
so I'll
have,
just
yeah,
have to ask for recommendations.
I get that. I hear that um, Indian food in London is better than you get in India. Now, not to put down India by any means, but like, and I don't mean it that way by any means. If anybody's watching this in the future, I love India, but just basically, um, well, there's something that I heard. London has something like 8 of the top 10 restaurants in the world. It's very competitive when it comes to um, its cuisine. Yet, or no, this is what it was. Of the top 10 restaurants in London, 8 of them are French restaurants, but it has like 8 of the top or 10 of the top 15 restaurants in the world. Is that correct? It has excellent food, correct?
Yeah, London's reputed for having excellent food, great choice of different sauces.
Right. It's one of the most diverse countries in the, pardon me, cities in the world. Now, have you ever ridden on a double-decker bus?
When I was younger, I did, yeah.
Did,
Not in London. They used to have them in my town,
okay.
but they've got rid of them now. They've decommissioned them.
Okay. Did you ever ride on the top of one?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet that's cool. And it's open air, right?
The one I rode on was closed.
Oh,
So I rode on the open air one, but I might do that when I go to London to take the double decker tour.
yeah. Oh, now that would be cool. That's something to do. So you get to be a little bit of a tourist in your own country, which would be neat.
Yeah, I plan to do some tourism around the UK because I've visited Wales, but I want to visit Scotland and Ireland as well.
Oh, very well. Do you have you ever been to Liverpool?
No, I've been to the furthest north that I've been to is Coventry.
Okay. Is it something that you want to do? Go to Liverpool?
Yeah, Liverpool and Manchester.
Okay, very well. Who do you root for in football?
I don't really support football, but I used to when I was a child, and I used to support Manchester United.
Of course, yeah, definitely. Um, that's the big one, right?
Yeah, yeah, they're one of the big teams in the
Excellent.
Premiership division.
Now, why don't you follow it anymore?
I'm more into extreme sports like BMXing, motorcycle riding, and stuff. So I lost interest in football.
Oh, I understand that. All right, so BMXing, motorcycle riding. Do you like skateboarding?
Yeah, and skateboarding. I used to be a BMX. I used to ride at a skate park when I was younger.
Oh, okay.
BMX.
So you're a really good bicyclist. Like, not only do you do the e-bike, but you've been a BMXer in the past.
Yeah, yeah, I did that for 3 or 4 years when I was a teenager.
Do you do any mountain biking?
I haven't recently, but my dad's into mountain biking. He went to Wales and rode down the mountainside.
Oh, wow. Did he have fun?
Yeah, he liked it. He's not got a bike at the moment though. He's going to get another e-bike like mine that folds up.
Okay, because you were saying that you guys were going to park and then drive into the city, and I was going to ask, does he have an e-bike himself? But no, but he's going to get one, and then you guys would be able to go e-biking in London, and there isn't any uh, a congestion fee for a a bike like that.
No,
Very cool. And can you ride on the sidewalk, or do you have to ride on the street?
on the street, but there is some sidewalks that have been turned into bicycle lanes that are next to the footpath.
Okay, why can't you ride on the street, if I may ask? Or why can't you ride on
Oh,
the
you
side?
can.
No, apologies, I misspoke. Why can't you ride on the sidewalk?
It's just the law in the UK that you're not supposed to ride on the sidewalk. A lot of people do, and they don't usually stop you for it. They usually turn a blind eye to that. It's one of the laws that are rarely enforced. Very so often you'll get a police officer that pull up and say, get on the road.
Okay, I've gotcha. Well, yeah, that's understandable. Well, so you have to get your dad D-lock as well, and um, you guys seem to have a really great relationship. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. He's coming with me on the holiday I've got planned in March next year. He's coming with me as my chaperone.
Excellent. Where do you plan on going?
I'm going to Turkey to get dental treatment because it's a lot cheaper than in the UK. And so,
Absolutely. Everybody's going to Turkey for something.
yeah,
Excellent.
it'll be my first time. So he's going to come with me because he's quite well travelled.
Oh, okay. Well, that's neat. Yeah, a lot of people from the United States go to Turkey for um, hair transplants. The big one. That's where a lot of people go. Because it's
Yeah, Turkey's the place to go for it for hair transplants and dental work.
well, very interesting. All right, so you've got plans to do that in the spring. And are you having dental pain, or it's just something you want to get done?
It's just something I want to get done because I was attacked and I lost a couple of teeth an attack that I sustained when I was out before.
Okay. Are you going to get implants or veneers or what?
I'm going to get implants and to replace the lost teeth and to get a smile restoration. So I have like a Hollywood smile.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. That'll be amazing. Good on you, and that'll raise your confidence and all kinds of other things. Uh, so Obi Wan, do you have a? Is there a? Oh, just one moment, Obi Wan. Welcome, John Doe. How are you, John Doe? How are you? Can you hear me, John Doe? John Doe, can you hear me? That's all right. If you don't want to talk, that's okay. I'll ask that you're 18 to be in here. John Doe, going once, going twice. All right, that's right. Obi Wan, is there a a, a lass that you have? Basically, like, do you have a girlfriend?
Not at the moment. I'm just about to get back in the market for that. Actually, it's been like several years since my last relationship, and I just took time on my own to sort myself out basically and have some alone time.
Absolutely, totally understand that. What are you looking for in a lady?
someone that I can share my religious and spiritual beliefs with. That's kind of important to me. I want somebody that's into not necessarily the same spiritual and religious path, but is accepting of it and interested in it.
Very well. And do you find that most women you meet are accepting of that?
It's hit and miss. Some people are not accepting because it's my path's a bit strange.
Oh, we all have a strange path, but I understand what you're saying. You've had a unique journey to where you are, and so you think you're going to wait until after the dental restoration, and then you'll be able to get any girl you want?
That's the plan.
That's what I like to hear, my friend. Well, that's wonderful. You've got quite the adventure coming up. You're going to see grandma. Well, you're going to go for a bike ride today, perhaps. You're going to see grandma tomorrow. You've got plans to go to London with your dad soon, and then travel to Turkey. You're a man on a mission. That's phenomenal. Is there anything that you want to do, like in the next 5 years? Anywhere you want to travel?
Yeah, actually, the next place I plan to visit after Turkey, either next year or the year after, is Israel.
That's beautiful. God willing. That's a wonderful thing to hear.
Yeah, God willing.
Absolutely. Do you want to go by yourself, or do you want to bring your family?
I'll bring my dad because he'll enjoy it. He's been into Cyprus before, so he's familiar with the area.
Absolutely.
Kind of locale.
Definitely. Okay, great. And you've just got a wonderful relationship with dad. That's wonderful. And perhaps you might even find a girl to go with you too. That 2 or 3 years away. Hopefully, God willing, you'll have found somebody by then. And with your Hollywood smile and all of your newfound self-esteem, and you never know. Now, when Obi-Wan is trying to find a girlfriend, how do you do it? Do you meet people in person, or do you meet girls on an app? What do you do?
I'm going to combine them both. I've already signed up to a dating app, so I'm kind of testing the waters with that. But I don't like the swipe left, swipe right. I like to meet people in person more. So I feel bad when I swipe left against somebody like, that we don't match.
Yeah, I
I feel
understand.
kind of bad for doing it.
Well, you can't match with everybody. I understand what you're saying. All right, and um, you do you have a career, or not at this time?
Not this time. I'm currently out of work due to disability, where I went into hospital last year.
Right,
I've
right,
been
right.
signed up for 2 years.
Okay. And do you want to get back into a career, or no?
Yeah, I want to get back into work in the next couple of years. I can start find something that suits me.
Okay. What would you want to do if you could do anything?
I'd like to do something similar to what you're doing, to work online and work from home. Uh, like maybe making YouTube videos or on a website offering some sort of spiritual service or knowledge.
Well, absolutely, I can help you. So I think that probably the thing that makes you the most amount of money is working for a company remotely. But if you want to be an influencer, which technically this is, I can help you to become that as well. And you would go a less avant-garde route, probably the more traditional route with one account. But I'll tell you all of the things that to avoid, and you'd be able to give as much spiritual guidance to people as you would like. Do you have you ever streamed before?
Yeah, I was a small-time video game streamer a few years ago. I was streaming games like PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds and a zombie game that I was playing. Didn't really get many viewers.
Don't feel badly about that. About Grand Theft Auto 6, are you going to get that?
I've got to get an Xbox first. It's on my list because a few of my friends have Xbox.
I understand. I'm with you on that one. So you've got like 250 days to do that. No, well, if you want to meet the launch, but no, no rush. And
Yeah, I want to get that. Yeah, 250 days to have, and we have that.
just one moment, I'll give you the exact amount of time. And the reason why I say this, it's 247 days, 19 hours, 38 minutes, and 18 seconds.
So
So
it gives me enough time to save the money because it's like £500 for the top Xbox in the UK.
Right. Yeah. And you can never trust getting any that are refurbished or anything, and they all kind of have a timetable on them, so it's best to do that. Um, is it possible? So it's not like usually the pound is like about with the exchange rate, like maybe twice the dollar, sometimes a little less. Uh, can you buy one in the United States and have it shipped to you?
I could try. I could look into that.
Yeah, because I mean, I was thinking like, and I don't know if like it's the top, and you could just get it for about half as much as you're going to pay in UK, and that might save you a little bit of money. Um, but I'm like you are. I don't get one of those consoles until Grand Theft Auto comes out, and then I find I have to get a new one. And it's just such an amazing game. It's so um, it's I love it. I make exception. So when the other one launched, Grand Theft Auto 5, like 2012 or whenever it was, um, that's when I got an Xbox 360. And then prior to that, like it's the reason why I got a PlayStation 2 back in the day was because Grand Theft Auto came out, and it was just like I gotta get this game, and it was uh, a revolutionary game. What's the first Grand Theft Auto you ever played?
I played, you know, the old top-down Grand Theft Autos, the old low graphics one,
Yes,
low
I
res
do.
ones.
Absolutely, that took place in London.
Yeah, yeah, I played that one
Excellent. On
many years
PlayStation,
ago.
absolutely on PlayStation.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, on PlayStation original.
Right. And so you played number one and number two. Did you play Grand Theft Auto 3?
Yeah, I played 3 as well. I think I played all of them. I played 4. I played 5 a lot. I liked it when 5 came out on PC because I liked to aim with a mouse rather than with a controller.
Absolutely. Did you play Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
Yep, yep, played that as well.
What did you think of the soundtrack?
Yeah, it was great.
Amazing. I am interested what they're going to do with the soundtrack for this one. You know, as I understand, Rockstar is based in is it Scotland, and it's very quiet, like very clandestine. They don't let out a lot of secrets. Is that correct?
I didn't know there was in Scotland. That's news to me. But yeah, they hold back a lot. They don't give you much.
Yeah. Um, well, they have a one in San Diego, but I believe well, it's based in New York City. Apologies, but I think that one, I think Grand Theft Auto is being built. Uh, Rockstar Scott, like there's something about Scotland with this one. Um, okay, so that's Rockstar North. Rockstar North is a British video game developer based in Edinburgh, and is it? I know it changes, or like it depends where you are. Edinburgh or Edinburgh? Uh,
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes. Okay. Um, so the studio is best known for creating the Grand Theft Auto series. So they're the ones who do it. So it may be headquartered in New York City, but Edinburgh is where they develop that one, and it's very secret. It's very secretive. So that'll be exciting. Any other games that you would want to play if you got a an Xbox? What is it? Xbox? What do they call it? It's Xbox One. What is it called? What is it?
I think it's the Xbox Series S is the top one. Let me check. The Xbox Series X is the top one.
Just a moment.
There's also a Series S. There's an S and an X.
What's the difference?
Let me check. twice the storage.
Okay, so these succeeded the Xbox One, just to show you how far out of the loop I am. All right, so it launched in 2020. Um, so yeah, in the United States, you can get the Series X for $499, and like you were saying, it was going to be like 500 euro or 500 pounds, right?
Yeah.
So it's about half as much. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow. I'm surprised that they're putting the Grand Theft Auto on this and not on the next version, whatever the new Xbox and new PlayStation is going to be. Just one moment. Welcome, welcome. Dino, how you living, pimp?
It's the reunion. Rabbi Rothschild.
I know that name, or I know that. Wait, is that my man? Oh, hold on. Well, Guido, hold on. I know that voice. Um, yes.
How about you forget about me?
No. I just didn't see your
Wow,
face.
you forgot about me.
No, I didn't. I didn't at all.
It's been that long.
No, I didn't at
Hey,
all.
Rabbi, how you been, bro?
Kicking ass,
How
taking
have
names.
you been?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. How are
Been a
you?
very long time.
Yes, it has been.
I've been good, man. Yeah, just living. I took a big break from streaming, so I decided to come back, do a few here and there. So, but I just remembered today. What's Rabbi Rothschild?
You, you know what, Guido? I will tell you in your absence, I did look up your channel, and I didn't see that you had streamed recently. This was a while ago, though. Just one moment. Obi-Wan, if you don't mind, I'm going to catch up with my friend here, Guido. I hope that's not an issue. It's been a long time since I've spoken with him. Is that okay?
Yeah, man, we've had a good chat. I'll
Yeah, we
come
have.
back in later to say hello to you. And, hi, Godo, how's it going? Was good? You from the UK? Yeah, from the UK. Wait, was good? What won my Trilla? What won? Anyway, take it easy, guys. I'll catch you later.
Take care. Enjoy your day. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh,
Wait, Skip, you have like, how many people be in this stuff? The server looks like packed. I haven't been here in a while.
yeah, I know. I've really expanded things. So we just surpassed 2,000 people in the server last week, and that's really good. For like just an individual who organically gets it to grow. So I will say I looked you up. Not It was like maybe in the last 3 months I looked you up one or two times, and I noticed you hadn't streamed. So first questions about you. Why'd you take the time off?
Yep, go ahead. Oh, okay. It was getting too hectic. Let me explain. I had to go with the money. Right. There was a few streamers that are in my community, in the circle, that were getting slaughtered. So you know what I had to do? I had to get an item before they came off the index. So I did. Hopefully they backed off, give it up. So yeah, that's I had to take a bit. That also and a few other things, but that was like one of the main ones. It was getting too dangerous. The stream, it was weird. It was in a weird place. I had to back off.
I get it, Guido. When you're as good looking as we are, you've got girls just pounding down the door trying to fuck you, right? Absolutely. All right. So are you back on Kick, and are you in good graces with them?
Um, yeah, I mean, me and Kick are great. And I can't lie, it was also getting pretty boring. And I was doing the same thing every stream. It was dead as fuck. So I just couldn't be on.
Word dog. No, I totally get that. Dude, Kick is so full of bots. So is Twitch, but Kick itself is like it's ridiculous how much people bot each other, and there just aren't as many people as people think that are on there, especially in the chats. So it's really hard as a streamer to go on there and get any interaction because it's dead. It's absolutely dead. I totally get that. All right, are you ready for an update?
Yeah, you go. I actually want to hear a lot about how your journey, because you've probably been on doing a lot more than me in the last Go ahead, Rabbi. Tell me what's been going on.
Absolutely. Well, first, I missed you, and if I didn't care about you, I wouldn't have looked you up to see what you were doing. But it was like, oh, he hadn't streamed. He had no. You're good. You hadn't streamed in a while, and it was like, um, I hope he's okay. But it's not like I could go in and troll you without you being there. Okay. So what did I do? Well, if you may or may not remember, but starting in starting like December 31st, 2024, like the end of last year, I stopped spamming people on Kick. I said to myself, you know what? I'm gonna be
No way.
I'm gonna be a good rabbi, and I'm going to stop spamming people on Kick, and maybe Kick will let me stream on there again. So I stopped spamming people from January 1st, 2025 until like June of 2025, so just a few months ago. And I started spamming people on another platform. We'll talk about that. But then in June of 2025, a friend of mine, he's a big time streamer on Kick. His name is X Straight Savage. He's partnered. He came in here as he does. He's a really nice guy. He said, you know, Rabbi, you spam people, but that's not like that big of a deal. Like, it's not like literally there are people who like do criminal acts on stream and they get their accounts back. Have you ever thought about just like trying to get back onto Kick? And I was like, you know what?
Wait, hold on. Pause 1 second. Who's this bloke? Top right. Got a partner? Who's this guy? Is he also doing the 24/7 live chat?
Are you talking about Brandon?
Yeah, B. Alexander.
Yeah. So Brandon and I met a couple months ago, or maybe yeah, or so, and he basically asked if he could just live in here with me, and I told him go for it. So he sleeps in here, and what he's really good at is live streaming events. So he's always got different streams going, and he just brings a lot of life to the uh, the server, and he's very kind and just a nice person. So I'm all about the positivity, and so I let him live stream in here alongside me. And then we've got my friend in here, Miss Aquarius. She sleeps in here with me many nights. She's a very nice individual and just likes having that connection to a human interaction. So that's who we've got in here right now. And then this other person, John Doe, I don't know them. They just came in earlier, but I get a lot of random people in here, so everybody's welcome. Does that answer your question?
I like that. That gave me a bit of background insight. I like that. That was good. That was good. I know that. That was nice. Okay. Wait, so you have people who are helping you, push along with the challenge.
Yeah, so I'm not always
Great.
I'm not always on alone in here.
Can I join?
You live in here as
Can I
well.
join? Can I join?
Absolutely, I would love it if you did. Nothing would make me happier, guy. Though. No,
Wow, Rabbi. Wow.
truthfully.
Wow, Rabbi. It looks like I'm moving in. I'm gonna have to get my bags. I'm moving in, Rabbi. I'm moving in.
Welcome. Absolutely, your lighting got a lot better.
Yeah, maybe I should look a bit sexy.
No, you couldn't do that. That wouldn't be a possibility. You look maximum sexiness, but you just look brighter. You look really great though. Okay, so
Nah, thanks, Rabbi. I like that.
absolutely. So a streamer on Kick
Go ahead. Yep.
came in and they're like, Rabbi, what you did wasn't that bad. And everybody knows about you now. Why don't you try streaming on Kick again? So I made an account, and I started streaming. And I streamed for like 24 hours, and then all of a sudden I notice I get banned. So I go and I'm like, hey, why did I get banned? They're like, email us with your main account, and we'll talk to you. So I emailed them with my main account, and I explained to them, like, look, I haven't spammed you guys in 6 months, and I think that that's a long enough time. You literally have people who do illegal things on stream, and you let them back sometimes in 3 weeks or a month or something like that. So like 6 months is 6 months is a long, like self-imposed ban.
A long time.
Exactly. So
It's a long time. That's pretty much as long as I've been going for. Right?
exactly. So I asked them, can I live stream on there again? They said no, you've been banned indefinitely. I said to them, okay, well, that's cool that you want to use this term indefinitely, but like, what does that mean? Does that mean a lifetime ban, or does that mean just like a limited time? They're like, it means indefinitely. I come back to them. Okay, well, is that like 5 years or like 50 years or what is it? They say it's indefinitely. I say, look, please, can you just tell me, is it a lifetime ban? They say, for all intents and purposes, yes, it's a lifetime ban. So I said, okay, that's great. So you're telling me that it's the year 2025, and in the year 2075, in 50 years, if God willing, I'm still alive and Kick is still a thing, you won't let me stream on there? And they're like, yeah. Now I know, like Eddie and I are friends on Discord. I know I could go to Eddie and plead my case and maybe get something changed, but I'm not like that. That's fine. I'm not going to use those connections. I'm going through the right channels and whatever. So I said, fine. But I want you guys to know that like that leaves me no choice than to spam Kick. You're giving me no option. Like the smart thing that they should have said was don't like come back in a year and we'll consider it. Basically, that way they could push me off again if they keep just saying come back in a year, and then I'm going to be on my best behavior. But here these people are saying no, you can't stream ever. So I have no choice than to disrespect your platform and to spam it. So all of a sudden, and I told them I'm going to come back even stronger with more bots and better bots. They didn't respond to that. So I pretty much very soon thereafter started creating really good kick bots. Now here's the thing. Uh, I'm pretty sure I've seen more kick streamers than anyone on earth, more than people who work at Kick, because they only work 8-hour shifts. I'm working 24 hours here. And
You're on the clock every day.
absolutely. And I see the amount of interaction that people have. And if I see their emojis one more time, I'm going to be sick. All they do is just have people who spam emojis that are just bots that spam emojis. It's nothing specific. And it's people who say, "Hey, free. If you want more followers or more viewers, click here." That's all the kind of interaction that 99% of any of their streamers get. So here I come in, and I absolutely, and I spam this huge wall of text, and people ban me or whatever, and that's cool. It's like whatever they want to do with that. But the thing that I get the most amount of um, traction on is creating clips of people, because those stay. Even if they ban my account, my clips stay. So like tonight, I got somebody who came in because of my clips, and they were really cool. We spoke for like 2 hours on traumatic brain injuries and Neuralink and brain computer interfaces. We just had a really great conversation, and world peace and some other things. And that I wouldn't have had that connection with that person without making a clip of them. But the thing is, I make so many clips that it starts to have the law of diminishing returns. Basically, if you go to Amaranth's clips um, or Odablock's clips or any of your major streamers, it'll be Reba Russia, Reba Russia, Reba Russia. I'll make I'll have the whole page, and it's like at a certain point nobody cares, and I get that. So it's again the law of diminishing returns. So what I did, I thought, you know what? I wonder if I could implement the same kind of strategy on Twitch and what would happen. Now Twitch, their their automation system is really good, and like I might be able to spam once or twice in a chat, and then I get banned immediately. And it's like, wow, I'm surprised that Kick doesn't have this kind of system, but I understand Twitch is more advanced. But I nevertheless can create clips of people, and the clips I can create a lot of clips of people. But the thing is, not a lot of people watch clips of just small random streamers. In fact, you'll get people who have been streaming on there for years and nobody's ever made a clip of them. I mean, like I don't know about you, but like people just don't probably. You're like a medium-sized streamer, which is a high compliment because there's this huge world of on Kick. Uh, I mean, you have double-digit people who watch you, and you have a community. I mean, a lot of people don't have that. But even still, you don't get a lot of people to click you. It's pretty rare. And, and so and even still, it's kind of hard to go and view the clips on Kick. You have to click through some stuff, and you may not know that they even exist. And so a lot of people aren't looking at this stuff. So, but Twitch is even worse when it comes to clips. They have something called featured clips, and then they have unfeatured clips. So if somebody has only the featured clips on, you're basically never going to see the unfeatured clips, which is where my clips are. So I got frustrated, and I was like, you know what,
Yeah.
Guido, I'm gonna try another route and see what happens. So like 2 years ago, about this time, I started spamming on Twitter, and I got really well known on Twitter. I got really well known on Twitter through this route. What I would do is I would create an account, and then I would just follow people, and just follow people with 45 accounts, 60 accounts, so that all of their notifications just said Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild. And then very soon thereafter, those accounts get banned. I created 2,000 Twitter accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, and did this for like 6 months, and it worked. But then Twitter started implementing what their captcha system, which is known as the Arcos system, and that basically kills all automation or makes automation very very difficult. It makes it hard to just use Twitter as a user because you just run into having to do these captchas all the time, and it's very annoying. So what I ended up doing was kind of abandoning Twitter for a while. Well, just recently, I somehow found out that the Arcos system has been, I don't want to say shut off completely, but they've lessened it a lot. So that I can automate the creation of accounts and the reposting of people's content, and that's getting me some traction. And just recently, so within the last 72 hours, I've gotten like, let me check the newest numbers, but um, something like
Now let him cook, Jack. He's cooking. He's cooking.
something like oh, excellent. I've gotten like 20 people to join, not just join, but stay in the Discord, and I've gotten like, I don't know, 30 people to join or something like that. A lot of people just hop in and don't know what's going on. Oh, I fell. Are you okay?
Oh, give me a second. Hold on. Yep, just it. Okay. Production, production, production.
Absolutely.
Production. Wait for production to fix me.
Absolutely.
Production. Give me a sec. Production.
You're good.
I'll just keep going. Continue.
Absolutely. So I've gotten a lot of people through this route, and it just started, and I just was able to automate it recently, and it's still working on it, but fine tuning it. So what am I saying? I should be viral by next week. I'm telling you, my friend, this is gonna work, and then we're gonna make all your dreams come true. Will it be less than a week to go viral? Who knows? I always say that, but basically, I think this is the strategy that I use to go viral. Finally, I mean, I spam people on Kick, and it will take like 2 or 3 weeks to get the same amount of people that I've gotten from Twitter in 3 days. So
Wait, sorry. Okay. So so you're gonna go viral. So when you go viral, what's the first thing you're gonna do? What's gonna hook people in? Because once they see you, you need something to get them in. Like you need to grab them. Like
yeah,
guys not ready to all these like guests and all that. What are you gonna do to make you go, oh shit, yeah, Rabbi, yeah.
yeah. So here's the interesting thing about that. I just live my life. So that's what's interesting about me. I don't host a talk show or a television show or anything like that. So firstly, people are going to have 4 years of content to go through. So that's going to take people literally 4 years to go through. I have this huge backlog. But what am I going to do? The first thing I want to do is go to New York City, and there's a very famous grave that I want to go to of a very famous rabbi, and that's the first thing that I want to do. And then from there, I really want to travel the world, and so go on a worldwide tour, very similar to what I Show Speed's doing and some other people do. But
Banger.
yeah, so what like if we had to do it, the place that I would not go right now is Israel, even though a lot of people would think, oh well, you're the rabbi, isn't that the first place you want to go? No, I'm
Hey, you're Jewish, aren't you, Rabbi?
100%, baby. I'm the rabbi.
You know, okay. Let me throw this in here. If your Twitter plan doesn't work, or because it sounds like it's gonna be a good hit, but just in a slight chance it doesn't hit, I have some. You have some connections. I have some connections too. I can get you into the Adrianos universe because you're a rabbi. I can see it a way you can easily get yourself into the Adrianos. You can get onto an Adrianos stream. That's going to be a big platform. all about your whole story. Bang! I just thought, bang! Rabbi, you're big time. I just cracked it. Oh my God! Showtime, Rabbi, showtime.
Guido, Aiden Ross and I did an interview last spring, so he already knows who I am.
That ass.
Yeah.
On his street.
Yeah, he brought like 30 people into my YouTube.
Damn, fuck.
Yeah. And then I live.
Do it again.
Well, perhaps, and then I live streamed in his Discord for 16 months straight. So I became like he knows exactly who I am. So perhaps we could do that. I could get with his right hand man, Citrus, and get that set up. At the time, though, I didn't know who he was, so I didn't take advantage of it as well as I should have. He just came into my stream one day. Yeah, I mean, how am I supposed to know who he is? I didn't follow YouTubers at that time. So anyway, yeah, but I mean that's no big deal. When I blow up, I will make him famous, even though he's semi-famous now.
Have you ever thought about getting the box screen, Rabbi?
The box screen?
Because he does first boxing ring. Because he does boxing matches.
Yeah.
Would you ever be on one of his cards?
So generally, I'm a pacifist. I do like to watch boxing, and I would have to train, but eventually I'd like to do mixed martial arts for people of my age bracket.
MMA.
Word.
You know, he can do that because he's had fights. What's your weight class?
Too much.
What is it?
It's more than what I'd want it to be. I'm probably at a heavyweight right now.
Heavyweight? Oh
Word.
My God, Rabbi. Yeah. That's actually good because if you're a heavyweight, it means you can fight anybody. Because once you get a heavyweight, it's easy to manage the weight classes.
Well,
you can fight Citrus. You can fight there's some names out there. I low-key I'd like to see it. I think that could get you in a good spotlight.
In the UFC, you can't be more than 265 pounds. I'm not that, but I'm just saying you can't go higher than that.
Oh,
yeah. But
I could see you on Aiden Ross brand risk boxing event. That actually be good.
Yeah, I would do it for
get a trip to Tennessee or Miami or whatever they host.
I would do it for charity, but yeah, I mean that's
sure. You make me.
Yeah, but I mean, truthfully, you watch Guido. I won't need that money at all. I will have.
Wait, Rabbi, someone in my chat asked, what's your profit loss margin? What are your margins? For this whole process. Because they see all your setup, a lot of power, a lot of technology.
Yeah.
What are you? Are you up, down?
Oh,
experiment.
Mentally, definitely up, but financially, it's been nothing but L's. You're gonna experience nothing but L's as a streamer for most of what you do. Frankly, the power is a win because we have solar, and so we get there's a reimbursement that we get at the end of the year for power. But buying all the equipment and the time and such, that's since I'm not working a full-time job. The first year that I did this, I did work a full-time job working remotely, and so overall, I mean, I made like 6K or 6K, six figures doing that. So I guess technically it might be a W overall.
6 figures?
Yeah.
6 figures.
Yeah. Like over $100,000 a year.
Remotely?
Yeah. Working for a Fortune 100 company. So the first year that I did this, I was able to take that money and buy everything and then save a lot of it so that I didn't have to work for the next few years.
Okay. So do you think you're gonna have to work very soon?
No. I don't think I'm ever gonna have to. I don't think I'm ever gonna have to work again.
Damn, it's like that.
Word. Yeah, I mean,
holy shit.
I get people who come to me. I'm a certified project management professional, Guido, so I'm like an expert in project planning and organization. And I get people who come to me and basically either request that I consult for them or complete projects on behalf of their organization. And, I can make thousands of dollars doing that if I need to, just as play money. So I think, though, that this will blow up, and I think sooner rather than later. And when that happens, I'll never have to work again. My children would never have to work. My grandchildren would never have to work. You're never gonna have to work.
How much? How much you got in crypto? Someone asked.
Yeah, enough. I mean, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, and it's worth about $100 million itself, and I'm well invested in it.
So, okay, Rabbi. Okay, I'm planning a 30-day subathon where I'm planning to have the biggest creators in the world. Okay, I'm gonna give you some names. I'm planning on them coming to my subathon. So we're gonna start off with Luka Doncic. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, the Lakers
Okay.
player.
Yep. Dak Prescott.
Okay, the quarterback for the Cowboys.
Yep. Shador Sanders.
Yeah, the like fourth string quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
Yep. Lil Baby.
Yeah, he's a rapper.
Yep. I was gonna have Little Dirk, but he got arrested.
Another
So
rapper.
we're gonna have Ice Spice.
Dude, she's hot as fuck. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So and then we got some streamers in there too. We got Blackboy Max.
Excellent.
And then we also got. I mean, there's a couple I want to keep on the low, but we got some big names, man. So like, I'm gonna in order to do all of that, I'm gonna need like at least like $40,000. Like, just as a down payment. So like, Rabbi, can you maybe sponsor me?
No, I don't sponsor people, but I think I'll probably be famous by then, God willing, and when I do, I'll take care of all of it.
It's
100%.
Wait, can you call Chief? Wait, Rabbi, if I started a call, can you do it?
Chief Keef?
On like another setup? Or, no, there's another Chief. He's also a streamer. My chat, you need to add him. So,
Wait,
can
what?
you join or do you have to be in the server?
I've got to be in the server. I know this guy. Chief, he doesn't like me.
Does he? Why?
He's from Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him. I live streamed in his Discord. He's got a really deep voice, right?
Yeah, very deep, very deep.
Yeah, I like.
You learned this Discord. I remember that.
Yeah, I live streamed in his Discord, and he. Let me tell you this: he wasn't too much of an asshole. He was okay, but his server team didn't like me, so they banned me.
Yeah, Terminator, we're back. Rabbi Rothschild. My chat loves you. They're like big fans of you. We'll be telling you you're like you're the future of streaming. Everybody's saying it's gonna be this guy, this guy. I think it's gonna be Rabbi Rothschild. I think Rabbi Rothschild is going to be the next big streamer. You're gonna be the guy for now. When celebrities want to go on stream, they're gonna go to Rabbi Rothschild.
Most certainly.
So that's what I'm telling them.
You're
None of them believe me. I'm thinking, you know. Yeah.
Chat. Not only that, we're gonna make everybody put W's in Guido's chat so that we can make sure to pay you when we go viral.
Right. Oh, wait. I'll actually close this. Great. Technical difficulty. Probs counter. And I feels Blitz. I remember on the stream Blitz crashed out. And I'm like, we're back.
Yo, baby.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I accidentally closed Discord. I was trying to close something else. But that thing, our chat, you guys hear that? Rabbi Rothschild. And so when Rabbi Rothschild becomes rich and famous, I'm gonna move into his mansion and we're gonna have like a Diddy house.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I already know where we're gonna do it. It's gonna be in West Los Angeles, and we're gonna get TikTok to sponsor it. It's gonna be a TikTok house. And
it's gonna be a TikTok house. We're gonna have baby oil. We're gonna have freshly 18-year-old Jewish walking around. It's kind of cute.
There you go.
Is that how you like it?
Actually, I like him 45 years old, but that's okay.
Oh, so we're gonna have milfs. Alright, bang, milfs house.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna have like titty milfs. That looks like Angela White. That's how you like it, Rabbi? Angela White type milfs.
You know, I don't know who that is. Who's Angela White? I'll look her up.
Do you know Corey Chait? Okay, yeah, look up Angela White. Tell me if that's the type of women you like. I feel like you guys know who he is. Does he got a foreskin collection? Is it because he's Jewish?
No,
No,
I don't. I've had a bris or a circumcision, certainly. But your chat should know that I am anti circumcision. I'm pro bris, so I still think that we should do some type of ceremonial ritual, but generally it should just be a pinprick with like a drop of blood, as opposed to the male genital mutilation.
That's a fair point. Anyway, wait. Someone might ask, what are your thoughts on the Palestine situation?
Yeah, I want world peace, so I don't want anybody to die.
I like this. He's a good Jew right here. He's a great Jew. He can stop playing rubber. Rabbi's a good dude, man. He posted his sex tape. Oh my god.
Yeah, I did.
You're not meant to say that, Rabbi. We're trying to forget about that situation.
No, that's how I'm going viral.
No, you're not going viral because of that video. Delete that video and get it out of here, kid. Alright, we need to move on. Rabbi, if you want to be the biggest Jew in the world, we need to get rid of that video.
No, that video is going to go down in history.
He did have the video of him gooning. Let's react to it. I'm not gonna pull out a video of this nigga gooning on here. Anyway, so Rabbi, wait, how long? What's the exact? Do you have like a day count? How long has it been? How many days? Have you crossed the 1,000?
Yeah.
1,000 day mark?
Yeah. So I will. I'm less than 1 month away from 4 years. So that's like, if we want an exact date, let's get the day calculator.
Right. If you also, knows before me. Actually, I do remember that there was this chick who also was been live for 4 years. She ended up, I think Kyson out found her on the stream, and now she's like lit. So I think that's what needs to happen to you. You need to just be randomly chilling and like a big streamer like Aiden or like a big kick streamer. I mean, it's just someone big has to find you. That's how you're gonna know, right? I think that's how it's gonna be.
Excellent. Well, see, what I do is different than what she does. I archive all my footage. So there's a difference between.
But she might have votes.
There's a difference between.
Do you know who it is?
Yeah. She's a Twitch person, isn't she?
Yeah, I think her name's like Emily.
Yeah, it is. Something like that. But the thing is, she just streams. Anybody can do that. What's difficult is archiving the footage so that you can go back and see what I was doing 3 years ago. You can't do that for her stream. And not only that, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. So you can watch me.
Wait, why someone in my chat asked why you like that many? Why didn't you just do one?
Well, so I want redundant streams, and I want people to be able to see me from different angles. So if, for instance, like I'm blocking the camera in a view, or one of the apps crashes, or something gets disconnected, I always have backups and backups and backups and backups. And then also, if one of my accounts gets banned, then I want backups of that. Word, dog. I mean, do you want to watch someone's life from just one angle, or do you want it to be from like 20 different angles?
I want 20 HD glorious. That's the Rabbi way.
Absolutely. All right. So if you want the amount of days we've been live streaming, it's like 1,435 days.
Damn. Wait, 1,000 what?
435 days.
That's over 5. That's 5 years.
No, that's 4 years.
4 years. That's 3 years. Damn, that's still shit. God damn. I want the. What are your thoughts on the Charlie Kirk situation?
Yeah, it's really sad. I don't want anybody to die.
Yeah, you're all peace. I like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that. Yeah, it was rough. You see the video?
Sadly, yeah, from multiple angles.
Multiple angles. Yeah, that's rough. Chat, any more questions? Rabbi is, he's one of the good ones. Yeah. Well, I think they're talking about you. Tell Rabbi to get some bitches.
Baby, I'm the most eligible bachelor on earth. I'm going to be able to make every woman I want world famous. So I'm not worried about that. It's like I'm creating a new Bible. And any chick that I choose to bed would be like a character in the Bible.
Gator, are you gout fat, bro? Okay. Oh shit, I was meant to. Oh, I might have missed it. Actually, hopefully I haven't started yet. But I watched the. Yeah, I haven't even started. Anyway, chat. Any more questions? Rabbi gets bitches. Niggas know Rabbi gets bitches.
Absolutely. If
Brother,
you,
can we get an outfit of the day?
baby, it's the same thing every day.
What you wearing?
It's the tie-dye T-shirt from the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 It's amazing.
Wait, so you know Kai sent out showers on the street. Someone just asked me. I was thinking the exact same thing. Kai sent out showers on the street, but he has to wear shorts on, so he doesn't cover, so he doesn't show his cock.
Yeah.
What do you do? Do you shower on the street?
I've done both, where I've worn bathing suits or just been naked and from the waist up. I've also done it from the waist down, but I get those accounts banned.
I like how honest you are. I can't imagine you lying. Like you are so honest.
No, I do lie.
You just tell it how it is.
I would lie if I had to like protect my own life or for some reason like that, but I do my best to be as honest as possible.
Someone said I bet it's hairy.
Yeah, you want to see my pubes?
I think they want to see the face. Oh my god, Jesus! No! Jesus Christ! I'm on kid. Even having you on stream, I don't. It's not like Twitch. Twitch, if you have someone banned on stream, you get banned. But I think Kick was there.
Kick is, yeah, you're right. No, that's exactly right.
Tough. If they did that every Saturday, I'd never be able to talk to you on stream.
I recognize that.
So I think you need to use your Eddie connections to get on banned.
I recognize that.
Graham getting. I need to turn off my fucking voice alert. I appreciate it though. I needed that. My follow account was looking bad. How do I take this? Wait, it's not even on. Wait, check. Can you guys hear that? If you guys can hear the, I think only I can hear it. Anyway, some things just got on my stream. Collingwood got belted here. Collingwood suck, man. I'm sorry. How do we tell you? Collingwood mid team. No, by W. Alright, anyway. Any other questions for Rabbi? Wait, I'm surprised he's asleep right now. What's the time?
Yeah, dude, it's 5:04 in the morning. I've been up all night. But I've had some amazing conversations with people. I had a guy in here from Israel, and we spoke for like 2 or 3 hours on advanced physics. Prior to that, I had somebody in here who had suffered. They were a veteran, and we talked about like brain-computer interfaces and quite a few other things. I just had a friend in here from England, and he was the person who was, I was talking to before you came in. And then prior to that, I had an excellent conversation with a young lady regarding like freedom of speech, and like it was just wonderful.
Wait, where are all these guys? Wait, so cause I don't remember how I found you. I found you from bottom of my channel. How do all these guys find you?
No,
Twitter.
So some people find me from Kick Clips, but most of these people have found me from Twitter. Like the guy from England, he found me from Twitter. The guy from Israel, he found me from Discord. I get people who find me from Twitch. I've had people who find me from YouTube. So like that's the one weird thing. That's what.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Getting questions. So okay, these are some questions in the chat. Someone asked, when did he last go out?
Today. Like it.
What did you do? Go take a walk?
Yeah. Well, I had groceries delivered, so I went outside and got those.
So, I feel like maybe last week went outside, maybe did a walk or something.
Last time I touched grass was also yesterday. Prior to that, one of my roommates has a garden, and I helped him in it for like 10 minutes. He wanted some assistance, so I was able to do that. And I also went to the mailbox.
Nice. All right, next question. What is on his criminal record? He doesn't have one.
No, if anything, maybe being a pimp.
Aura. Chat, Rabbi has aura. Anyway, any other questions? I got a few questions for you. All right, so, Rabbi. say if I wanted to blow up tomorrow, how do I do it?
Create a bot
What's the way?
and spam people, and it would take more
Okay,
than just tomorrow. So if you want to blow up in general,
without
that's
body.
yeah okay without botting.
Yeah, what's the quickest way to blow up without body?
Do
Good advice.
do man on the street interviews with people. People love that shit.
Okay.
So you just go to a popular place with a microphone and you just do interviews with people regarding anything, current events, sexuality, their spouse or significant other, whatever.
That would actually hit.
Yeah.
Chat that hit. Rabbi's cooking. He's cooking.
Yeah. So
Put a one in the chat. That hit. Put it the water.
the way that I find that people actually gain audiences is not from Kick directly or um, Twitch directly. It's by having um, other big social media platforms and filtering that into their live streams. So what you would do is you would do an interview with like a hot chick on TikTok, and you'd be like, "All right, what are your red flags in a guy? Go." And she'd be like, when he lies or when he cheats or whatever." And like the fact that you have a hot chick is captivating, and you get attention from that, and you can even just pay a model to do it or have a good-looking friend to do it, and then you post that on uh, Twitter or you post that on TikTok, and a bunch of people will follow that. Those kind of videos get many, many views. You get a lot of followers from that, and then you filter those people into your kick stream.
Okay, okay, okay. Chat, is that a W? Is that a W? I think it's a W. Anybody? I think that might be it. All right, boy. Well, this was a great chat.
Absolutely, Guido.
As long as I keep streaming, I want to keep having these little segments. The Rabbi uses it.
Absolutely. So here's what we remember, Guido. When you returned, we had about 2,000 people in the Discord, and we'll see how many are in here the next time you visit.
How many do you think? 5,000?
It depends how long it'll be, but um, I know this may sound overly confident, but with this strategy that I have on Twitter, I think I'll go viral before the new year.
Damn. You got to hear that. Rabbi is about to take off. This is we're about. It's like our last moments before Rabbi becomes famous. All right, we got him early. Got him early. All right, got him early. All right, Rabbi. This was good fun, man. We'll see you next time.
Peace, Guido. Much love. Blessings.
Before someone asks any streamers, who do you watch?
Guido first and foremost. Guido first and foremost. W Vagabond. He streams on a boat. I like X Straight Savage.
Okay.
He is a 420 streamer.
Okay.
I do watch some Aiden Ross. I do watch some Amaranth. I like when she adopted the dogs and she plays video games. She normally looks bored as fuck on her streams though. So I'm not gonna lie, like a lot of times she can be boring. I like there's this like I'm trying not to name guys though. Mostly it's guys that I watch just because most of Kick is guys. Okay, so
Do you only watch kick streams?
for the most part, that's because that's what my bots are on. So I really like Ori.
Okay.
Ori fucking streams huge amounts of time. I really like Lil Scam Live, and I really like. Hold on. This is a great question. I don't want to forget. Okay, so there are some chicks that I like. Violet Brandini, she's cool. Malibu Bailey, she's cool. She and I have played chess online together or via Discord. Um, I like anybody who doesn't kick me out of their Discord, basically. Okay, Oda Black, Mike Smalls Jr. I really like Mike Smalls Jr. He's hilarious. Slumdog, he's great. W Vagabond, Orlando Jet. Love Orlando Jet. You know Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah, and Shafed, he's great. Aiden Ross, cool. Ari Land, cool. X Straight Savage, amazing. Shakti G. You know who Shakti G is?
I've seen him. Yeah, I've seen him a lot.
Yeah, I love Shakti G. I love Sam Bond. He and I have done an interview. He's a really nice person. Wappy Flanker, he's from Las Vegas. He does a good job. I like um, um, Demi Sucks. I think she can be interesting, and also Moxie, she can be good. Um, who else do I like in on Kick?
You know HS
Do I know who?
HS Sticky Bug, you know.
Um, I'm sure I've seen them. Just one moment. I'm gonna look them. I'm gonna look them up right now. HS Tiki.
What about Cuffin?
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
Cupham.
HS Sticky Bug.
Yeah, okay. Let me look at this person. Just one moment. Okay, I see them. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I know this person. Yeah, they're a big time
What are
streamer.
you BAU?
Who's that?
Are you BAU?
AUBAU.
Yeah, it's Cuffin's community. Are you BAU?
Oh, I think I got banned from there, so I wouldn't even know that.
So, yeah. Anyway, okay, yeah, I like that. All right, Rabbi. It's good catching up, man. We'll see you next time, bro.
Blessings, my friend. Take care, Gato.
W Rabbi. W Jew in the chat.
Thank you, baby. You eat cheese with a spoon? Fuck yeah, baby. Sexiest motherfucker on earth. Dude, I've been talking to people for like, feels like 12 hours straight. Has it been? No, but it's been like 8 hours straight. Did you miss Dido? Absolutely. Were you just blowing smoke up his ass when you said you looked for him? No, I looked for him one time at least, and he hadn't streamed in a long time. Oi, dog, the fuck? Dude, I am always up so fucking late. There's no way you have 21,000 people watch you play video games, dog. Nobody believes that. That's like a large rural town watching this bullshit. Nobody's doing that. Dude, I've been wanting to watch the fucking Joey Diaz interview for like hours. I told Miss Aquarius that I would live stream something, and that was like 3 hours ago. Are you fucking serious? Dude, just watch it on the one.
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Tushy, Upstart, and Superhero Stuff You Should Know. More on that later. Let's get into the do. The Honeydew with Ryan Sinclair. Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it at the Nightman Studios. I'm Ryan Sinclair, as always, RyanSinclair.com. Sign up for the email list. Ryan Sinclair on social media. Patreon, get over to the Patreon. Sign up for the Honeydew.
Yo, dog, no one gives a fuck.
Submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. Had some crazy stories you guys are sharing. It's been a lot of fun. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel as well. And the honeydewpodcast.com is the website. It's where you find all the social media links. Follow along there.
Dog, shut the fuck up. We know how to use the internet.
Nation. I can't thank y'all enough. You guys are killing it out there. You look good too. God damn it, it's good merch. I know it's good merch. You guys tell me it's good merch. And if you live in LA, I always mention I got the love for the Santa Monica Music Center here where I record. They have online classes. You can get them from real Los Angeles musicians. All right, so go to SantaMonicaMusic.com. Use the code Honeydew. They will waive the registration fee and give you a free lesson when you sign up for a package. Now that all the business is out of the way, you know what we do over here? We highlight the lowlights. I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. And ladies and gentlemen, it is great to have back. First time here in the Nightpan Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, John. Yeah, all right.
This podcast association. Shout out to Jimmy Seafood.
It's so good. And people say, how much does he pay him? Nothing. He's a friend. And we've got to be friends all because of the Rogan podcast. That's it. He sent me a package. I'm like, this guy. And I do my shows there now. It's great family business. If you're looking for the best seafood, crab cakes for sure in the country. Jimmy
Dog, shut the fuck up.
All right.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Dog, your shit is too old. Too long. Yo, dog. How many? 13 hours. Guaranteed. Joy Diaz, Part 2. Twelve 31. Yo. Part 2, Honeydew. Oh, I have to fucking sign in. This is bullshit. What episode was it? Dog. Dog, I'm not signing in. Signing in is for bitches. Oh, hold on. But it's on this account, this device. Yeah, I have a lot of devices. Want to fight about it? This is athleticism, folks. It's unprecedented. Who you be with?
This episode of The Honeydew is sponsored by MyBookie. And just a heads up, we got some new neighbors next door. They get a little loud from time to time. It's not that bad. Whatever. We can deal with it. Let's get into the do. You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Ziegler at your mom's house.
What? Is...
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all.
Yo, dog. Oh, fuck. What is this bullshit? Hey, Rabbi, I heard you give me the new Bible. Oh, no. Hey, Rabbi. Can I get my own book? Can I be like Ruth? Baby. I don't want to be like some stupid ass bitch like Sarah. I want to be like Ruth. Can I be like Esther? Some lady be like, I'll blow you if I could be like Esther. They're like, calm down, lady. Maybe. Yeah, I sucked that motherfucker's dick. Now that entire book's known as Kawisha. Alright, Kawisha. Like, my name is Nikita. I sucked this motherfucker's dick so hard I got my own book of the Bible. Now that's fucking funny. Oh, the book of LaQuisha. I sucked this rabbi's dick so hard I got a new great name the book of the Bible after. There's a new book of the Bible. It's called Lakita, and it is amazing. Who you be with? Are you fucking serious? Who you be with?
Rabbi.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. I've been talking to people for like 8 hours straight. You know that girl who was in here? I have not stopped talking with people since that person.
Oh, that's good.
Most certainly. And people from all over the world. I had that girl, I don't know where she was from. Then I had a friend from England. Then I had a friend from Israel. Then I had a friend from England came back. Then I had a friend from I don't know where they were from, and then just had a friend from uh, Australia who's not Zoo.
Okay.
And now I've got you.
Mm-hmm.
You ready to take on the day?
Yeah. Yeah, ready to take on the day.
Hit it hard, girl. And God willing, we'll play tonight. Thank you again for your being so sweet and understanding that I was talking to that person. And
It's okay. I was tired. I had to go take my. I was talking about I was taking my shower.
excellent. Alrighty. Have a wonderful day. And God
All
willing.
right. I'll be back later. If I take a nap, I'll be back later. Okay.
Sounds like a plan, ma'am. Take care.
All right. You too.
Thank you. Who you be with?
you guys. Our boy Josh Potter will be there in Baltimore in, I believe, November. Go check him out there as well. For everything Honeydew related, honeydewpodcast.com. That's where the merch is. Everything you want to know is there.
Yes.
And I always say thank you to everyone for all the support, the messages, the emails. I really appreciate it. I enjoy doing this every week. And if you're new to the show, I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. So today's storyteller is, he's the legend. He's the legend. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Honeydew, Mr. Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz, got it right here. I know right where we're going to pick up, because by age 9, you had already seen dead bodies. You'd already tried to get your mom's friend to blow you and then wanted to beat her ass for not giving you your money back. You've lived an eventful childhood. We're going to pick up from there. But before we do, please promote whatever you would like.
Chicago Theater, next Friday night, the 27th, with Dean Del Rey and Kate Quigley. We're taking over that fucking city. We fly in fucking Thursday, ready to rock. Steaks, hot beef sandwiches, fucking best beef sandwich in the country with a sausage in the middle. Don't go in deep. Baby ass all week. I've been eating my garlic parsley pills to clean out the arteries.
I was going to say, taking care
of the arteries. No late night eating. I watched fucking Autopsy with Gina Gandolfini last night. And I learned something. When you have a big meal, the first 2 hours after a big meal, you have a big higher risk of getting a heart attack.
Really?
Yeah. 2 hours after a big meal, because just all this fat and cholesterol gets released and shit. And it's funny, I don't eat meat at night. I like eating meat, but I don't eat meat at night, because it's just too much digestion. I just saw that last night. That's important as well. People out there know that is important. The Honeydew is also educational.
Well, thank you for coming back. It's always a pleasure to have you on here. So last time you were on, we went to age 9. So let's just pick up at age 10. Where are you in life? And we can move forward from there.
Age, I was thinking about this on the way up here. I had 2 homes at age 9. I had 2 lives. I had 3 lives. I was the kid on 88th Street, and then I was a kid on 148th Street. So on 88th Street, I had to be more reserved.
Who was on 88th? Mom?
Dad, stepdad. I had already, because I had picked up cursing at the bar, I had already been pulled over by a couple moms and dads to say, hey, don't curse in front of my kids. When you're an immigrant, you get here, kids don't teach you for fucking nice words. They teach you something like that, pull my hair. They don't teach you something useful, Abe Lincoln. They don't talk to you about George Washington. They tell you all the curse words first. So I went fucking nuts those first couple of years. Cocksucker, motherfucker. I was going nuts. So I had to get more reserved. I acted like myself. But then when I went to 148th Street, I was Charlie. We became friends after about 3 weeks. And when I started hanging out with the other not Spanish kids, every nationality kid, they would go, fuck you, Charlie. They would pick on him. I would go, wait, pick on Charlie for? Charlie's a nice guy. He goes, oh, no, those models. Just like me. And I'm like, I bet you don't have one model. Oh, yeah. I'm like sticking up for Charlie. Right, I'm sticking up for Charlie. Charlie's a good guy. And everything Charlie's twisted. And then, so finally, the owner of the place goes, don't get that guy glue no more. He came to me. He's like, don't buy that fucking guy glue no more. I'm like, why not? He goes, that fucking guy starts glue. I'm like, what do you mean? I knew people smoked pot. I had seen my mother do bumps of coke and her friends. People drank. I wasn't hip to pills. I didn't know anything about pills. Isn't it crazy when you find out there's a different way to get high? And you'd already seen so much. I haven't seen my I had seen it out there. So I'm like, glue? What works? Right. I didn't believe it. So this went on for about 3 more weeks. And then one day I'm like, wait a second. Why am all these kids were hustlers? This was a big move for me. Because I really knew how to work people for money. Like I was at the bar, before we finish the Charlie story. Fuck it. So one day I look at Charlie, I'm like, wait a second. What if I bought glue and just sold it to him? Like for 10 cents. Like 10 cents was a big profit. 1959, 10 cents was 50 cents, you know? Right. You could buy fucking 2 packs of gum or whatever. No, I don't even know. It was like I just knew I marked it up. So through the fucking grapevine, you know, you hear more stories about him. I found out he was a Vietnam vet. He had been hurt over in Vietnam. He got hit with a missile in the head or something like that. And they sent him back because he was a little fucked up. His head was a little fucked up. I was looking at him from behind the counter. I'm like, this guy don't look right, but he's a nice guy. Oh, my God. So, you know, I went to my mother one day and I go, Ma, you know, I got like this place. I don't even know if I went to my mother for that one. I just had the money. So I asked the fucking guy in the glue store, I go, how much for all the glue? They go, I'll show you all the glue for whatever, $8 or something. I gave me $8. I just had gold in my pocket. Every time I'd see Charlie, I'd sell him glue. Now, I knew he started glue, but I didn't know nothing about it. And 5 months later, one of my jobs, when I stayed with my godmother, was to help her take the garbage out of the buildings. She owned 3 buildings, so on a couple of nights a week, I would have to pull the garbage out from this basement area, and the rats would scatter. I mean, it was fucking mind-boggling. And it was a little, maybe 6 feet wide, and maybe like 15 feet. It was like a little bomb shelter, but it had a door where the tenants went in, you open up the garbage can and put their garbage in, and I would pull out the garbage cans. One night, it's got to be 8 o'clock, and his my godmother's husband's name was Raul. Me and Raul would stay up at night and watch fucking TV and the Saints, you know, cool shit. And I went to the garbage cans, and as I'm pulling them, there's Sticky Charlie. There's Charlie sitting there with a bag, just going, shit. He saw me, and I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing? And he got up. He went to fling the fucking bag. He had glue on his hand, so the bag stuck in his hand. So he's trying to get rid of the bag. I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing in the hallway? I'm like a little kid. Right. And I'm like, you motherfucker, you don't know no fucking models. Like, I believed in you. Like, I fought for you for fucking months. I'm at home thinking you're building models, and that's what you do to me. You dirty motherfucker. So from that time on, he was Sticky Charlie, right? So he was on a check. I broke it down. The reason why I wouldn't see him, he'd have lapses, because Sticky Charlie got a check at the beginning of the month. Like on the 5th from the governor for being a half the time. And then he would get glue, and he lived in his mother's basement. That place where he lived, magically, years later became like a fucking popular street for marijuana. 148th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam is the fucking late 70s. They had 2 types of weed on that block. It was called Sense or Time, or the Time weed. I've had that time. And then they would mix it, and it would be called the Magic Mix. I've had that. And then they would give you a card with a punch card. And every time you come, they punch the fucking card. So this is later on, I didn't smoke dope when I was a kid. I didn't know nothing about that, nothing but that block. So when we walked towards that block, we were going to walk to like a park or something. So one day, some kids went at Sticky Charlie's house. So Sticky Charlie lived in his mother's house. But there was like a basement, and Sticky Charlie lived down there. So what they would tell me is when Sticky Charlie would get this check from the government, he would get like 10 tubes of glue. He would stock up on glue and go over to the house. There was some crack hose there. There were glue hose. He had a couple glue hose, and he would be down there listening to like black music, snorting glue with the hose. It was crazy. And then when the money would finish, the glue hose would disappear, right? So he'd be walking around all fucking lonely. So we called him Sticky Charlie for years. But everybody had their own personal scam. Like Nelson, there was this one family, the Centennials. There were like 9 kids. They lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. They had a fan in the living room. I would go in their house to listen. You know how bad I would feel. I had an air conditioning with carpeting and cable TV in my room. And there were 9 in the apartment. So all this shit had a fucking work, Jack. So I know Nelson in those days delivered for the pharmacy, like off the books. Like, he was like 8. You know, he was like a young kid. He just like deliveries for the pharmacy. Our job was to go to business owners, take the garbage out. It was like the glue shop, a barbecue place. There was like a bodega. Our job was to take the garbage out, sweep the front of their businesses, and clean down their windows, and they would give us like $1 a day. So every day we started the day with like maybe $4. Right. And that would get us hot dogs or barbecue beef sandwiches and all that shit. But those kids were wild. We got into fist fights. They knew about fucking knives. So I bought a fucking knife with them one day. It was called a 007. You can look it up on Google. It's a huge knife from the 70s.
Is it like that survival knife that got popular?
Not Rambo. Yeah, not Rambo knife. Look at it. It's a 007. Look at the size of that thing. So think of being 8 years old. 9 years old. And that's what I had. I would buy special painter's pants so I could put the knife in the side pocket of the painter's pants. Okay, because this is how these kids ran. They were looking to stab motherfuckers. They protected their block. They lived and died for 140 years way before gangs or sex. This is just 7 or 8 kids that lived on 148th Street. If we went to 149th Street, 149th had their own kids. So either we were tight with them or we were at war with them. So everybody knew you had your own turf. So we were 148 Broadway to Amsterdam. That was our little turf. We helped out the dry cleaner, the pharmacy. There was a movie theater on 147th Street in Broadway called Tapia. We never paid to go to the movies. Like crime don't pay. Like we used to just walk in there and say like, we're not paying it. We'll burn the joint down. And we were like between the ages of 7 to like 10. And we're like, crime don't pay. We were going into the movie theater. So my life up there was completely different. Floods a different angle.
Shot is that because this week's Fucking Magazine has a full page
and she would take a
right
cab
on about
out
official from
there.
official media in Baltimore.
And then
Watching that show every single day on Zoom. Support the show. And he writes in the beginning of the article that says that he attributes a big part of what he's doing here, galvanized by an incredible life lesson he learned doing Ellie Stefanski's popular 8-minute job to a Rothschild'S. Delivering our regular share was a beautiful life lesson, but look it up, Rothschild'S stuff in demo at minute 42. So, way to go, official. One of that life lesson is today's job. It's one of the most fascinating goblin shots with so many different life lessons. Before it starts off, the case of like this, how many meals are you going to eat on shopping? Muhammad said 3. The Shikha says 4. And now Mishnah's mashma that it's 3. There's a Mishnah that says that if you only have 2 meals in a day, the person's very poor. The Shah takes from the top of which is the daily stuff. He has 14 meals. That means 2 meals per day. Times 7, 14 meals, he has enough for a week. He should take the weekly stuff. This year, and Shah is doing that he's 3 meals. So he's 15 meals, 6 meals, 4 meals. I'm not saying like the chemo, I It's better not to take tzedakah and not have 3 meals on Shabbos. So there's a Mishnah that says that if a poor person is traveling, you must give him at least the equivalent of a week of a bread and enough for a bed and a pillow. And then it says for Shabbos you give 3 meals, not 4 meals like we're beginning with. You must say that we're talking about a situation where you're comfortable with. When he leaves, you're going to give him an extra meal, say the Ladar. You're permitted to wash dishes on Friday night. You need those dishes Shabbos morning. You can wash Shabbos morning. You're not allowed to wash dishes when it's after Shabbos. And here starts that of the video. If you keep and you are very careful about the shalosh students, 3 men on Shabbos, you'll be saved. You're going to get the shalosh Koranim. But the Mashiach, the Henem, and the Muhammad are going to if you're Machanic Shabbos, means you're lighting Shabbos and you're going to explain what that means. They give you enough of the Lina Tsarim, heritage throughout the boundaries. It says the Bible was the son of Hashem. It says, Nachlas Yaakov. The Nachlas Yaakov, not ever means it. After he promised. After the Yom HaTeva. So you're not going to, you'll be saved. You'll see the Golos, the oppression of Golos. God says, anything your heart desires. What does it mean to be on Shabbos? In those days, beautiful dishes of meat, fish, or large fish with garlic, every generation and every place with their own food from the house. And if person can't afford it, even if he makes one small dish and passes the heart of Shabbat Shabbos, that is his own Shabbos. The Bible one says, if a person keeps Shabbos, he'll also with all the power halachos, even if you do have a desire like the generation of Enosh, they'll forgive him, as it says. Ashrei Enosh. It says, Kados v'chaloi, we don't read it v'chaloi, but multiple loy. Famous Gemara, if Israel would have kept the very first Shabbos, then the nations wouldn't be able to rule over them. Shimon says they would have kept 2 Shabbos and they would have been immediately. Gemara says, brings Rabbi Yossi 7 different things that Rabbi Yossi says he wishes will be part of in Gan Eden. He wishes will be from those who change Sudas. He wishes that will be from those who finish Hallel every day. Now it's also to say Hallel every day. What he meant to say is the 2 was Moyer and 2 was Zimra. Hallelujah Hashem Hashemayim and Hallelujah the Kodesh. Yonan says there's a great mitzvah for davening chakras with the next as the sun comes up and davening as the sun goes down. So he says, I wish I could be from those people. He says, I wish I could be from those who died from an intestinal disease. Gives forgiveness and laveris. He wishes he could die as he's performing a mitzvah, and he wishes he could be from those who accept Shabbos early and let Shabbos out late. He wishes he could be from those who hear people thinking of Hamidrash rather than those who get on the beat and say, time to stop, it's lunchtime. He wishes to be from those who collect from other people money to give out the tzedakah rather than to be from those who give out the tzedakah because they come into great trouble by making mistakes and giving tzedakah to the wrong people. He wishes to be from those who are accused falsely. Like the Prophet said, I was accused falsely and it wasn't right. It turned out to be wrong. Some explained that Rabbi Papa was fell off a ladder and he asked his wife, did he have a brush with death? And he said, perhaps he didn't get tzedakah to him. And he said, that's wrong. Or the famous story where the guy said, please sit down on the bed and he refused to sit, and later on they found a dead baby under the bed, but nevertheless they accused him of killing the baby and had to run away. Says Rabbi Yossi, I once had 5 relations where I repeated the relation, and each time I planted an Eretz, meaning Doladar, Yishmael, Rabbi Lazar, Chalakim, Rabbi Pilas, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi, these are all sons of Rabbi Yossi. Yossi explains the famous explanation that he meant that he had 5 Yavamas. In other words, 5 of his brothers died, and he had in the Yavim 5 sister-in-laws. And in one Yavim, each of them once, we had 5 sons. And he says, and it's not recommended to do this today, to say this to your wife, but he says, I never called my wife, I always called her a house. What he means to say is that the wife is the main part of the house, is a terrible house. He never called his ox, not called his ox, field. I never looked at my bris milah. So why is it called Chadash, like Rabbeinu HaChadash? Because Rabbeinu Rabbi, the author of the Mishnah, not only did he not look at the bris, but he used to put his hand below his belt ever. Rabbi Yossi I used to get dressed in such clothes that the ceiling was never seen the inside of my shirt. I never contradicted my friends, so my friends told me, get up and give them, be a fine individual, I'm out of time, get up and give them. The Russian Hara, if you say something that can be explained in two ways, and you say it in front of that person that you're saying it about, that proves that you're not saying Russian Hara, and you guys say, I never said something that I had to take it back. Or it says, or even have a ring that said, I excelled in a certain mitzvah, and that should be my sakar. Like Rav Nachman said, I excelled in 3 million times. Or he said, I excelled in 4 kilo, having Kabbalah by David. I never went Daladamas without a head covering. Rav Sheshes said I was extremely careful with clothes. Rav Nachman said I was extremely careful with tzitzis. Rabbi said, Rabbi was very careful with tzitzis to the point where he wasn't a ladder in one of the strings ripped to reduce the rooms until they able to replace the strings. Rabbi was very careful when he makes seal. The finished receptors have a wonderful day.
I remember what I'm telling you. I'm sure I don't remember. So I could just imagine what, I was getting this big exposure. Like, I look at my daughter first. Versus this sweet kid. I look at her and I want to cry. Because at that age already, I've been to sing to visit somebody. I had fucking, I knew about drugs.
Shabbos that because the Muslim does from C5 a very inspiring email. He says he just recently made Aliyah and his son Danny came talking about the finally during Corona he decided his forced to stay home. He decided to join the shir. Now, at the age of 75, I am finally hooked on a shir. I've been trying to wake up early so I don't miss any of it. I think that I cannot join in live. I listen to it on YouTube. It's amazing how many people from all over the world. We make it so interesting and even fun. I hope to be inspired by this video. Don't forget to come. Thank you to be fine. It's never too late, and it's never too early. And today's a perfect time to start the daf. We hear the amazing stories about Quick Shabbos, Shabbos Kodesh. Rabbi says it's on the phone. It's going to be judged. We don't go to sleep until we found something to make a split for him and go in his direction. Rabbi Rashi says, I can't even judge him because I am biased towards them. Rabbi Hanino would put on his finest clothing and he would go out and say, Boy, and then Bo, and then to the Shabbos Hamalka would go out and clean the Shabbos clean, and the famous thing that we say with Rabbi Yana would say, Boy, Chalo, Boy, Chalo. Rabbi Nachman would make a tremendous amount of these boiled wafers, Risa, the Abba, you will buy from 13 different kitchens, meat, you bring it home, and you tell the chefs, be energetic, hurry, make this one, and then I'll bring more meat later. Rabbi Bo, even though he's very wealthy, he sat on an ivory chair and he ran out the fire. When we're black clothing on Erev Shabbos to show that even though he's getting dirty, he wants to get dirty to cover Shabbos. The famous saying, Rav Safra Machir Reisha, Rabbi Malach Shukah, Rav Safra would singe the head of the animal, get rid of the ears. Rabbi, which anybody could do, the sword could do, but he wanted to do himself. Rabbi would salt the fish. Rabbi would light the candles. Rabbi Papa would set the wicks. Rabbi Hizdo would dice the beets. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef would split the wood. Rabbi Zera would light the fire. Rabbi Yisrael would ship around ready boxes and things for Shabbos. He'd go back and forth. And he said, it's as if Ami and Rav Asi would be like, yes, wouldn't like schlepping their things. And the Gemara says, some say that Ami and Rav Asi would be schlepping boxes on Shabbos. And they would say, if a judge knows how to get, wouldn't we do this? The famous story of Yosef Michael Shabbos. He was a guy, a wealthy guy, who went to the stargazers and he was told that he's going to lose all his belongings. Yosef Michael Shabbos, he had a trip. He took all his belongings and traded it for one Jew. He put that tulip in his hand, walked over a bridge. The wind came and blew it into the water. A fish came and swallowed it. And the fisherman took the fish out right before Shabbos. There was no one to buy the fish. They had a great idea. Let's go to Yosef Michael Shabbos. Rather than trading this unbelievable fish, the fish that he had from so well, became wealthy. He was sell that to 13 addicts worth of gold. Rashi says that's an exaggeration. Yohanavi comes into and said, the idea is that whoever borrows the covered Shabbos Kodesh, Shabbos pays him back. Whereas, how do people gain wealth in Israel? They have the concept of Aser, Bishvil Shadis Asher. You get Meiser from wealth in Israel, they don't have food to get Meiser from. Over there, it's because they are Mechavid Shabbos. What does the story about? Here, Abba was a guest in Fitzwater, and they brought out a golden table that needed to be carried by 16 people. That's how anyway. And it had 16 chains of silver with all the beautiful dishes and food and desserts and fragrances. And when they put it down, they said, Hashem ha'aretz u'meloya. When they put it away, they said, Hashemayim, Hashem ha'aretz. Why do you think you resigned to this? The person said, I said, you go to any time. The amazing she said, we get part of the week, I take it, put it aside for Shabbos. And so I would do the entire week. It said, Ashrecha should be so far from Makkah. She's called she's a technical path. Rabbi Shmuel ben Chananya told the Caesar, you smell that unbelievable aroma? That's a very special spice called Shabbos. It only works with people who keep Shabbos. As it says, Tosh Hashem Kuba, don't get kicker, and you will have a good food, probably a nice clean clothing. If you bag it though, Rab says that if you eat at a certain time, you should eat the Shabbos meal earlier. Shmuel says if you eat at a certain time, you should eat the Shabbos meal later. Rabbi says those of us who are just eating meat and wine during the week, on Shabbos, depending on what you do during the week, you eat at a certain time, you eat it earlier, make your meal later. Our Sheshes was blind, wanted to make sure that the Talmidim get to the meal on Shabbos at the right time, and along the year, they put Talmidim where the sun would hit in the summer, or where the shade would hit in the winter, and they would have to get up and run away and go eat the meal for time of Shabbos. But Zero, when Talmidim arguing and learning, would say, please, I'm begging you not to do Al Shabbos. When you're talking and learning and not enjoying the meal, you're not being the kind of mitzvah of Erev Shabbos. Rabbi says that an individual should say by Yehudu, it's as if he is a part of the Baruch. We don't read it by Yehudu, we read it by Yehudu together with the Baruch they created the world. You see from the creation of the world that the words have power like actions. It says with Pasuk, Zar Hashem, with the word of Hashem, Shamayim Nats, the sky, the heaven was made. When a person says by Yehudu, Friday night, two Malachim, they come here, and they put their hands on his head, and they say, B'Sarah v'Nefa. One of the malachim is a good malach, the other one is bad. They come and they find a candle lit, and the table is set, and they give a bracha, the good one gives a bracha that you should find this following week, and the bad malach is good to say Amen. They don't find that he makes the shvala, and the good one says Amen against his will. But instead of Shabbos, they believe even if he's full, he's not going to eat only the Zions, like a mountain as well, except the table, like a mountain. Hot water, baked in hot water. We eat fresh baked bread, hot baked bread. It has powers of healing. Rabbi was a chef, a young calf, a third-born calf, so that he, how much Shabbos he chef this, so that he part of the kidney. So his son Avini, when he called her, he said, I don't understand, why don't you just use the one that you use for Shabbos? Erev Shabbos, save the kidney from other Shabbos. So he tried it out, and he put the one animal that he was supposed to shut on the Shabbos, he left it alive. And on Shabbos, the lion came and ate that animal. They didn't gain anything. So the lady says, whoever says, the whole qualified, meaning with all his kavanah, with all his intent, they destroyed 70 years of the Zaradin. If he has some sort of a desire that he did, but we want to say, Amen, before you come out, open up the gates of them, eat them. Amen stands for Hail, Melech, Nehemah. The Lord says that fire is only found in a place where there's still Shabbos. And it happens on Shabbos where you cannot put it out. There's some reason why Yerushalayim was destroyed. Either because of Michal Shabbos, they didn't say Krishma in the morning and evening, they stopped the children from learning Torah, they didn't have purchase fund, they couldn't drive, they didn't give each other Musar and Tafel, they were Mevaish on Tafel, the Rav says, whoever's Mevaish on Tafel, there's no remedy for that. They stopped being truthful in business. I'll think of the Yeshiva, don't touch my anointed one means the children that learn Torah, over the Via Torah, is referred to the world only exists because of the Torah that children learn. And Rabbi says that the Torah of adults isn't the fear, the Torah of the younger ones having a wonderful day.
And what, like a German Shepherd? No, like this little dirty dog. And sometimes he either hit you with the stick, or sometimes he'd sick the dog on you. The dog would grab your pants and he would hit you with the stick at the same time. So I told Jack, you ever touch me? I'm walking out my stepfather and my
that cool talk. Today's email comes from Larry Jackson from Maryland. He says, he's ready 55, started WME a number of times. This is the first time that he's reached this far. Due to all the graphics and diagrams, they really help bring each student to life. That's not hilarious. There's shots of everyone. The Ezra Hashem is on. The thing with the studio of saving different things from a raging fire. He says the Mishnah, you can save even 100 meals if they are in a basket, or an entire barrel of wine, or a whole 50 figs. The question is, why is it something different than the Mishnah we had a number of days ago, where you can save only 3 meals? One shot in order to do this because we're dealing with one basket. One basket is less good. Doesn't matter how much is in that basket. If so, if you have an open blanket, and you take a smaller basket and pour it into that open blanket, since you only remove one blanket, that would be under 1 liter, even though it's more than 3 baskets worth. You see something similar? If you have a barrel of wine that has a hole in it, you're allowed to take another barrel, put it underneath, and pack as much wine as you want. It's not limited to 3 meals. Another traffic market is, the difference is, if you bring it to this culture, you're allowed to save as much as you want. If you bring it to a different culture, you're limited to 3 meals. Says the Mishnah, you're allowed to call in for help and tell them, save the food for yourself. Now, if they were smart about it, they'll give back the food and charge that person for their time. Rabbi says we're talking about chassidus. We don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Yes, he's not here everything, but he had no choice. He's forced. So chassidus don't want to take advantage of that. Says Rabbi, if there's such chassidim, they wouldn't take money for working on jobs. Rather, says Rabbi, we're talking about Yerushalayim, not chassidim. We don't want to take advantage of somebody else. They don't want to take from other people, but they also don't want to work for free. They want to be compensated for the time. If you understand what the shop is, they understand. But since all this food is really theirs, when they give it back to the person, all they're asking is to be compensated for their food. And that's not considered smart shopping. Mishnah tells us that in order to save food, it has to be put to its culture that has proper order. But the Sefer says, well, we have a couple of labels, it doesn't have to be a proper order. Let's say different items that you have, not necessarily food. And when it comes to clothing, you put on as many of the clothing you have, you put on 5 coats and pants, walk outside, undress, go back in, and keep on doing this. Justice says no. You are limited to 18 clothing that were standard in those days, and only one time. Now, what are these clothing? The Gemara says it's an outer coat, an inner coat, a belt, a shirt, a robe, a vest, socks, the garter that held up the socks, shoes, afilios, a robe, a mask, or a mask, another type of belt, a hat, and even a scarf that goes around the neck that people from now to their eyes. Says the Mishnah, it should have been not as whole the concept that you're allowed to do around pausing at a later stage the fire to be extinguished, like by filling up a jar with water, and when the fire reaches that jar, it explodes and the water puts out the flame. You're not doing it deliberate right now. It's a different stage. Rabbi. Therefore, he also says, let's say a dresser is invited to claim on a dress, so she can make a window, it can make some leather, and put it on the other side, and when it reaches it, it cinches the leather, the fire doesn't continue. According to Rabbi Bananas, Rab says, I hold that if there's a fire that's on a piece of garment, you're allowed to pour a liquid on the other part of the garment, and when the fire gets there, it extinguishes itself. Yes, you know, Rabbi Bananas also, now that at a later stage, maybe that's when it's wrong or whatever it is, even though the Pasuk says the word Asiya, doing, and this is at a later stage, the concept that we have throughout the whole Adam, a person acts irrationally when it comes to saving his property, and he might come to extinguish the flame, therefore we live in it. If a person puts a candle on top of a plank of wood, deliberately, that plank of wood becomes a bust of the candle, and therefore it's usher shouts to move the plank of wood. Even just to shake off the candle would be usher. If you forgot it there, then you are permitted to shake the wood so the candle falls on the ground, even if the candle is lit. The candle might continue burning on the floor. It might extinguish itself. It's not 100%, therefore it's multiple. The Rashi says, you're allowed to open up a door, According to Rashi, the candle is right by the door. According to Isis, the candle is on the door itself. And if the flame goes out from the wind, then it went out. If not, Rab cursed those who did so. And he said, even according to the Shin, that both Rabbi and Sharif and Scott and Mutter, you didn't have any intent for the flame to go out. But in this case, since it's obvious that it's going to go out, that's called a submission. So even if Shimon is good in the case of 100% going to go out, it is awesome. You open up the door, and the wind pokes a fire, let's say a fire, hands it up. Well, it depends. If it's one of these fires, one of these winds that's a common wind, then according to Rabbi, it's filtered if it came from fire, and you have to realize that it's also because it's a wind that's uncommon. That's awesome. So you have to make all winds awesome. You have to explain Raisa and say that Raisa has no rabbanon in its own regard. That is, the Raisa says, if you build a wall out of vessels that don't contain any water are not going to explode, for instance, a vessel made out of metal, or even earthenware that comes from different places that are very strong, then it's a very interesting secret. If a person has Hashem's name written with ink on his body, well, halacha number one is you're not allowed to stand until the thing of Hashem's name. You have to make sure that it's covered. You're not allowed to go into the bathroom with Hashem's name. And you're certainly not allowed to erase Hashem's name deliberately. However, you're allowed to go into a mikvah, you're allowed to go into a bath. As long as you don't rub the name off and it comes up by itself, that's called a drop, and that would be mutter. Even according to Rabbi, because it says the possibly sasa, you're not allowed to use it literally, but you rub out its mutter. The person has a condition, let's say he's a zog, and he has to go to the mikvah. Since you're not allowed to stand unclothed with Hashem's name, he must put something on it, such as a bandage, a reed, but he has to make sure that it's loose, that the water can get through, so that the bandage doesn't create a patitza. Don't cover with your hands. You might forget that you're covering something and you'll take your hand up and it's supposed to be. Now, what if a person doesn't have something to cover his? According to Chachamim, that people Mishmano, go to the mikvah when the time comes is a mitzvah, you must go right away. Don't say it's not a mitzvah. Therefore, go around, look for a bandage. But according to Yossi, that it's a mitzvah to go right now. Therefore, don't look for a bandage. Go in and cover your hand. And finally, if the ink is dry, then that means it's same with being blood, honey, milk, and ink. If it's moist, like in our case, then it doesn't become a so what is Rito?
And then the kid started acting weird. Like he was always like an insecure kid, but now the insecurity from him, everybody knew that lots of shit on him and he has. So the kid was walking around a little like autistic at this point, like he went backwards. So I don't know, from my roots on 148th Street, I learned that what those kids had over 88th Street was that they lived and died for one another. You could not touch one of us without 6 months.
Today's email comes from Israel.
We only had money for one sandwich. We broke that sandwich 6 ways. If I got a soda, we drank it 6 ways.
I should let you know how their condition was. I was driving back to the gas station and sitting and traveling on the 17th for more than 2.5 hours. I started looking at from the beginning, now I'm going to die. But Zion, trust me, there's no better way to spend time alone in traffic other than your Rabbi Shkir and Tzedek Israel G. Famous concept about Mira Lakakum Shmos. Concert to tell a non-Jew, so even to hint a non-Jew, to do malacha for you on Shabbos. So what if you have a fire, and the fire department comes down, says the Mishnah, you don't have to prevent them from putting out the flame, but you know, direct them and tell them to put out the flame. But if a minor, obviously we're talking about if a minor comes to put out the flame, you must stop him. Because he's doing it al das oven, of Jesus' father. Let's say there's a situation where he's doing the malacha, not for that for his own sake, let's say he finds something which is rabbi and you want to kill them, you don't have to prevent them. You paskin Chadam Mikvah Leilos if a Chadam Nazir or this sort of paskin Chadam Nazir realize hey, it says in the Tzuvim you're not required to prevent them. The Gemara tells us that there's a fire in the yard of Yosef that's mud, and the guy came to put it out, his friends, the Roman friends that he had in the government, and he said, no, please don't put it out. It's Shabbos today. The Lord tells us to pay them very nicely. And the mace happened that rain came and put out the pipe. Tom said he didn't have to do so. As we look in the Mishnah, the guy comes, you don't have to be prevented. Rabbi says that when it comes to a fight or for any loss for that matter, you can announce and let it be known that whoever helps you is not going to lose. They will be compensated. You don't say so, you say you won't lose. That's the halacha. But we cannot prove it from our Mishnah. Says the Mishnah, you can take a bowl, flip it over, and put it over a leaf canvas that doesn't cause damage, over waste. The boy can explain what comes up. Chicken waste. Hope so that the child should touch it. And over the bowl, flip it over, put it over a trap, a scorpion. The word says that according to Rabbi and Zakkai, he saw somebody so trap a scorpion. He said, I'm afraid that he might be chayv v'chatos. He was luxury. So, Rabbi Zakkai holds life to be like a chayv. The word tells us a story that Rabbi Oven gave a couch to 2 out of 3 guests, to Rabbi Yehuda, to Rabbi Yehuda, but not to Rabbi Chana, the son of Rabbi. And Rabbi Chana took exception to that. And when he heard Rabbi Oven teaching his son our Mishnah, he said, you cannot cover the weight of a child so that another child shouldn't touch it. He said a very strong lashon. He said, Oven is shakir. Oven is a shaita. And he's teaching listen to his child. Because the feces, the waste of a child is not looking at a dog. It's very practical style. So maybe you just pick it up and bring it out. There's no reason to cover it. And there's no issue with loyal. Since you're anticipating it, you expect it to happen. Therefore, our mission is talking about the waste of a chicken which is cooked up. Yes, there's a concept of grass already. Anything disgusting, you're allowed to move. You want to bring the story that there was a dead mouse by Rav Ashi, by his son, and he said, pick it up by the tail and move it out. It's grass already. So the waste of a chicken, we move them all. The reason why over here, you can't move it, you have to put it down, is because he's already in a pile of trash in his own pocket. No head to move the grass. Some lady says that any animal that can cause damage will have to pay on Shabbos if it's chasing. Now, there are 5 animals, and even if they don't chase you, go in a different direction, you're allowed to kill them. And they are the Egyptian fly, very dangerous. The nimbe, hornet, the scorpion that lives in Chagov and Iraq, the snakes that are strong, and a rabid dog, a mad dog, anywhere in the world. Snake. That's what I get to go here. What says when a person has an opportunity to kill a vicious snake, it's a big stress. So if he had a brush with the snake, and his life was in danger and he wasn't able to kill him, that's the reverse sign. That's a sign that he was supposed to be harmed by the snake. When you don't commit an ace, they shouldn't be harmed. So you have to start thinking what I've done in order to deserve this. And that the Gemara says, only in a situation where the snake was hissing at him. There was a monkey upset about it. More there's a story that the snake comes in his bedroom, a Rabbi. And when he lost it, somebody from the window came up and killed the snake. The Rabbi said the snake met his match. The Gemara wasn't sure, was it a good thing that he killed the snake? Or perhaps it wasn't such a good thing. The Gemara remained with the sucker. Rabbi said, you're allowed to kill a hornet and certainly a snake, but you can't bring a riot for that. Why? Because there's a concept called the If you're walking and a snake passes by, have to go around the snake. You can continue walking. In fact, you're allowed to step on it and kill it on purpose. But what you do is just walking, stepping on its way to kill it. And that's what the Shulchan Aruch passes. When it comes to skill, for instance, the Shulchan Aruch says, you do have the concept of a tutor, but you can't have a one who can't do it on purpose. So what does the story that Abba Bar Malka owed money to the Rishbolos? So the people of Rishbolos brought him in, and they were tormenting him that he should pay back. And it was on Shabbos. And the Rishbolos noticed there was skin on the floor. She said, cover the skin. So Abba Bar Malka said, what if they cover it? You just walk the people out, and it covers itself, no problem. A partner of Mashikon says, listen, these guys don't talk. Let them loose. Don't bother. I mean, older people.
The back of my head had fucking balls on it. And then that other thing came out. The two balls. There was two balls that you fucking pull like this. They were called something. And they were made out of like fucking fiberglass. And you go ding, ding, ding. And then when you got rid of it, you go ding, 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 ding. And they would go backwards and forwards. Kids were walking around with eye patches. It was Halloween every day. Kids were losing eyes and they were still playing with the fucking balls.
Shabbos that people base that is sometimes from Abu Morel. He said he's been in and out of the hospital for the past year and a half. He hit his shots once before during the training break and had in Maryland. I was in such a critical state that the not making the job until the end of 2019. When the decided to try to get back to the job, and I discovered that 8 minutes down, even when I'm having a hard day, I cannot thank you enough for this incredible opportunity to fall behind and learn and enjoy me because it's life-saving. It stays in place. I'll be developed, emotionally, shots, many more times so far. The Lord tells us that a candelabra, that's one piece, or a wagon, that is solely carried with one hand, you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. Rabbi Hanino said that wine that comes in on a non-Jewish wagon, even if it has one seal, Rabbi's family could drink from one Rabbi. Rabbi is the Nasi that the guy would fear tampering with even one seal. Well, perhaps the halacha is like together that one seal is enough. Says the Mishnah. Up until now, we were discussing Amur telling the good. Our Mishnah discusses what happens to those who performs the malacha. Now, a lot of benefit from the malacha, particularly that it does for you on time. If even one idea comes out from today's guy, I've seen many times people going to turn on a light on Shabbos, they say if your remains are the king. But the halacha is that if the coach does turn on the light for you, it doesn't have his own halacha. It's not to benefit him. It's also to use that light for anything else that a guy will perform on Shabbos. If a guy turn on a light, or you fill up a pail of water, put it in the shayab, surround, or you build a ramp to get off a boat. A Jew can use it if the guy did it for himself. If he did it for the Jew, it's also for you. The reason why we have three cases that are very similar is the concept when it comes to a candle. They're the one who turned it on for himself, did it for himself, and it provides light for everybody. Therefore, when it comes to a pail of water, perhaps the guy saw that you're waiting for water, you add a little bit more. You could imagine you need water as well. A ramp is the same thing like a candle. A ramp for one person is good enough for 100 people. But the Mishnah tells us a story. During the meal, in the scheme of on a boat, which docked on Shabbos, and actually used the ramp on Shabbos. The Raisa adds another place. The guy gathers grasses for an animal and is left over to use it as long as the Raisa and the Jew doesn't know the guy. Who knows the guy is not allowed to use the grass for that. Now, one day you're allowed to take an animal and bring him and put him right over grass that's attached to the ground. Now, grass that's attached to the ground, it's also a crash, the animal is allowed to eat it, but on the New York shortcuts, it's sorry if it doesn't eat some spices. It's allowed to eat it, it's allowed to be close to Shabbos. However, it's also for the Jew to bring the animal over cut grass that's muktzah today because it's cut on Shabbos. And the reason is, since it's already muktzah the Rabbanon, we're concerned that you're going to touch the grass and give it animal. If you just lead the animal up to that grass, that's 100% okay. During the meal, you use the ramp that the guy built on Shabbos, either with talking about that the guy
because he did this to his kid.
did it not in front of him, he didn't do it for him. Or we're using the concept of Ner Le'echad, Ner Le'meah, since the guy already built it and it was for himself, so it doesn't matter that someone else is going to use it. It's just like a candle. When it comes to a bathhouse, or even a candle, so it depends. If the bath water was warmed up on Shabbos, and most of the people in the city are goyim, you could use it immediately after Shabbos. Most of the people in the city are Jews. You have to wait for the Beishiyas enough time after Shabbos that we push it to warm up the water. You can benefit from the fact that the goy heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, we must say that the goy did so because he had in mind to do it for the Jews. Otherwise, it's Ner Le'echad, Ner Le'meah. Once he heated up the water, what's the difference? If the Jews don't use it. But since he did it for the Jew, now we have a problem, and therefore the way the Beishiyas. Or tells us the story. A guy came in and helped Shmuel. Let's say Shmuel's at a certain fancy place in a hotel. The guy comes in, turns on the light for Shmuel. Shmuel did not want to benefit from the light. Turned the rest. And once he saw that the guy was reading the newspaper, the light, he said, okay, the guy did it for himself, and therefore I do it. Let's remember, not to benefit from the light that we turn on by the guy, unless the guy benefits from that light, and then we finish. Hadin Allah, focus. Says the new parish, Sher Kalak Kalak. Mishnah starts off saying, we're going to be discussing different types of books. Now we're talking about the Shumalakilah. A vessel that is designated and designed for something that's allowed to do on Shabbos, allowed to do something on Shabbos. So all kalim that are Shumalakilah are permitted to do on Shabbos. Not only that, your doors, as well as if you have a bathroom door, even if the door is off, you're allowed to move the door, you're allowed to move the back. But a house door, since the house is Mukhal Karka, the door is Mukhal Karka, it became off the hinge. You're not allowed to touch it on Shabbos. The Mishnah starts off. We're going to see the Gemara whether or not we're talking about a hammer, to crack open a nut. If you do it, to crack open a nut, or an axe, to cut the figs, a saw to cut cheese, hopefully a saw is or a hoe, a shovel to shovel out the figs, a pitchfork to feed a small child, or some sort of spindle to spear a piece of fruit to put in a strawberry, says Rashi, or a needle that they got to eat, or a larger needle for those who make sacks to open up a door. Abaya explains the Mishnah that even though, as I said before, these doors that fell off, even if these doors fell off during the week, Bryce says that a shida table will make certain dressers and boxes, you can take the door off, but you can't put the door on. And when it comes to chicken coop, you can't even take the door off. So Abaya explains that there's a concept of when it comes to vessels, you're not allowed to build them on Shabbos, you're not allowed to take them apart on Shabbos. So he explained the Bryce off, not that he is permitted to take the door off, rather the Bryce talking about when the door came off on its own, and you're not allowed to put that off. But certainly, you can't take it off. You can't take it off, you can't put it back to Shabbos. There is no issur to build on Shabbos and clean and take us apart. So therefore, you can take the door off. The only issue is to put the door back on. That's a zero. That you have to put it on better. You put some sort of nail in there. You'll very, very hard, very well. But therefore, that's a not good package. That's also a wonderful thing.
I was pretty proficient in karate.
In your fifth grade,
I was a purple belt in karate with at Floranjo, whatever his father's school, Mr. Black on 98th Street. I was great with kicks. I had really good kicks. My hands were kind of weak, but I was a pussy. I was scared to fight. I was scared to get in, but I was getting the hang of it. And I said today,
shout out to people. This email comes to us from Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. He says his grandfather was 95 years old, just tested positive for COVID. He was broken Esther, big tzaddik, a person for 75 years did not see his wife's hair. Only the first one should have received him with foolish life. With an amazing story of Muktzah, he said that according to Rabbi, a design of a malacha that you're not allowed to do on Shabbos. You're allowed to, such as a hammer. You're allowed to use that hammer if you have a malacha that's supposed to like to crack open a nut. The question is, why is a mortar and pestle, which is designed to crush vegetables, as a Kisha Lakulis? If so, it should be permitted to move, but certain food you want to use it for a permitted malacha. And malacha is, according to the Brisa, it's only permitted if you have garlic in it. You carry it in garlic. The more strict in this one says you're only allowed to carry a blade for its design purpose. And this is not the design purpose for a hammer, let's say. And so, you are allowed to crush, according to the Silla, with pestle, but you're not allowed to carry it. He says, we must say that the shot is that what's it called? This means that if you have a fleet that has a designated placement and you don't allow people to use them, you're concerned they'll get nicked. That's what's called this. That's even more common than Mishnah, such as the reader now like a quick press. The Rebbe says that our Mishnah is talking about a goldsmith's hammer, and the Rebbe says our Mishnah is talking about a hammer or a bass on the He's more strict because of a few hammer. You don't want to get dirty because that's not good for the very interesting, I love it. If you have food, such as a pig that's underneath a cake, or let's say you have a cake that's covered by extinguished coals, which are mixed. One man always says the only way you can take that out is if it's sticking out a little bit, you grab it by the middle, pull it out, and the coals fall to the wayside. Another man always says no, you can actually cook it with a stick or something and pull it out. The back of the coals that they fall to the side, that's typical minhag tzad. The Rabbi says in Catholic, that is not allowed. The problem is that the Rabbi once said, if you have a radish in the ground, you're allowed to pull it out if it's not attached to the ground, provided that it doesn't move the dirt. But if it's upside down, then you pull it out and hold the dirt. You're not allowed to. You have to say that it's not been picked like that. The rest says, the fact that you can pick out a splinter from your finger with a needle, you don't need the eye of the needle. The fact is that I pull up, the beginning of the eye is not coming at all. It's that needle becomes a non-clean, and the from this point, Rabbi says the difference between Tumah and Shabbos. But Tumah says clean mass. Has to be a clean top to bottom. Has to be completely clean. Rabbi says I don't understand. If it's not considered halachically a clean, when it comes to Tumah, then halachically it should be a clean by Shabbos. The problem is there's a Bryce that says exact opposite of Rabbi. Says there's a big difference between Tumah and Shabbos when it comes to needle. If it doesn't have an eye, it's not a clean for Tumah, and it is a clean for Shabbos. So, Abaya comes to Rabbi's recipe and says, perhaps the shot is, yes, it doesn't have an eye, but it's prefab, it's before the person had a chance to put the eye into the needle. But let's say the needle had an eye and it broke off, that's much worse. That already designates it for the recycling event, and it loses its designation, and the tumor falls off, and it's not a clean for Shabbos. Straighten out a baby's limbs on Shabbos is nothing. One of the it's different. There's no fixing a body on Shabbos. It's not like you're fixing the second one. According to the Nachman, it's also just like you're not allowed to take medicine for your spouse. You're not fixing the body. So too, you know how to straighten out the baby's limbs. It says in Shimon, what's the connection? To do Svamim, that's not the there. To do so, to straighten out the baby's limbs, that's very much there. So the fact of a raya, it says in the Mishnah, you let it take out a splinter from your finger. And that's fixing the body. The Rabbi says that if you have a splinter, is pocket. The splinter is right there, the surface ready to be removed, where the baby's lives. You need a lot of work. Says the Mishnah, if you have a stick of stir, the olives, the back, some of it's without flavor, some of it's not dependent. If that stick has a nut, where it's a base keel, kind of like a cup, stick into the juice and see if there's enough oil in it, is it ready to go to the press, then it's a clean, it's a gobble. Otherwise, it's strictly clean. It's just a simple piece of wood, it's not a gobble. It says the Mishnah that according to Rabbi, all potatoes are not mukta, besides those that are mukta, machmas, the sorry, these two examples, a very large saw and the blade of a plow. These are things that you don't typically lend out to other people. You're careful with it that you get there. Or the other example is the one with a utilist piece of metal that has a bunch of holes, one with a canner's knife, a butcher knife, and a special tool for carpet tools. Once upon a time, there was no look, everything was under the touch. But Chaim saw that people were being relaxed when we were college shops. Comes along the Kremlin, the Kakaya, and he says, everything is also to touch. Besides jacking, that is a small knife, a knife to cut, and a laser. But at different stages, when they saw that people started becoming fearful, they added more and more until everything became bigger. Besides, what Jesus did in the Mishnah, are saw and the blade of the cow was not started. What exactly did they add, and how did they add it? What they added in the first Abai what they added in the first stages. And Abai says one thing, the Rabbi adds one more step. Rabbi is always one step ahead. Abai says the first thing was, they said that anything that's a Klisha Malachli Laheter, Jews would serve for a function, but not for its place. And Rabbi says there's no such thing. So we kind of go together. So not to go. That's his Abai. They said, okay, they allowed even with Torah Mechaima. He says, Rabbi, they allowed that the first time. But they allowed one more step. They allowed you to save it from getting ruined in the sun to put it in the sun. It says about it, third stage was, they said, you should have left it with Isser, like a handle, you could use if you have a malacha to crack open it up. But only the tenant says, Rabbi, it's like you can go together, so they allowed both. But they only allowed you to carry with one hand, it was very light. So the fourth stage says about it, they allowed you to carry with two hands, says, Rabbi, they allowed you to carry. The price that says that I'm a duha, the mortar and pestle is multiple. So according to Abaya, it makes sense. It was mixed because you wanted to move it a certain way. Rabbi said you wanted to move it, the camel itself, you say, have a wonderful day.
My mother went after none, called her cousin, Spanish, Buddha, everything. Sucia, Buddha. She was telling me, you gotta get fucked in the ass 4 times before you get my kid. It was terrible. It was the hell of a fucking roll. Oh yeah, my mother said, you gotta get fucked in the ass 5 times to have a kid, and then you can lay a hand on my kid until that time. Don't you ever lay a hand on my kid. I think a priest was the principal. He came upstairs and he fucking said, he sat down and he goes, Jose is not a good student, he's eating problems or whatever. Besides that, he's okay. But how would this work? How is this going to work? Because it was like April. I'm like, okay, how this is going to work? She's not going to fucking fuck with me. She's never going to say no fucking told. Now I told him what I had kept a secret for all those years. She hit me with a stick in my mother's name. My mother's name. And he hit Puerto Rico's all in the back. And it was ugly. So we made a fucking deal. They said, listen, he can stay in the school. She is not going to be your teacher. We will only work like on a one-on-one basis to the end of the year. And after that, we're resolving. You go your way. Because my mother told me, well, you can't throw them out. You got nowhere to go later. And then my mother dropped the bomb. My mom tried to hand my money back to the year. In 5.
Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, MyBookie. At the end of a hard week, it's great to sit down, take some time off, and watch some football. Game-winning touchdowns on 2-minute drives, running backs racing down the sidelines with no one to stop them, Lamar Jackson juking everybody left and right. There's nothing else like the NFL, and there's no better way to make the games even more exciting than to bet on them. So do the smart thing. Go to mybookie.ag. No one gives you more ways to win than they do. MyBookie's got the fastest payouts and better lines than any other sports book, including Joey Diaz. Don't forget, where you're betting is just as important as who you're betting on, and mybookie.ag is the best in the business. It's where I play and where you should too. I wouldn't be telling you guys to bet with them if they weren't the best. Do the smart thing. If you're going to bet this football season, bet with MyBookie. If you're the kind of guy or girl that likes to bet a little and win a lot, try a parlay. If all your picks come through, you'll multiply your winnings, and no matter how you bet, the NFL season is the best time of the year. Join now, and MyBookie will double your first deposit. Use promo code HONEYDEW to activate the offer. That's promo code HONEYDEW, HONEYDEW. Visit mybookie.ag today. You play, you win, you get paid. Now back to the news.
So I get home, and it's May of 73, and I think the Mets played the Cincinnati Reds in the playoffs. I got the chicken pox that week on purpose. I just drew like little red marks on me. Oh, yeah. This video, the Catholic school didn't even care if I came back. Right? They were just going to give me straight A's. I joined down there, so like in May, I told my mom I didn't feel good. We have this thing with these dots on there. They got the chicken pox. I just wanted to see the Mets play the Cincinnati Reds in the playoffs of the National League East. And that it was great because fucking Pete Rose beat up Bud Harrelson. It was tremendous at Shea Stadium. That was my favorite player at the time, Pete Rose. So that week was over, and I went to look at the school. So I was like, well, looks like he's going to Miami. I'm going to McKinley. I was in school. I was in McKinley. Now I want to go there. If you go there, you're going to go there. Story that you do your way. You do your way first. So I said, okay. So I signed up for McKinley. I got on the same contract with the boys, and that was it. At the same time, my mom was like, I'm so scared that I'm on 48th Street, especially now that you meet up a fucking son. Yeah, now this is coming from fruition. We're going to move. We're leaving the local in West Indiana. I'm going to look for a house in New Jersey. So we went to the house in Fort Lee. We looked at a couple of houses. We found the house in town, Northburg, New Jersey. My mom was always in Union City, Union State, Northburg. Like Studio City, it's the same shit. So I spent the summer with my mom and my mom kept telling me, you're done with that fucking school. Why not? You have to be friends. You have to be friends with this neighborhood. So in Northburg, when I looked out the door, it was these nice Italian, Irish kids, but they weren't what I was used to. I was back. I'd much rather just on the weekends go to the bridge and hang out with my friends on the way. You know, when you're 10, 11, 12 now, I think Nelson, some other group was already getting pussy. So he was telling me to sit around them. Hey, tell us, yeah, when you come, you can jerk off. And I already told us you can jerk your name off. And I was still that time. I was like 18. I would always jerk off and tell them my name. He would always tell us stories. Always meet some girl that hit their guitar and would sit around like, that shit. Like, he was like our hero. It was Nelson, Ricky. They had a sister that was the favorite, the greatest of her age. She sang backup. And she also did a stick on Saturday Night Live. No writers of her same island. She was Saturday Night Live. And Nancy said, Daniel, we were singing the band of that, and we were like fucking blown away. So my mom kept saying, that's great. You can have all these friends you want on the 48th Street. What do you have to do when you go to school? You only get to the neighborhood. I want some fucking name. I don't see what these kids are about. I fucking didn't want to do it. I refused. These kids were soft. I didn't think they knew what was going on. But eventually one day, it's like, my mom's like, Calabasa. I was like, bitch, you gotta get out of the house. You know, so I went out to this Jersey town. And Northburg is the second hilliest town in the country. Is it? Yeah. All right, so a certain street. All of
And
a
that is
sudden, there was kids on the
function
street.
some sort of law.
And I had to
Let's
hear
say,
some kids we call a court too. That court.
yeah,
That's what it's called, Charles Court. And I said, let me go to Charles Court.
the only time you get do that piece is
I go to Charles Court, I don't see no kids, but I hear them
you know,
yelling.
you
And I
actually
walk up
put
the hill.
something in
It was
that
like
form,
an island in the
but
middle.
once it's covered, that's not considered a law.
So I couldn't really see the kids. So I walk up the
Like
fucking hill.
when the
And I'm hearing this commotion.
Bible says,
This is my first day in church.
ready as in
My first time
it
going
doesn't
out
matter
to
what
a
level
church.
it says it's considered right.
I hear this commotion as I
Random
walk around.
thing, it has to be the same law. But it was
It's a fist fight.
everybody agrees that it's
And there's two circles of kids and they're yelling, go,
there
go.
are three rights in
And this kid's beating the fuck out of this kid. Italian kid, brown, curly hair, short, curly back, broken.
It says that
With his head in your hand. And he's fucking fighting like a fuck cage there. I'm like, this is insane. And all of a sudden they break it up. And the brother goes, it's my turn. So the kid's in hand. This Italian kid just beat up this brother kid. He's like, it's my turn. And before he could say turn, this Italian kid was throwing him down, throwing a fucking beating on him. And then I just figured it out. The kid that he was fighting had a big family. Then a fat chick came. And that was their sister. You know Irish families, there was like 4 boys. And they got the big Irish sister at the end, like in the fighter. You remember they were all ugly, all of them could stop bird shooting right there. Except for the one girl that's
Shout it up, okay.
all
Now making a one of a kind seal from Seven Shadows to
all those Irish chicks
all
that
the
fight on
viewers from all over the world, from Australia, from South Africa, from Muncie, from Borough, from Chicago, Switzerland, England, Italy, many, many more are all going to join us on Zoom. Each location, each city, so have everybody's going to gather, and we're going to transmit, and speak to their, so we have Jesse Klein from Superior Typing in the comment inbox says that he's going to make all North Korean representatives in Muncie, and he's going to organize the Muncie Theater and wants to advertise in the paper and stuff. So thank you, Jesse Klein. According to everybody, we have a broken piece of the it's not just commercials too. In the culture. In the culture, there's always something you use that broken piece for. A pattern or something. If you're in a carmelist, it's not like going to school. There's nothing covered in carmelist. You're not going to find an open Bible. But they're not going to sit on the floor. Like, let's say you're sitting in school and you want to cover that stuff. Don't do all those things. Since it's complete, but it's not multiple culture. So you can never remove that name of the paper. But even if it was just around, it's not what's the back of the story. Brothers, he got really dirty with mud, and his shamish came, and he found a piece of underwear on the side of him. So now he started scraping up the mud. So he started screaming, Shabbos, Shabbos, what are you doing? So Rabbi, these people, not only they're Amaratzim, they never learned the halacha, but they go and they spread their mistakes to other people. It's not what since it's a clean, you know, it's a clean, then Rosh Hashanah. You have a broken barrel, but the lid is intact. You're allowed to move both the lid and the broken pieces, provided that you don't sweep out the broken pieces of the barrel in order to make it a nice cover. That would contribute not going to happen. You have the lid into the garden. Depends when you threw it out. If you threw it out before Shabbos and showing you no longer necessary, it's not a clean. So therefore, it isn't. You threw it out on Shabbos, it's too late. You can't take something that's clean already and say now it's not a clean. What if you take a shirt? A perfectly good shirt, throw it in the garbage. Any kind of bed. Even if you throw it out on Thursday into the garbage, it's not. It's still considered a shirt. You cannot take a perfectly good clean and make it a non-good. A broken piece of reed is not a but it serves the same purpose as a very, very large mat. Large mat can cover dirt, can cover waste. So these small pieces can cover dirt. A piece of a cow's butter, a cow's of a mitzvah, other things is considered begging, less than 3 fingers, you have 4 fingers. Not a dalshal mitzvah, less than 3 fingers has a purpose. If you have a broken piece of a oven is made out of wood. We're talking about an oven that was ready. Usually, you started, I think your mayor, Yaakov, was the those of Yaakov, you could carry these pieces the same reason we said before. But yes, they don't serve as an oven, but they can serve as a battle cab. Because this battle cab is considered like it's just created right now, therefore it's a book. Imagine you're talking about you want to make a piece of an oven. You put it sideways and bake black stuff on top of it. But then you make it sideways. It says we're made to do that. So you read through the discourse that it's not looked at the main the same usage. using a broken piece of an oven as a real oven, it should remain a precision good enough. Because beforehand, the fire is on the bottom and the lock and the heaters were vertical. Now the fire is outside and the lock are horizontal. It's not serving the same way, and therefore it's Rabbi says we have a machlokes whether or not broken pieces of an oven that were not connected to the ground. According to you, that's not considered an oven at all. It's not considered an oven. It's not a cake. According to the Chachamim, it's considered an oven, and therefore it's not muktzah. And the Gemara tells us the Gemara but it doesn't mean Yaakov says a cover of a cleat does not need a handle. Says the Mishnah, if you take a stone in order to put weight on a pumpkin pail so that the pail goes in and can draw water, if you tie it properly to the pail, it's not muktzah, it becomes part of the pail. If you have a stone, similar case, a stone on top of a barrel, you take a barrel, tilt it, that's the limit of the side, and the stone falls off. What if you're concerned that the stone will break another barrel? You lift the entire barrel up, move it to the side, and tilt it over there. That's in a case where you completely forgot about the stone. What if you didn't forget about the stone? What did you purpose? So we have machlokes with Ami and Ravasi. What Rabbi says? Ami says that the barrel becomes a bosses for the stone, and therefore the barrel becomes muktzah. Bosses is over as muktzah. And he says that it's very different than a pail. In the pail, you tie down with a string or something. Over here, the stone is just laying there. Ami holds that you don't need to take action when it comes to. Sorry, you need to take action when it comes to making a stone. Not much you have to tie it to a pail or something like that. That's just the opposite. If you put a stone on top of a barrel, it is not muktzah. You need a cover for the barrel. And it's not similar to the case in our religion where you put a stone into a pumpkin and it's not tied down to reality. Because over there, it just becomes bubble, it's going to fall out. And Rabbi Asi holds, you don't have to take action on a stone. Similarly, we see, Rabbi came to a certain city. All the time, we go out and make those stones designated for sitting on them on Shabbos. So we have the same exact machlokes. According to Rabbi Ami, no action taken. And all they did was they designated their head so that they shouldn't have to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Asi says there was action taken. But then cleaning off the stones, that is the action that's Rabbi Joel says what happened over there with Rabbi was a bunch of beans. And so we got the beans. And Rabbi Joel says it wasn't beans. It was a special piece of wood, a feeler for a boat. Now, if you say it was beans, a feeler for a boat is different. A feeler for a boat, you are very careful with it. And that is the main book. Says the Mishnah, if I have a pail, and I tie the pail to a vine, the only way that vine is not looked at, like the pail is like tight. Otherwise, I cannot do it. Even if you want to know the truth, you don't have to take action. You just think about it and have it in your head. And make something like a vine, a stone, a piece of palm tree. I can make it non-muktzah with the thought, but in this case, we really have to tie it either because we're talking about that the vine is still attached to the ground and you couldn't reach off the ground, or because the vine is so soft that concerned can have leftover and if you sit there and they'll cut it off, cutting it off on Shabbos is not going to accomplish enough, so we made a change. If a person has shutters, so according to Rothschild'S, the Mishnah says, these shutters, in order to hold up a window on Shabbos, they have to be hanging and tied. The window on Shabbos is not necessary. The Gemara explains what that means. There's a isser to make a rooftop on Shabbos, even on Yom Tov. And there's a machlokes, what if you already have a partial roof? Add to the roof. The same machlokes would apply, although it's a very different thing, on a vertical wall by a shutter. Now, typically, there's no mitzvah on Shabbos. There's no mitzvah to build a wall on Shabbos. If it doesn't hold, but since it looks like you are building it, even though it's a temporary shutter, but it's a permanent wall, it's awesome. If I'm saying it's not awesome, I mean, wonderful day.
Like they see, hey, just hit the fucking cop with this thing. They say, oh. He's like, no, I'll let arrest your son. Your son's a good man. He goes, your son stuck up for my son when nobody else did. You did a good job. And my mother's like, anything with me, guys? Like all that shit. My mom's like, what's he saying? And I'm like, I stuck up for his son or whatever. He wants to fight me over. My mom was like, oh. And my mom was felt like an asshole.
Shabbos, that
he goes, you did a good job with your
The email comes to us from Craig Goldman from West Orange, New Jersey. He says he started off with a cycle with 8 minute daf and eventually made his way to the full daf. And since then, he's never missed a single daf. Love to be the representative of West Orange, New Jersey. So, Craig, you are the official representative. Anybody that wants to be started in the Sim of Shabbos should contact you. You will arrange everything. Beautiful. We're talking about window shutters. According to Chachamim, if you have a window shutter sitting right by the window, designated before the window, it's not considered boina. You're allowed to put the window shutter in. It doesn't have to be tied. It doesn't have to be hanging. For the Rebbe, you need 2 conditions. The window shutter has to be tied and hanging off the floor. Only then are you allowed to put the window shutter in. Something very similar is called a nega. This is a bolt that goes into the door. The shutter door closed. Make sure nobody opens the door. Or if it's just sitting there next to the door, is there right? So insert the bulb in its place. If it's tied, but not hanging off the floor, if it's touching the floor, you can only use such a bulb in the Beis Hamikdash. Other places, this is the Rabbi. In Beis Hamikdash, there are no Isurim. The Rabbi is no Shus in Beis Hamikdash. But point of view, if it's laying on the floor, then even in the Beis Hamikdash, you're allowed to use it even though it's not tied. If it's tied, not hanging, then you can use it as well. The point of trimming a wheel doesn't need to be tied, it doesn't need to be hanging. As long as you designate this bulb in your mind, you can use the bulb. Trimming wheel says halacha, even by two branches that were designated for fuel, and then decided to designate them for sitting, just because you did so in your head, that's enough to take them away from the category of motzah. If you're going to research a wheel, that you designate something in your mind. But it says there's one stipulation. Whatever it is, let's say it's a bulb or even a branch, it has to serve as some sort of it has to serve in some sort of way. This is not tough. He got up and darshan in front of the house of his brothers and he said, the halacha is like Rabbi Eliezer. When it comes to the shutter, the condition has to be hanging off the time. However, for the final mission in our Masechta, the mission brings a story that they wanted to plug up a window and they used a cleat. Now this cleat was not tied, it wasn't hanging. And the fact that they brought it was the actual story, that's a lot more powerful than halacha. You see that that's how we pass it. Because I actually did so in a true story. Says the Mishnah, if a kli, a vessel, you want to be able to move it on Shabbos, it has to have a handle. Rabbi Yochanan explains that dafka, if it serves as another melacha, for another melacha. Rabbi says, this handle is only when it comes to ground covering, but anytime it doesn't need a handle. The Lord explained, when it comes to ground covering, everybody agrees that it needs a handle. And when it comes to clear, everybody agrees it doesn't need a handle. Like this is when you put a cleat in the ground, when you say, you might confuse this cleat for ground covering or not. And with that, we finished the perek called Hakelim. Brand new perek, defining. Says the Mishnah, if you have a room with weak hay, you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos because of the absorption that you put out while you move things. Shabbos is the best. However, if you're doing it for a mitzvah, you're allowed to move 4 to 5 boxes. The more you explain whether it's real or just, that's the way to speak, 4 to 5. If you need a room for a shear or a process, you can move 4 to 5 boxes. But not more, says the Mishnah. More than that, more than 4 to 5 boxes would be a kirba. Would be too much kirba. The Mishnah goes on to give a list of different things that are not muktzah, such as food that you show the truma for the kain, so it's muktzah to eat. So food that you didn't take off truma and ice is muktzah because it's not permitted to eat on Shabbos. My food that we don't know the Amar is removed truma is a muktzah. The Gemara will explain. Meiser Rishon, that's the 10% that the Yisrael gives off the Levi, and the Levi removes the truma. The Gemara will explain as well. That's Meiser Rishon. Meiser Sheni, that's 10% you take for yourself. That's if you have to bring Yerushalayim, if you want to bring Yerushalayim, you redeem it. So we're talking about it's redeemed. So it's not muktzah. Hegdish, you want it, you have to redeem it. Not muktzah. You don't redeem it, Meiser Sheni that you didn't redeem it, it remains muktzah. Says the Mishnah, Tumas, type of a beer. If it's dry, it's not muktzah. If it's moist, it's going to go on, it's muktzah. There's something called mut, which is not a common sense. Mustard seeds are mut. Shimon says mut is not mut. Since it's raven, and wealthy people have raven. Now, a typical person, says Rothschild, is considered wealthy and is considered a prince because all of Kleinstro are princes. If you have a bundle of straw or branches, if you designate specifically for animals, then it's not muktzah. So Mishnah comes along and explains the Mishnah. When the Mishnah says you can move 4 to 5 boxes a day, the Mishnah was very specific. If it's a small room, you move 4 out of 5 boxes, you have to move 1 box worth a day on the floor, so you don't expose the floor, so you don't come, you must to smooth out the floor, which is an Isser point. If it's a larger room, then you're permitted even 5 boxes. But you have to leave some order so that you're not matching the room. If it's a large storage room, it's sponsored to start removing hay from it because we go like a Yehuda that there is muktzah. In other words, something that was designated as storage before Shabbos, remains muktzah throughout Shabbos. Shmuel says no. We're going according to Rabbi. That there is no muktzah. Because it was designated in a certain way before Shabbos doesn't make it muktzah for Shabbos. And when we say 45, that's just a figure of speech. That's how people speak. So therefore, I can remove more than 5 boxes. As the Mishnah says, you cannot remove a storage facility. It just means that you have to be careful not to smooth out the floor. But again, he holds like Reb Shimon that there's no muktzah. Have a wonderful day.
I saw Rothschild'S do beatings on guys that's from shoot a guy. One told me how to be a man, how to fold my clothes. But now he was in the way. You know, when you have a stepfather, it's you and your mother, and it's another person's man, triangle. And then only people who have stepfathers and your mama's boy know this feeling, this little jealousy.
Shabbos that's Christmas design today's English comes from Shiva Berkowitz from Montreal. Says he's doing everything he can to spread the word about the shir. I personally watch the shir every day on Torah night. Thank you again. Appreciate your effort tremendously. Shiva, thanks to Shiva. We're talking about storage of wheat. You're not allowed to move any of it on Shabbos. What is storage? A lesson which is 15 saw. But there's a trick. If you're stuck on Shabbos and you need to make room, you can walk in and out of the storage and move the wheat with your He says if you never started using the storage before Shabbos, then once Shabbos comes, everything in storage is mixed up. If people doesn't hold it in that situation, and therefore even if you didn't use it before Shabbos, it's not mixed up. Mars was super. What's better? For exertion on Shabbos, is it better to make less trips but carry more weight, or carry less weight and walk more? In fact, there's definitely a shir that says you should walk less than Shabbos. But there's contradiction in the Bryce. One Bryce says you should carry 4 to 5 boxes of wine and oil and trying to remove them from the room. Other Bryce says 10 or 15. Which one is it? Perhaps there's no contradiction. We're talking about 4 to 5 boxes. The question is how many jugs are in the box? Maybe each box consists of 2 jugs, that's 10 jugs, or 3 jugs that consist of 15 jugs. Halacha is you're allowed to remove 4 to 5 boxes per guest. So you have 4 guests, that's 20 boxes. The Gemara asks, is it one person removing all 20 boxes, or perhaps they could break it up each individual can remove 4 to 5 boxes? From Rabbi and Rabbi, you can't bring it back. Rabbi and Rabbi came to a certain place, they went out into the field, and they made room in the field, they moved a lot of wheat out of the road. Perhaps over there, Rabbi didn't do it himself, Rabbi was an Nasi. Or too much work for him, says Nasi. So maybe give it to other people to do it. It's no right that one person can do it all. Rab says, from our Mishnah you see, that Achnasa Sorchim is just as important as learning Torah, waking up early to Torah, because the Mishnah gives us 2 examples of 2 mitzvahs that you do, and that you can make room in the room to the Torah. First one is Achnasa Sorchim, you make room for the guys, and Talmud Torah is second, you make room for the Shir. But he says, in fact, Achnasa Sorchim is more important than Talmud Torah, but it's mentioned first in the Mishnah. One of the famous Mishnah, we say it every day, but we say it slightly different. These are the mitzvahs that you are awarded to experience in this world, not carrying them within your life. And the rest remains over Which are the four things people can have? Yemilas Chasadim, Hava Hashem, reading peace to people, Talmud Torah, learning Torah, supersedes everything. The question is, we have different Mishnayos that say different things. The Gemara explains. Achnas and Sorchim and Pikul Cholim are included in Yemilas Chasadim. Not only that, even Tefillah, having Chavan and Davening is also considered Yemilas Chasadim. This makes Rashi beautiful. You're doing chesed with yourself when you have Chavan with that. When you get up early in the morning to learn Torah, or bring your children to school for Torah, that's included in Talmud Torah. Talmud Torah, which is also one of the things, is included in Hava Hashem, in other Torah, because once you are done with school, you're good and everything, then there will be less fights. Once you mention Talmud Torah, the Gemara gives three true stories about Talmud Torah. First one is a story about a man who came to Gold. The Shilkah is this man is Rabbi Akiva before he came. Rabbi Akiva, he was still at Amaris and was working. He worked for Eliezer and purpose according to the Shilkah for 3 years. And for 3 years he said, I want my wages. It's Rabbi Akiva, I want to go home to my wife and child. Eliezer ben says, I don't have anything to do. But after Sukkot, Eliezer ben came to Rabbi Akiva and brought 3 donkeys for him to eat and drink. He gave him his wages and more. And he asked Rabbi Akiva, what did you think when I said I don't have? You said you don't have money. Perhaps you invested in it. When you said you didn't have any fruit, maybe they didn't have any true semiters and you couldn't give it out. You said you don't have any animals, maybe you rented it. Maybe you rented a field. What about pillows? Maybe you were magnishing. That's exactly what happened. I was magnishing everything I had because my son wasn't going to carry, but then I got a person daughter. Here I am to pay you back. There's another story. Maisa b'Chosidachal, Rabbi says, who redeemed a girl from who was captured, and he brought her to a hotel and put her by his feet. Next morning, got up, went to the mikvah, and taught Torah. He asked the students, "What were you thinking?" He said, "Perhaps you want to save this girl from one of us who wasn't proper, and perhaps you had a carry because of the temple of the way." That's what happened. Should be done just like you were done. Finally, the third story, Yeshua went a non-Jewish woman, who locked the door before he did that. He removed his film, came out, he went to the mikvah and called him Torah. He said, "What do you think was going on?" He said, "Well, you don't want to go into the film, but perhaps this guy will spit at you, and her spit is like a solid spit. As the coming, that's why the mikvah is exactly what says the Mishnah. The fact that we said in the Mishnah that we could remove and what is the big thing? And the answer is Truma is in the hands of Yisrael. Yisrael can't do Truma. Nevertheless, since it's permitted for a claim to Truma, therefore it's not more to Yisrael. What about the Mai? Why is the Mai not helpful? The answer is because the Mai is appropriate for a poor person. The halacha is you could give poor people Mai, you could give the soldiers Mai. And everybody has the ability to just mafia his belongings and become a poor person, and therefore the mind is very prohibited. Ma'aser Rishon, which is the 10% that Yisrael gives the Levi, which already had the Levi gave 10% of his 10%. Yisrael initially didn't give the Truma the 2%. That is the thing. But even though Yisrael jumped to step number 2 instead of doing step number 1, the Levi doesn't have to go back and give the client his 2% that he's deserving. This is only in a situation that the Levi, that Yisrael gave the Levi his 10% before it was in a pile, before he did Miruach Habrit. It was, let's say, still attached to the ground, it's still in its shibboleth. But once it's in a tree, once it's in a pile, then not only does Yisrael get malchus, but you have to go back and give 2% to the Kodesh. What is the big Kodesh thing? The Ma'aser Sheni, which is 10% that goes to the owner. You have to redeem it. If you redeem it, of course it's not muksa. The answer is because you didn't redeem it properly. You have to redeem it and give a fifth. In other words, if there's 100 fruit, you have to give 125. The fifth is the lafar after the final number. But at any rate, it's not considered muksa if you don't give the fifth. The fifth is not ma'akev. Wonderful.
The podcast presented by Seed Capital Management. At Seed Capital Management, we advise investors who play the long game.
sponsored by MyBookie. And just a heads up, we got some new names next door. They got a little outside. It's not that bad. Whatever, we can deal with it. Let's get into the Disney.
Comes to us from Tzfak, from Moshe Hillel Jimel. He says he just moved to Tzfak 4 years ago. We'd like to represent MDY in Tzfak. He said, I started the site on my own. I was constantly searching for a shir that's clear, exciting, and not long. You fill it all, and then some. Thank you. In the Mishnah we learned, there are a number of food items that are muktzah. For instance, hevel, food that you didn't really do so much with. The Mishnah that in this particular case, you weren't hiding the rice to give food so much. This tree was planted in an unperforated planter, and therefore with the rice, you're not hiding food so much at all. Nevertheless, it's muktzah to Rabbi. When the Mishnah says that the Levi received his 10% meiser, but he didn't give truma, is not referring to this truma's meiser that he's supposed to do, right? Rather, it's the truma doima that the straw was supposed to separate. He's throwing out of order. He gave the Levi his 10% before giving Chaim the 2%. Now, look at this. The Levi cannot do it because the straw did so when it was in a tree, when it was in a pile, and it had Yeruah, who was smoothed out on top. Therefore, until the Levi gives his 2%, the straw shouldn't give him the time, it's muktzah. Meiser Sheni is step 3. You take 10% and give to yourself. Either you bring to your child, or you redeem it for money. The problem is that he redeemed it not properly. In other words, you cannot see money that doesn't have a depiction. It's fair. It's not that vessel. Therefore, it's muktzah. When it comes to Agnish, he didn't redeem it properly. He redeemed it on real estate and karka instead of redeeming it on money. And therefore, it's list of things that are muktzah or not muktzah. The person says chatzah, which is grass that has spray fruit, is not muktzah. You can feed it to the field. Mustard seeds are not muktzah according to the rice. You can feed it to the fish. Glass, broken glass. What do you do with that? But then the law can't princes. Now, all places from what they're doing revealed are considered princes. But Nelson argues, he says, no, it's muktzah. Now, in Virginia Reveal, Amemar says he meant only if he himself owns an asri. Rashi says, even if he doesn't own an asri, since there are other people that have asri, you're considered a Mevela, and therefore it's not. Since people who don't have elephants, bundles of branches are muktzah. Rabbi says there are 4 different Amrim that hold in this concept of the name of Lachim, all Klaishol of the name of Lachim, differences. Shemil, this halacha about an asri, and so too the Mishnah says that you can have food, which is having food that feed a raven. Ravens, only wealthy people have ravens. When it comes to rose oil, so Rav Shimon says that rose oil is princesses, but all kinds of the halacha. If a person owns an expensive coat and he owes a lot of money, you take the coat off of him, and you sell the coat, you give him another inexpensive coat. Shmuel can say, no, since he's a ben melech, he deserves an expensive coat, you don't need his coat off. When it comes to bushels of branches, if you decide that it should be animal food, Erev Shabbos, you're not going to. Shmuel says, provided that it's lightweight, you can carry with one hand, otherwise it's muktzah. You need to carry with hands. Different types of plants that more brings down that you say that it's for firewood, they are muktzah, change your mind, you say it's for food, you're not muktzah. Like Judah says, you take, let's say, a pig in a pot, you break it with your hand, you go like this, you take out the piece, but not with the peel on Shabbos, and not too much. I would say you need to make another sheen, you do it with the tip of your finger, and not too much like you do in the winter. Raw meat, but it's salted. According to everybody, it's not muktzah, people eat that. If it's unsalted, like it's according to Ravuna, it's not muktzah. Even though Ravuna was Rab's Talmud, and Rab holds that Ravuna is muktzah, that's not cooked by food. But by regular muktzah, Rab holds that Rav Shimon, no muktzah. Under a pizda, it's muktzah. You can't feed it to, you're not going to eat it, you don't feed it to the animals, but a dove is salt enough to eat it raw, and therefore he himself told his people in his house that the raw dog, unsalted, out of the sun, just not to have monetary loss. Salted fish, not muktzah. If it's raw fish, it's muktzah. Even though Rashi explained that you could feed it to a dog, but you didn't buy this fish to feed to a dog, and therefore lavadaite, and it's muktzah. Spoiled meat, not muktzah. You can feed it to any type of animal. Uncovered water that you're concerned that perhaps the snake inserted venom is not muktzah. Give it to a cat. Shmuel says you cannot because you need to get rid of it immediately so no one else has damage from that water. Says the Mishnah. You take a basket, flip it over so that the chickens can get into their food. Even though you are carrying something more mukta, it's a sheet that holds that sauce. You could push along the chicken from behind in order, a chicken that ran away, in order that you don't have a monetary loss, or in order to prevent damage to the chicken, you don't lift up a chicken or push along a chicken by its wing, because the chicken will jump off the floor and you'll be holding a chicken in your hand, which is mukta. Now, when it comes to shkita, you should either hold the chicken in your hand or push the chicken down to the ground. We're concerned that the chicken will lift itself up with its feet and jar the simanim during shkita and it'll cause the shkita. You let it hold onto the neck of a calf or a donkey even though it's carrying, but not just Rabbi, we're concerned you might carry the animal. When it comes to a child that knows how to walk, you can pull the child, but don't drag the child. That is possible. If an animal gets trapped in a body of water on Shabbos, so you give it to eat so it doesn't die. And if that's not good enough, let's say the water is rising and you need to save the animal, it's not terrible high, so you can put blankets and clothes underneath it. Even though you're about to clean it from it, taking even out of service for the Shabbos, and that's so certainly awesome. But you're allowed to be over the Rabbanon in order to be kind of the right so of the Tsar. The Mishnah says that you are not permitted to deliver an animal, but you can help the animal out. In other words, by grabbing the newborn that should fall on the ground, by pushing its stomach in, by giving it mouth to the nose, by giving it milk. For other giving birth, you're allowed to Chal Shabbos, you're allowed to call the midwife, Chal Shabbos. You're allowed to tie the umbilical cord, according to Rabbi, you're allowed to even cut the umbilical cord. You're allowed to do anything that has to do with person. Shimon Gamliel says, we used to have a bonus on kosher animals on Yom Tov by putting salt in their wound so they should feel the pain and reconnect with their newborn, or would sprinkle placenta water on the baby so that they smelled it and reconnect. But if a non-kosher animal, most of the time they don't disconnect from their newborn, and even if they do, you'll never be able to get them back together. The Mishnah says, you let us, the extra Russians tell us, even if she says she needs light and she has to be blind, since it calms her down, and smoker, you let her bring oil, you have to do it with a sheet, bring it in your hand if that's not enough, bring it in the hair. It's not considered sita because you hold like the sheet that's supposed to be in the hair. Even if you hold it this sita, that would mean not literally putting the oil in the hair, rather a bottle of oil in the hair. Have a wonderful day.
So finally, the owner of the place goes, don't get that guy go no more. He came to me and said, don't let that guy go no more. I said, why not? He doesn't let that guy. Scorch the Lord. I was people so much. I see my mother do people drank. I was into pills. I didn't know anything about pills. Like crazy when you find out there's a different way to get out.
Shabbos Abdul Testing. Today's amazing email comes from Eitan Lord. Very long email. This is a couple parts of it, and it says, I want to thank you and your family for all the hard work you put in. The fact you have like so many people's lives is amazing. The doctor is mamish changed / saved my life. He helped me go against my nature, which is being consistently inconsistent. And when he's learning such brachas, he said every single word. One of the last things his mother told his father is, go learn the daf with Eitan. Mother Shlomo should have an answer. We discussed the halachas of a woman who gives birth. As long as her womb is open, says Rav Sheshes, Mechal Shabbos on her, even if she doesn't request. But if she says, you're not Mechal Shabbos. Once her womb is closed, as far as it's whatever it is, you're not Mechal Shabbos on her, even if she requests. Whereas Zutra is much more makel, and then when we go with Zutra, was something the Pashas want. He says, as long as the womb is open, even if she denies help, you give her help. Once her womb is closed, even if she asks for help, give her not only her changes that she has to do it. What does it mean that her womb is open? Three, she's according to Chai, which is according to Rabuna, what she has done, according to Yeshayim, when her friends help her along to walk. What does it mean that the womb is closed? There are 3 stages. From birth until 3 days, even if she says, I don't want help, give her help, like when her Zutra. Mechal Shabbos. From 3 days to 7 days, if she requests help, we give it to her. From 7 to 30, even if she asks for help, she's no better than the Choyla. She was a Choyla, not Mechal Shabbos. However, Shmuel says a woman who gave birth should not go to the mikvah until after 30 days, unless her husband is there and he can warn her. One tells us a story. His wife, Rabbi's wife, his daughter, didn't go by this, and she went to the mikvah within 30 days, and she became sick. So they had to carry her and her bed all the way to Rabbi Lisa so that he could have warned her. Shmuel says you light a fire for a woman's birth and for somebody who lets blood, and now we're going to go into a whole sugya of bloodletting. And Rashi says, if you make a fire for somebody who lets blood, it's certainly for any sick person, even in the sun. The Gemara tells us that Shmuel, Rabbi and Rabbi all burned their expensive furniture in order to make a fire after they let blood. And the concept of al-kashkas doesn't apply here because al-kashkas of your body, not to ruin your body, is more important than not to mashkas your furniture. We know that if somebody walks barefoot, in other words, you can't afford shoes, that's a tremendous embarrassment. So the halacha is you should sell even the things in your house to buy shoes. Yeah, when it comes to bloodletting, and you have nothing else but a pair of shoes, sell your shoes so you can have a meal after you let blood because it's very dangerous. We're not going to tell the students, tell your wife that I'm coming for a meal. And like this, I'll make a big meal and you'll have a lot more. If the person cannot afford wine, the person says, this is one place where you're allowed to do shit. If you don't do a wine tasting, I'd like to purchase wine in the place. And then you give them a coin that's rubbed out and say, well, we don't accept that coin. You go to the next one 7 times until you drink a whole review. If you don't even have that, then you can eat 7 black dates, smear a little oil on your temple, lay in the sun. The Lord tells us, Shmuel, lay in the sun. And Abed said, what are you doing? Sun rays are bad for your health. So he said, oh, but I left blood. But what really was going on was people of camels. There's one day in the year that the sun is really beneficial throughout the entire day. If a person is not careful about the suida that he's supposed to eat after bloodletting, one of the Muslims won't give him the house. One is the suida, according to Rabbi, you eat to replenish the life that's lost in a person. According to Shmuel, you drink red wine, it's the red that the body's missing, and they would make the Shmuel spleen fish because it's red. The Lord tells us that after bloodletting should be done in a room that there's no wind. In fact, Shmuel would go into a room that had a 22.5 wide wall, which is about 7 feet wide. And one day after bloodletting, he realized something was wrong, and he checked the wall and he saw that 1.5 tefachim were missing. Rabbi Yochanan would drink enough wine until the smell of wine would come out of his ears. Rabbi Nachman would drink enough wine until his spoon was literally floating in wine. Rabbi Yosef, until wine would come out of the bloodletting wound. Rabbi would search for wine from a tree that was 2 years old. If a person doesn't eat immediately after bloodletting, it's very dangerous. If that person encounters a dead person in the space between green, if he encounters a murderer, he will die. If he encounters a pig, he'll get harassed. There are 5 things that bring a person closer to death than to life. They are the person stands up quickly, right after he eats, drinks, sleeps, bloodletting, and passion. A person should do bloodletting on Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. Not on Monday and Thursday. That's when the bedroom is open down here, because the Shabbat is open up there, and they go inside, and it's bad news. Unless, of course, the person has his office, then he can do bloodletting on Monday and Thursday. On Tuesday, you don't want to bloodlet because that's when Mars rules on an even hour. And since Mars is in charge of Terev and Dever, and together with bloodletting, that's not a good combination. On Friday, even though Mars rules on an even hour, since people already made it a minute, because of the fish that they eat, they're supposed to eat fish after bloodletting, and they didn't have money to eat the fish on Shabbos, it became a minhag, so Hashem watches over the food. It's very dangerous to bloodlet on a Wednesday, which falls out on the 4th day of the month, the 14th day of the month, and the 24th day of the month, and on a Wednesday, it doesn't have 4 days left to the month. It's dangerous to let blood on the 3rd day of the after the Chodesh, on the Chodesh, and the 2nd day of the month is weaken the body. Erev Yom Tov weakens the body. Erev Shavuos is a danger because there's a wind called the Voyage that's written by Yisrael by Matan Torah. That same wind can threaten us today. Every year it's in Kabbal's fire from a new. And therefore we made a zero on all Yom Tov, Erev Yom Tov, that you shouldn't let blood is sufficient. When a person eats meat, and then he does bloodletting, the bloodletting won't do any benefits. However, he will lose, or will make him lighter. A person should drink immediately after bloodletting, and if he drinks afterwards, the more specific is just tyrant, or it's actually dangerous. A person should eat wherever long it takes him to walk a half a mil, have a little meal. More specific, what if he eats earlier or later? Is that tyrant, or that's really dangerous? Rabbi said now, the person is selling 100 boards for 1 zuz, or 100 heads for 1 zuz. Buy them as some nutritional value. If somebody sells 100 lips for 1 zuz, don't buy them at zero nutritional value. Or it says, now we understand why during the Bagwer Rabbanon, it is matter the days that Chacham take off from learning are called the days of the lips, because they are worthless. They didn't accomplish anything. In order to warm up a baby, they would bury the placenta. If there were princesses in oil, rich women in wool, poor women in rags. Rab said, I love the Yossi, that the umbilical cord, and the Chachamim agreed that if it's twins, definitely cut the umbilical cord and they pull away from each other, it's dangerous. Which one says in the Pasuk in Yecheskel that Israel doesn't have a personal type, and they're like, a mother gave birth to a baby girl and abandoned her daughter. And this we learn 5 halachas about the baby. First of all, the law says they delivered the baby. So you see a lot of delivered baby in Shabbos. It says they didn't wash the baby. You see a lot of washing the baby in Shabbos. They didn't salt the baby, right? Salt. They didn't swallow over the baby. You see, they didn't cut the umbilical cord. You see, you're allowed to cut a umbilical cord. With that we finish with Eric, with Fanim, have a wonderful day.
Dog killers. These fucking dog killers. Look at that shape out of that boss. My shirt the other day. It was always nothing. So one day she goes to what's in your pockets. I'm driving around and she was in my pocket. She was she went for his name. She put an APB out. And nobody was allowed to give me money for the car. One of my mother's friends said, I had a car. I had to scare for all that.
Shabbos that Muhammad today's email comes to us from Kul Rosenblatt. It's a great one. Rebelli wanted to say thank you for wanting to share the hard work, chart stories, like learning from pages, and we're sharing your thoughts and recurring stories with our family and friends. One of your skills is connecting us all on Zoom. No matter our background, learning experience, type of path we wear and don't wear, you have connected us all. As all that we get in common is we are human. Even those on the way to join the camp, shout out to Lane, are part of the Zoom community. Some of the young community giants like Yo and Shmuel, support the young children in the shir, and others eager to learn, makes the shir unique and special. Looking forward to coming and meeting all MDY team in person, Phil Rosenblatt, presenting Brandon Perry. Rabbi the Milah discussing the halachas of bris milah on Shabbos. Then we have a bris milah that's on the 8th day on its time, and there's no knife prepared before Shabbos. You can carry a knife from Rabbi, the Chal Shabbos, as long as you show the knife is exposed and everybody sees the love that we have for mitzvahs, that for mitzvah we are prepared to be Chal Shabbos. In time of danger and sakana, you hide the knife. You don't want other people to think that you're being over until Shabbos, so you're so good. The word for super doesn't mean you plus 80 that are watching you hide the knife, or it's just one other person together you are in them that can testify in other places. Talking about machine mitzvah, these are things that you need to do in preparation of the mitzvah. So for instance, when it comes to the bris milah, you cut wood to make a fire, to make coals, to heat up the metal, to make a knife for the bris milah. All these things are permitted according to Rabbi Eliezer. They're machine mitzvah, and the Chachamim argue. In Rabbi Eliezer's town, they acted like Rabbi Eliezer. They cut down wood on Shabbos to make it. Example, a knife on Shabbos for the bris milah. The Gemara tells us that incredibly, they all lived long, happy lives. No one died of COVID. In fact, when it was a Zera against Judah and Israel, the Zera didn't apply to the Eliezer's town. The Lord tells us that in the town of Yossi, they would eat chicken, bird, milk. Yosef Rishbach, he was a hunter. He prepared a peacock's head, the milk, and served it to Levi. Levi refused to eat it. Levi went afterward to Rabbi and he said, "You can't believe this. Yosef Rishbach was serving lots of a follow. Chicken, peacock, and milk." So he says, "So why didn't you put him in favor?" He says, "Levi, because I suspected that he prospered in this city, like Yossi, that it's mother." What's the source of that Allah? It says in the Pasuk, something that has milk. Since chickens, birds don't have milk, therefore there's no issue of basar or milk. Says any mitzvah that Klal Yisrael accepted the simcha with happiness, they still to this very day do the simcha. It says by bris milah. Such also know tell them yourself, I'm happy on your word. In other words, this is the commandment that the Lord gave Abraham Avinu for Smilah before the entire earth. The mighty Shalom, like I found a great treasure. Any mitzvah that they accepted with a fight, they weren't happy about, like a riot, like it says in the publication of Moshe's they were crying, therefore, to this very day when people make shidduchim, there's always fights between the families on the ksuba, etc. When Klal Yisrael gave their life up for a mitzvah, those are the mitzvahs that to this very day they're very careful with, such as Avodah Zarah and Bris Milah. You see, to this very day, even non-religious people are makbid on Milah. Tefillin, where they didn't give up their life for it, it's a little bit weaker. More than the story, tefillin, you need a clean body, life, Elisha Balkanafai. What's the story? Why is he called Elisha Balkanafai? It was a decree from the Romans not to wear tefillin, and Elisha Balkanafai went out in public into the marketplace with his tefillin. The Romans saw him, chased him down, and when he got there, he took off his tefillin and he said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have a pair of pigeon wings." He said, "Let me see." So he opened up his hand, and sure enough, they were pigeon wings. Here you see that point the Tyson he didn't give up his life. He didn't just leave his tefillin on, he took off his tefillin. So that shows that they didn't give up their life. Rashi explained that Klal Yisrael wasn't careful with the clean body. It was Elisha that was careful. And that beyond they called him Balkan body. Why did he choose the wings of a pigeon? Because the pigeon is the only bird that defends itself with its wings and not with its beak. So Klal Yisrael is protected with the mitzvahs that we do. And now we move on to the pigs. The story the Gemara says they forgot the knife and they brought the knife through the rooftops and the chatzeros, the courtyards, which are places that are enclosed, that are less than 2 saw, without an area, which is the Rabbanon. What tells us this does not go either like Yezer or like a hutch. When the Yezer holds, you go right through the Rabbanon. So therefore, there's no need to go through the rooftops. And it's not like a hutch. They say you can't go through the Gagas and chatzeros at all. So this is a third shita. Reb Shimon shita. Reb Shimon says that the Gag, Kartel, and the Chatzar are considered one rishus even for a regular clean, not a mitzvah. Even if there's no person related, you grab a cup and go through the Gag, Chatzar, and Kartel. However, what is also for Reb Shimon is to go out from your house into the Chatzar, unless, of course, there's an area. One Elster, Arsi said, brings a Rish Lakish that once forgot it, he brought it through. The Gaga is considered like the Chacham were really upset. How could they go according to Eliezer? But Eliezer is a Shamut. So Rothschild and Rashi Shamuti, they put in a famous story about the Tzia, where all of the Goyim held by the Hanarachnoi, one way, Eliezer said it's far, and he brought a riot from the Torah tree, from the water. There was a basket that came out and said, I love you like Eliezer. And Rishon got up and said, no passing like the Shemayim, and he put Eliezer and Karim an incredible story. So different Eliezer and Karim, how we pass with it. Another shot is Shamuti, that he was a kind of Shaman, so he don't like Shaman. Or the Gemara says that he was a Yachid against Rabbi. I love the Rabbi. So the Gemara explains, if you go to the Hagoyim, he explains, he was refused of the Boy. Now we're talking about a Mavoi that did not have a Shittim Mavoi, he didn't have an ear for the Mavoi. And he went from one side of the Mavoi to the other side. And Rabbi asked me, the reason that I love you, you can go from one side to the other. Where the Zera asked Rabbi, I want to ask you this question, how come he didn't tell me that you're supposed to go from one side to the other without an ear? He said the shot is because he was reviewing this halacha of Rish Lakish over and over. And when he reviewed it, it occurred to him. But back then, when Zera asked me, he forgot. But he was reviewing, he recalled the halacha as it was reported.
I think it's time to slow it down a little bit. I think it's time to move on the street a little bit and let them. It was don't get the Saturdays right. It's like let's go for a regular like that. Let's keep on the mountain. I can't leave there. Rich kids that have no. It's the great Miami. See where we were was always rich kids. We had the weed and the alcohol. Rich kids always had the coke.
says the way to make materials for the manufacturing requires that you have 4 houses. Then you get the 2 houses, 2 houses, 1 fucking 4 houses, then if there's no radiators that allows you to carry those 2 houses, then you only carry 4 houses of it. That's a should be allowed to carry so let's say you want to get water out of your house, you might come to the water. No one will take things out of the house. But the part on folks is at a very good point. Since God says there's 4 houses perhaps if there's a theory it makes them wet. So in essence, we don't have to touch what we're looking at. Like a house out here, but they're one. And Rob says when you do their house, short house, this is important. So the part of them look at what if there's no so those have no ego, then I love that these hands will come to us. So that means that the building that we're looking at has functions, but has no house. But the house is the function. So we can work with that. One of the people that gave this house a really good function. Therefore, that person owns the house. They make it for all people that function. And now you have a case where you have a house, but there's nothing. Tomorrow, even if he's a bad guy on Shabbos, it's a problem. But don't get the time for the 4 hours. One person owns the house. They're like one person owns the house, not 4 hours. Therefore, now what is that? Everybody knows you got to be positioned on Shabbos. What about let's say come down and to make a fire to make a knife. I'm sure this stuff. How Shabbos? 100 people say. What about other business? What about shake and little? The answer is the theory of all those businesses. Oimer and Shelah. You learn Shelah in the Greek on Shavuot. From the common Oimer, it's a very small word. Our extra their Shabbos don't have a Shavuot. They have a pure function. They look. The Oimer is the Oimer have the 2 mitzvahs that you have to share these are consensus. Red is just a unshabbos type. Even though they don't have the time to go every time to see this nevertheless, since I could not do my clothing, they're not very efficient. Although, I don't know that the lot of other rules on them that we want to Shabbos, I don't know that one should do it. So my young tells me, and I think I learned out from the Lulav that Lulav, she can Lulav at night. She's not saying that Lulav. Shit. I don't know. She's like, damn it. I don't know. I can make trying to everything on Shabbos. There's Shabbos, I'm sure also. So, I don't bottom. I learned from the young, day, not at night. Really has to learn that from the Shadro. That's how you do it. What I know, one of the things that you have to learn from other business, I know how to learn to do super lessons. That's why I each one has a very special thing about it. I can't learn anything from the energy I left because maybe that's why I'm the I can't learn anything from this. People who especially other things. Not much of them. Sukkah is very special. You have to go to the sukkah at night as well. Matzah is really special. Even women are fine. Even though it's a misunderstanding. I say all others, they are shofar is special because the women flies from having bar. That's the shofar is one. All the Jewish things, so they're not free. That is only the shofar. All the rest, they will have to do the water. Now let's move back to the Milah. That's where the Milah started. How do you know it's under the level of Milah? Now we know that very Hashem figuring out the other existence people and all the other business. And you can learn all the business out of the special has wonderful thing.
This was from the school or for this guy, the mafia Catholic church. The Catholic school disciplinary, his name was Jack. And he walked around with a pointer. And one like if you're a shepherd, dirty dog, and sometimes he would just stick. Sometimes he'd stick the dog like it. The dog would grab your pants. And he would just stick at the same time. So I told Jack, you ever touch me?
Shabbos I've put on the face today. Comes out for Russia. You're a belly. Thank you very much for the charge. I always knew it's good. Today, it really shows how much you know. It makes it sound so simple when you make a chart like that. Making all your time and effort put into all the charts. I'm sure 17 is good time for most people. He's referring to discussing people of search here for the Americans at 15, 16, 17 time. We're thinking about moving it in the morning, somewhere around 7 o'clock, 7:15. He says 17 is a good time for most people. When I have a 2-year-old and 1-year-old, and morning's a good time to time. But we really try, for me to listen to this year live, sometimes we all listen together. You can see below. If you'd like to weigh in on this and let us know what you think a good time for most people is, please send us an email. The Gemara talks about 4 sources and opinions why it is that Bris Milah, which is on Shabbos, before Bris Milah on Shabbos. First one is Milah. Allah Moshe Sinai says. Moshe Rabbeinu received this from Shammai. That's very proud of that. Shloshes and Midas, a fiber, cannot be used on third Shabbat. Only on third Shabbat. Yes, this one is guy has a couple fiber. Yeah, I'm a Kal Shabbos for Bris Milah, which is one of the certainly should be Kal Shabbos. If it has to do with the entire body. The problem is, you're using a Kal fiber against Allah Moshe Sinai. It's the same thing. Rabbi Kiva said a Kal fiber to his Rebbe, Rabbi Lazar says it doesn't work. Allah Moshe Sinai, what's the Kal fiber? If another becomes plumbing, he has to restart his entire Zeus. Shave his head, start the count again. But if you want to say that applies also if he touches a Revi's blood. Why? Because if a person is in a hail, a maze, of a Revi's dam, he becomes common. If he is in a hail, a maze of the size of a bone the size of a barley, it does not become common. So you see that blood is more powerful than an etzem. So if an etzem restarts the nose, so his blood sugar. He says, no, you can't make such a fiber because the whole idea of etzem, the Saira, is all punishment see that, and it doesn't work. And Nachman Yitzchak has a third shot. We learn Xer Shava, actually second shot, Xer Shava. 3 words by Milah, 3 words by Shabbos, right after. Ice, Bris, Rebels. It shows us that Milah pushes off Shabbos. Rebels says the third shot, Vayoy. You should perform Bris Milah on that day, regardless of the day, even if it's Shabbos. And we have a Bryce of the facts of the Yoshua, and the Bryce of Ad. How do I know that Bris Milah shouldn't be performed that night? Only during the day. It says, we'll bet 2 minutes later. But the word Vayoy tells us that pushes off Shabbos, so perhaps we should be sort of concerning your letters. Went to the mikvah for their tumah, but still have to bring a carbon. Maybe that carbon should be brought in Shabbos because it says the word Vayoy. That word Vayoy comes to teach us that you don't bring a carbon during the day, during the night, only during the day. Now, it also says by pushing before people by Yom Tzavot. The Torah says that pushing before Tzavot, concerning your letters, the Torah said if they don't have enough money, they could bring a bird instead of an animal. So the kind of the category that perhaps they should bring a carbon at night. Not only that, once they're out of the category, maybe a straw to the point of Rabbi Yaakov says before the final Shabbat. It says Shmini on the 8th day, regardless whether it's Sunday, Monday, or Shabbos, you have to perform the bris milah. Why pushes that off? Because says I need to tell Shmini that you don't do bris milah early. You can't do bris milah on the 7th day. Or I would think that once the baby hits 8 days, it doesn't matter when you do bris milah. You do on the 9th, 10th, 11th. Mashal Shmini, after Shmini, is the best to do on the 8th day. Gemara brings a bright son that's going to bring these. Very hard to understand. Why is it? How do we know that it's back on us? Maybe not, maybe yes. Which watch? Rabbi explains it beautifully. Rabbi explains the price of the Gemara. The price out of having it that Mila should overcome Shabbos because we have a common mind. That is, Mila is more powerful than Saras. Because if somebody has Saras in his wrist, you still perform this Mila. And Saras is more powerful than Avodah because if all the Vaihanim have Saras, you don't perform that and you don't bring it for the and Avodah is more powerful than Shabbos. In that order, 1, 2, 3, 4, you still bring Korbanos and Shabbos. So that, therefore, Mila, number one, is certainly more powerful to override Shabbos. One, but perhaps, you didn't learn this one. Maybe Tzaras is not more powerful than Avodah. Maybe number 2 is not more powerful than number 3. The reason is technical. I don't know if I can remove this Tzaras on Shabbos, because anyway, you wouldn't be able to perform that Avodah on Shabbos. You have to wait until you go to the mikvah, which is the following day. That night, and then the following day, you perform that Avodah. Therefore, it's much possible. By Yai, teach us that Mila pushes off Shabbos and the day. There's another similar price there. Rabbi explains similar. Price says, Mila Sarah Allah, so that she performs this Mila even if the person has Tzaras. Not, yes, Rabbi explains it again. I have a couple of pointers that Mila should push off Tzaras. Why? Because Mila overrides Shabbos, and Shabbos overrides Tzaras. So surely Mila should override Tzaras. What pushes it off? No. Perhaps Tzaras is more chomer than Shabbos, which pushes off, as we had in the first time of Tzaras pushes it off Shabbos, which pushes off Shabbos, is pushed off by but it's certainly Tzaras is more chomer than Shabbos, and the Gemara says that's why I need a passage and see to say that Mila pushes off Tzaras. Another kind of the Gemara is the reason why Mila pushes off Tzaras is because the first Mila is a mitzvah say it's a positive. Not to think of Tzaras is a lois asay. You always have to cloud. Esa, lois asay. Or pushes that off. No. Tzaras is not only a lois asay, it's also an asay. So one asay pushes off another asay, they wash each other out, and then you relate with the lois asay. Therefore, you shouldn't be able to do a first Mila where there's Tzaras. That's why I need the word also. Abai says, it says the word basar that you perform first Mila and Tzaras by a baby on its 8th day. Mila is matter. It also says a puzzle on a kid or someone that's more than 13 years old, on a gadol. Very warns you, if you don't do bris milah, you'll have karas. But how do I know a child that's from 9 days old all the way up to 13 years old? How do I know that bris milah pushes up to us? Zamaya is a memetzim, just like you see that these two, a pocket and a gadol, both perform bris milah pushes up to us. So do they anything? Rabbi says different. Rabbi says the whole concept that tells us that you perform bris milah with Tzaras on a pocket is not necessary. You could have a couple of points. So once I have a couple of points, this is the Inyan Lakan. I have an extra concept. Today you Inyan for a completely different thing, which is a pocket that's from 9 days old all the way to 30. And what is the couple of points? You see that Mila overrides Shabbos, and Shabbos overrides Tzaras. So certainly Mila should override Tzaras. Well, you'll tell me that Tzaras maybe is more powerful than Shabbos, because you see that Tzaras pushes off Avodah, which Avodah pushes off Shabbos. But as we said before, it's not that Tzaras is more powerful than Shabbos. It's just that if you go for Tzaras, the person still has to go to the mikvah, and he can't perform that Avodah anyways. Well, I have a case in the Gemara where he doesn't have to go to the mikvah. What if it's Tzaras that's part? It's Tzaras on the entire body. The Gemara says this that I say pushes off a lois asay is only in a case where they happen simultaneously. Like when you do a bris milah, you take off Tzaras at the same time where you're wearing tzitzis that have shabbos. Wool payless together with the beggar that's linen. But over here, you want to take off the Tzaras in order to later perform the Avodah. That doesn't happen. Wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Lamed Gimel. Today's email comes from Yosef Nankin. It says he watches the Shir on Zoom. His father watches on Zoom, and his sister's father-in-law, Mr. Aaron from Melbourne, Australia, also watches the Shir on Zoom. So we know that to remove the tzaras from a body is an Issa. What if the tzaras is on the bris and you want to perform a milah? The milah overrides the tzaras. How do we know this? That's the word bisar. Which is by removing the tzaras, you didn't care about the tzaras. You care about the bris milah. Why did I need a possible? It's Gavashem Mistavim. I didn't have it. And here comes the famous answer. We already said 5 times in the Sefer that it put that by in Rava. Everybody agrees that it's a ratio of Elayavos. A chop my animal's head off. Obviously, he's going to die. If this is something that's inevitable, it's 100% also according to everybody. But Abaya had a Havamina before Rabbi convinced him that Rav Shimon holds that Gavashem, even if it's a ratio of Elayavos, it's a motor. According to that, what I need to do. Sorry. So it's more amazing. I need the person to tell me in a case where a person says, I am performing the bris milah not for the mitzvah milah, but rather to remove the tzaras. It's possible. Just like Shabbos, only milah on the 8th day. How do you know this? Gemara brings 4 sheetahs. The 41 sheetah is just like the first Pesach, which was shechted on the weekday. Erev Pesach on the weekday. The Allah says you have to finish everything. If you don't finish the entire karba, you have to burn it. It says, I burn it twice. It tells you don't burn it on Yom Tov morning, rather on Chalamoid morning. Why? There's something that belongs to the weekday. Erev Pesach, burn in the weekday. So too, if your milah is supposed to be the weekday fell out on Thursday, you don't perform the milah on Shabbos. Rabbi says, because he says, Oila Shabbos and Shabbat. You only are makrid the Oila of Shabbos and Shabbos, and not the Oila of a weekday on Shabbos. So too, bris that belongs on Shabbos is performed on Shabbos, bris that belongs Erev Shabbos is not performed on Shabbos. Rabbi says, when it comes to Oila Nefesh, you know that on the other you can cook. Rabbi says that you're allowed to eat Oila Nefesh. In that passage it says, those 2 words, Levadim teaches first, only Oila Nefesh, and not the machir, not the preliminary attempt to create a pot to make Oila Nefesh. And Levadim, not perform the bris milah on Yom Tov. But after I have it to the Kavachomer, as you see, milah shel Tzmana pushes off tzaras, which pushes off avodah, which overrides Shabbos, Yom Tov. So certainly, milah shel Tzmana will push off Yom Tov. Rav Ashi says, very simple. Yom Tov is an asay and a lois asay. Asay and lois is stronger than the milah. It's only an asay. But that's shel Tzmana. We have a word of deposit. By Yom, if that does, that does push off Yom Tov. We learned in the Mishnah that anything that you do Erev Shabbos, you don't have a right to do it on Shabbos, according to Rabbi Kiva and Rav Passin, like Rabbi Kiva. And so too, Rav Passin when it comes to Erev Pesach. Anything you can do Erev Pesach, in other words, left the carbon Erev Shabbos, to bring the carbon from out of the tomb, you have no right to bring the carbon on Shabbos. You got to shut the carbon on Shabbos, because that's the only opportunity to shut it. Why does Rav have to see that look from Rabbi Kiva in both cases? Because bris is very special as 13 reasons. I think it's only Allah for Pesach is hilchos karetz, so it's different with bris, therefore I have to say it like that. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to milah, you could be mechalel, Shabbos, on all the following malachos. The milah itself, you cut the arla off. Kriya is removing a very thin skin. Once you remove the arla, you expose the akara, it's called in English corona. On there, there's a very thin layer of skin. The boy takes it off with his finger, with his neck. You want to see the demonstration of it? I performed the demonstration in the live shir. The tzitza drawing the blood, and that's the more explained to remove the sakana from a baby. You let him put a bandage. You go on Shabbos with bandages with different cumin, which is a cumin. This cumin has to be ground, otherwise it doesn't work. What if you didn't grind it before Shabbos? Put it in your mouth and chew it. That's a shinoi, and you're allowed to do it on Shabbos. Another thing that he used to put on the middle was a mixture of wine and oil. If you didn't do it before Shabbos, just pour wine in a bowl, pour oil in the bowl, but you don't mix them right. You're allowed to take a bandage and put it on the milah, but not create a sleeve on Shabbos. What if you don't have a bandage? You're allowed to go to another culture, wrap it around your finger, and bring it back in. Why does the Mishnah say whole sarvei? All anything that's necessary for this must include the halacha of the tzitzin gerabak yinamah. By the kriya, that thin skin, if you don't remove the roiv, then it's not a milah. So even if the oil walked away, you got to come back and hold the rest of the meal, because otherwise it's not a milah. But if you have tzitzin small piece of skin that are not active, once he walks away, you should not come back to do it. You're not allowed to do that on Shabbos. Now, how do we know this halacha? do over here, once you're done with the milah, you're not to come back and remove the rest of the tzitzit. The Gemara says a very interesting thing. What's the comparison? By skin, removing the rest of the skin, you're not making any mitzvah. But by removing the rest of the tzitzit, you're making mitzvah. It's a kid in my vegas. Unifying mitzvahs from your zakat, unifying even a bris milah, just like you unify a sukkah, a lulav, a shofar, tzitzis, a nicer beggar, a nicer tzitzis, a better sofer, better ink, better pomos. Before you wrap the sefer with special silk, so too by bris milah. Rabbi says this might be the line of Yiddishkeit. Zekel Ma'averu means Ani Bahu. You must mimic Hakadosh Baruch Hu. By mimicking Hakadosh Baruch Hu, start making Hakadosh Baruch Hu. How you mimic Hakadosh Baruch Hu? Whatever he does for you. So he's a Rachman and a Chanun, you're a Rachman and a Chanun. The Lord says perhaps this is similar to Kiddush HaChayim. If you can witness the Guru, you must come to Yerushalayim. Even though it's just a Kiddush Shabbos. What if everybody says, if you feel Yerushalayim, you're not accomplishing anything. Yosef says, you're not accomplishing. So go over here. Since you're not accomplishing anything, you already performed the bris milah. There's only Kizim Shenim Akim. You're not allowed to be a Chal Shabbat. The Gemara says, what's the connection? Over here, he started the mitzvah of milah. He was already in the Chal Shabbat. Let him at least finish. Over there, Kiddush HaChayim never started. So the Gemara says, perhaps it's similar to the halacha of the lechem hapanim b'mis milah, which they switched to the lechem hapanim every Shabbos. The way they did it is they brought 4 people in. 2 holding 2 stacks of 6 bread, 2 holding the same thing, the spoon in front of them. And the new bread would be pushed in as the old bread came out. It says it causes a problem. So one man on says they literally have to touch each other because of this. The split second when there's no bread in the sugar. And Rabbi says, no, you come back later, and now as long as it's not overnight. But Rabbi says, you can make guys. You can't make guys, you something else. You know, guys, once you walk away, and you know, even for a split second, you're done, you cannot come back and do what it's in the If a dog that's over 13 has tzitzim hama'akim, in other words, he didn't have a bris milah, so he's not a mile that was told not to hold bris milah. Shabbos is almost over, and he didn't listen, and he performed bris milah. In fact, he finished the bris milah after Shabbos. He's tied parts because he's Chal Shabbos. When he finished the milah, it wasn't a pure milah, and that was a chapur on Shabbos. He was tied parts. As we said, a person who doesn't do the tzitza no longer being a oil because he's a part of the baby when you don't do the tzitza, just like putting on a bandage or tefillin is for some other purposes it's putting on Shabbos. And a wonderful thing.
It's true. I'm retarded from all those last nights for the new job. It's the bottom of the ingredient right here.
See, I'm a little younger than you are, but for me, that same movie was Enter the Dragon.
Yes, I mean,
That's when we found throwing stars and nunchucks and butterfly knives and all that shit. We started getting into all that came from there. Yeah. All right, so you started telling a story, so the commercial comes on for this during
Shabbos, that's the $100. Anything that comes out from Jesse Sanders made the Jewish weekend. Long email out different things through MDY. One of the things he'd like to start is sponsoring emails. He'd like to be the first one to sponsor emails. So thank you guys for thinking about us. We have a daf. It's the full of different remedies. Many of them come from Abaya's famous stepmother. She says, the compress to heal most wounds consists of 7 parts fat, 1 part wax. Rabbi says 1 part wax, 1 part resin. In fact, he spoke about this in public, and the son of the doctor was extremely sad about this. This was their source of living, and they ripped freedom. So he says, listen, don't worry about it. I have one more trick up my sleeve. If somebody washes their face and doesn't dry their face properly, they'll go boiled, and what do? You take pictures and you wash your face. Even though the mission tells us that you're not allowed to grind on Shabbos, you're not allowed to mix really well oil and wine on Shabbos, but I love that it's allowed. Fuel you can use for food. Use it for milah. Choilo she'ein bo sakana. There's no danger to this choilo. On Shabbos, it's also to mix the wine and the oil, even without heating it really well. One year later, it's mutter. The mayor himself was sick and refused to eat to mix the wine and the oil. He said, but you hold it and put it into the mustard, with the mustard strainer, that doesn't look like fire because at the end of the day, the yolk is also going to go through the strainer. You're not allowed to sweeten up the mustard seeds by putting a wooden pole in the mustard seeds. What happens is the mustard seeds eventually extinguish the coal. That's what's happening. If it's a metal pole, then it's okay even if it extinguishes because there's no ashes that are left over, whereas in the wooden pole, we have ashes that are left over. Putting meat, a barbecue, on Yom Tov, where the juices of the meat are going to extinguish the coals, is not a problem because it's considered efshar. The meat tastes a lot better when it's fresh, and that's the only way to do it. To make cheese on Yom Tov, which is bueno, would be also because you can do it before Yom Tov. In fact, cheese that's older, aged cheese, tastes better than, if you make it today, the cheese will taste okay, but not as good as it was done before. So that's what's efshar. It's possible, therefore it's also to do it on Yom Tov. Isha, which is kneading the dough, is mutter to do on Yom Tov because you don't have another option. It's considered efshar. It tastes a lot better when you do it today. Abayi's stepmother said, when you put a sleeve over the bris milah, be careful that the hem of the sleeve, which is full of loose threads, is not on the actual wound because if a thread gets stuck in and you pull off the sleeve, it can cause the baby to become a pushavka, and a pushavka is not allowed to marry somebody with a hull from the Jewish nation. She herself, Abayi's stepmother, would make a lining in the sleeve so that this doesn't happen. Abayi says, you don't have one of these sleeves, you can take some sort of cloth that has a hem. And in this way, the hem will actually help us. You put the hem on the part of the milah that doesn't have a wound, and it'll stick to the milah so that it doesn't come off, and the smooth part you put on the wound. Other things that Abayi's mother said is, if you see that the baby's opening, go to the bathroom, the toilet is not there, so you rub oil there, and you put the baby to the sun, and you see where it's clear. That's where the opening is supposed to be. You take a piece of barley, which is sharp, and you cut an X, you can open it. You don't use a metal object because that can cause swelling. If a baby doesn't nurse well, you take a cup of cold, you pour it out on a flat surface and put it by his mouth. The reason he's not nursing because his mouth is cold, warm up the mouth. If a baby is not breathing well, so you take the afterbirth and you put it on him. If the baby's really small, you take the small opening first, and then the larger part of the afterbirth comes second. In other words, to show that it's going to maybe go from small to large. If the baby is bloated, you take the larger part, the large opening, and put it first, and then the smaller part. So that shows that the baby is going to become smaller. If a baby is extremely red or yellow, that's a sign that the blood hasn't been absorbed well into the body, and you have to wait for the bris milah. One of those identical stories, basically, is with Nasan Abavli. There was a woman who both of her children died during the bris milah. The third one she brought to Nasan Abavli, and he said, look, the baby's too red to do bris milah, let's wait. He waited, and the baby lived, and she named the baby Nasan Abavli. Another time, the baby was yellow, two of his brothers died. He checked and he saw that there's no dam bris. In order to be behind the mitzvah, you need dam bris. It's also very dangerous to do bris milah like that. The baby died. They waited. Sure enough, the baby lived. They named the baby Nasan Abavli. The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to wash the baby before the bris to strengthen the baby, and after the bris. And then the Mishnah says you do see if you sprinkle the water. My place in the Gemara, what's going on? Wonder if you look at Rabbi you only sprinkle the baby. You not rinse the baby in a bath. Only sprinkle water only on the first day. Rothschild'S Isaiah argues and says you could wash the baby for 3 days, and we see this from Shem, that they were in a lot of pain on the third day. We see that the third day is also a sakana. According to Rabbi, and I can't hold in the first and second day you can wash the baby regularly. Only on the third day you have to sprinkle water. But Azariah says even on the third day you can sprinkle water. You could wash the baby. There's a raya from the Brisa, like Rothschild'S Azariah from Shem, but the Brisa says that it's not a true raya from Shem. And the Gemara explains to Shem they were older. But by a baby, perhaps the baby heals quicker. Maybe by the third day, he's not considered a sakana. There's a story where Rabbi paskin to someone that he can wash his baby on the first day, regular bath. And then he got sick. And he said perhaps because I was Mechullah on Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Baruch, even though the Brisa says like Rabbi, but from the Mishnah it seems like there's missing a word after our kingdom. It sounds like the Allah is like Yehuda and Rabbi Baruch, Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yochanan passing the halacha like Rabbi Elazar and Messiah, you're allowed to wash the baby, his entire body, all 3 days, even with water that was boiled on Shabbos because of the sakana. According to Rabbi, you're allowed to put oil and wine mixture on a wound on Shabbos. It's not considered shikas hamanim. It's considered shikas hamanim. You put it above the wound and it drips into the wound, and there's a price that says like shmuel. This that you're now allowed to put the oil and wine mixture on a bandage, even if the bandage is on the body, off the body, is because of the chashash that you're going to squeeze it, it'll be over and svita. Rags that are new, in other words, they've never been on a wound before, they are also to put on Shabbos because they have a power of healing. If they were already put on a wound, it's supposed to put on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos at Kufla Mahei, today's email says, says he had a transformation. He proved out the driving force behind the transformation together with my Rabbi. Goes on to say, thank you for telling me you and also Shkoyach Medical Kapura. Israel Shem should all be backing this measure for the same as well regarding Alma. Thank you, Alma. We're discussing what kind of bris milah people should love Shabbos. The Mishnah tells us, Safek Milah. The pasuk which tells us that you could fish off Shabbos for bris milah, the word is like, but that's impossible. All the time says, or lost sight. That's a definite barley. So therefore, if it was born Bein Hashmash, on Friday or Shabbos, since it's not definite what day it is, that Shabbos is not fished off for bris milah. If a baby is born with a bris and we don't do it, that's also Safek, which doesn't fish off Shabbos. And Corinthians has Zahrus and Akos, Safek, it doesn't fish off Shabbos. And finally, we know that Allah, that the baby in the time of the Gemara was born in the 8th month, it's not viable to actually cook on Shabbos, you can't even touch it. The mother could only nurse it if she's the tsar, which is Sakana. So if you have a son, whether that baby is born in the 7th month, the end of the 7th, or in the 8th month, we don't know if that baby is viable, and therefore that baby's milah doesn't show up Shabbos. And Corinthians, according to Yehuda, is Chayv in bris milah, and since it's Chayv in bris milah, it pushes up Shabbos, and if it doesn't perform bris milah, it's Chayv Kares. Remember Machlokes here. What happens to the baby that was born with a bris milah? According to Tanakama, if the baby was born with a bris milah, according to Mishamai, the Yaakov has not to let out some blood that's part of the milah, because Mishamai is concerned perhaps there is a arla here, just as kavush, it blends in and you don't see it. They still say we don't have to be concerned, and Rav Haskins like this Tanakama. There are people who comes and says, no. According to everybody, if a baby was born with a milah, you don't have to do Avodas Zarah. Where's my pleasure? Only the case where a ger comes to us with the ready-made goods. Does he have to do Avodas Zarah before we shine? Yes, according to me, so no. And this is how Shmuel passes. One of those is a very sad story of Adam Rahava asking that you have to do Avodas Zarah even on Shabbos. He held that it's 100% Arla Kedusha. There's an arla here, just it's hidden, and therefore it requires a bris milah even on Shabbos. He serves and serves. 13 miles and drilling down, they refuse to perform bris milah. So he was forced into doing his own milah. He performed the milah, but he injured the baby. He caused the baby to be shoved up, according to the Yerushalmi. Eventually, before he died, he himself died, and he died, the baby died. Ravasi tells us a tremendous feeling. The baby only has a bris milah on the 8th day if the mother becomes tummy through the childhood. It brings one to sukkah. But if, for instance, the mother does not become tummy, the birth with the cesarean, or let's say a Giyaris, the birth is only afterwards, the baby must have a bris milah on the first day. Don't ask any questions from Abraham Avinu all the way to Matan Torah, but there was no chumah that they performed the bris milah on the 8th day. It's possible that when the Torah came, there was a new chiddush of tumah, and with that came a chiddush that if there is no tumah, then the bris milah is on the first day. The price that says that a child born with cesarean, or a child that has 2 arlas, either he has double layer skin, he has 2 milahs, Machlokes, whether you call Shabbos or not. But Shabbos and the 8th day are dependent on one another. In other words, you're not Machal Shabbos only if it's a baby that was born on the 8th day. What else is very similar on the thing with Yitbayis and Miknas Kesef. We have to tell us that a slave that was either bought Miknas Kesef or a slave that was actually born in captivity by the Jewish owner, Yitbayis. In both cases, there's two possibilities. Either the bris is on the 8th day or the bris is on the 1st day. One pasuk tells us that the bris must be performed on the 8th day. But then the pasuk right afterwards doesn't talk about what it just says. Therefore, we learn there's one case that the meal is on the 8th day, and one case the meal is on the 1st day. Hanakama holds that any time this baby, this Eved, is not similar to Yisrael, it's not Lochem, then the bris meal is performed on the 1st day. Rabbi agrees to that concept, because he adds one more thing. He says, anytime the mother is not male because of the Leda, then bris is on the 5th day. So we have like this. According to the Tanakama, if you bought a shikha who was already pregnant, and afterwards she gave birth, in other words, purchased the blood, that's a Miknas Kesef, and that's a case that the baby has a meal on the 8th day. If you bought a shikha, and afterwards she became pregnant, that's considered bias. Ready by you when she became pregnant. Again, the meal is on the 8th day. You bought a shikha together with a baby. In other words, she's already born. That's Miknas Kesef. You bought the baby. In that case, has a meal on the 1st day. What if you bought a shifra, but only for her offspring, nothing else? That's a case of Lidbais, who's born by you. But the meal is only on the 5th day, because that's not similar to the family. According to the Mandala, it says, Kenya appears to be in a food. That is, you can't say I'm only buying offspring. Once you say offspring, that includes the mother as well, and then it is like a Yisrael. So the case is, you bought a shifra on condition not to be tribal. Then it's not like Yisrael and Milos on it. According to Rabbi, if she gave birth and afterwards she was tribal, then she didn't give birth to Tuma, so the Milos on the 1st day. If she was tribal and then she gave birth, and she gave bias, both of these things, the bias, but she did the Milos on the 8th day, then she had Tuma when she was giving birth. Or a Shifra, who was pregnant, and he was tribal, and then she gave birth, that's considered Miknas Kesef, the meal is on the 8th day. Finally, if you bought a Shifra only for her offspring, that's Miknas Kesef, which is only the meal is on the 3rd day, because it doesn't have a part of the mother, and therefore it's not similar to a family. Wonderful day.
She was telling me you gotta get fucked in the ass 4 times before you get hit my kid.
Shabbos today's email comes from Yaakov here. He says he's an email guy, and he has a great idea that we should start an email newsletter. I like the idea a lot. Thank you, Yaakov. Something Yaakov Rabbi from Arnold says that when his shir fell apart during COVID, George David was down to catch up on the document that he missed. And then he joined our regular shir, and he loved it. I bridge his friend for wonderful work from the document. Anyway, a wonderful group of friends enjoyed every minute. Yaakov Rabbi, thank you. The email will hold that whether it's a human baby or an animal born, they're not considered viable halachically until by human beings. 30 days passes, by an animal, 80 days. By human beings, it's 3 days. That's why the skin got 30 days old. By an animal, says you have to be at least, you have to be all the year, you have to be at least 8 days old in order to be in a department. That shows us that the animal is not viable until 8 days. Now, some people argue, they say that as soon as an animal or humans are born, they are viable immediately. And the question is, how can you constantly perform a procedure on Shabbos, for a human being who's not viable? Says the Gemara, you're right. If you perform a procedure, you're not over anything, she goes to the Mamad. If this baby survives, then it's a great mystery. If the baby doesn't survive, then halach, the baby is dead when he performs the mitzvah, and he's not performing it. Then the question is, why does it say the Mishnah that a human is born, and we don't know whether it was born in the 7th month, the 8th, 7th, or the 8th month? Not the Rosh Shabbos. Why not? The Rosh Shabbos. Get someone to survive, great mitzvah. They won't survive. You didn't do this, and that's what you could perform it. But what you can do, what the Mishnah is telling us, is not the Shirei mitzvah according to the Eliezer. You cannot create a knife, which perhaps the baby won't survive, and then you just create a knife. So the comes to a favor. The Torah tells us, you don't spin out a hammer. The word of is that you learn from here that tremendous difference. If you have an animal that you can't eat because it's a trade off, but you shut it anyway, you actually the consequence that you remove the tumor from the animal after it's out. Now when it comes to things, it says, Asher what kind of animal? How do you go back to your animal? Why does the public say it's eating it? Don't kill it. Why would you say, hey, that even a non-sensitive animal can hit someone and be that an animal who is 8 days old doesn't have 8 days. The shechita is not mechai according to Muslim Shimon. The shechita doesn't accomplish, even though you should be definitely. It's not viable according to this. So the shechita accomplishes that this is covered. Abai comes along and says that the Machlokes says whether this animal is considered alive. If it's alive, then the shechita accomplishes that shechita. And the Muslim Shimon says that why? How come such a thing? Rabbi says, according to everybody, this animal is considered dead. So what's my point? We compare this animal, he's not really being born yet, to a trade. So just like a trade, we see this with a common it's just like a trade. So once they know it's not like a trade. A trade had a sacrifice, had a moment where it was kosher. Even if it's more like that, but in its category, there are animals that are kosher and then later on develop the moment. This animal never had a sacrifice, it's less than 8 days old. What if I'm looking for a chewing wheel and the chewing wheel says that an animal is not viable until it's old, and if it was not viable until it's old, I'm saying immediately. Abai says, the Mashmas of Gemara, that if the Mashmas is in a place where there's a premature death versus the baby fell off the roof, it was given by a lion, an animal was shafted prematurely before it died, according to the chewing wheel, they're considered dead. And according to the Mashmas, they weren't, at the end of the day, they died from different causes. But let's say, if the baby or the animal yawns and dies, in other words, they were extremely weak, so you see that they weren't viable, everybody would agree that they are considered dead. One of those stories, Rabbi Rakuna, will offer a single kingdom that's considered the best type of meat, the third born calf. However, this calf was shafted on the 7th day. They didn't wait till the 8th day, and they refused to eat it because they hold like a human meal. That's not halacha. That before 8 days, it's not viable. We have a kind of called holding chadasha. Because we know for certain that this animal or this baby, when it's full term, then we don't have to wait 3 days. We don't have to wait 8 days. Therefore, when it comes to an animal that calls chadasha, and it was born on Yom Tov, so number one, this animal was not full term because it was already ready to eat with its mother. It was a full term baby. It just came out today. Second of all, you're allowed to eat it right away because it's chadasha. You don't have to wait 3 days. Same thing also, if a bakar was born with a milk and doesn't witness the milk at the birth, you're allowed to shut it right away. Rabbi, now we're going to talk about the Rabbi told his son who lost your child within the village, why are you sitting Shiva? Why are you doing Shabbat? And he used a very strong language. He says, he wanted to free these people are free. But he tells his father, I know for a fact, I know when the pregnancy was a full-term baby. And since it's a full-term baby, the baby deserves proper availability. One of those is a case where a woman's husband dies without children. She would have to be like a mother. But in this case, there's a child who dies in 30 years. And she accepted the mission for someone. So you want to depend. Rabbi says in the name of Rabbi that if she's engaged to Yisrael, so that it doesn't really matter about it. All it does is residence for the divorcee. And he's going to marry the divorcee. You let her have Alisa from the and therefore she won't have a relationship. And if she's engaged to a Chayil, where the Alisa would render her a she wouldn't be able to marry the Chayil. Let's say the Allah in this case less than 30 days old is never viable. It doesn't matter whether it's an engagement or to a fight. In both cases, you require a visa, and she won't be able to marry that country. Says Rabbi, you're right. That's what Rabbi said at night. But in the daytime, you're distracted. Says Rabbi, what, you're going to allow her to marry a Kayan without coming to you, allowing Kayan Mama to marry? If so, you might as well go ahead and allow all the traders in the world, all the Kalas. Review, though, we learned in the Mishnah that when it comes to an androgynous, someone who has doctors and nachos, both, perform a milah on Shabbos and Zilch Shabbos. It's only a halacha by milah that Review holds that he has, or this person has a halacha of a Zohar, which requires milah, because it says, all part including this androgynous. So the other halacha, if someone points at a brigand, he says, Eric Koya, like, I want whatever value he is, I want to bring it to this. It doesn't have a value. It's not of a Zohar, not of an occasion. This is Rebuta in Safra, Sam Safra, or Rebuta. And finally, the halacha is that androgynous cannot make the ingredients of the baked package of a Torah Duma because he has a halacha of an occasion, not of a Zohar, as a wonderful thing.
I go to John Paul, you don't get it. Hear me out. I had a walk up there. It was like an island in the middle with two houses. So I couldn't really see the kids. So I walked up the hill. And I'm sure this commotion. This is my first day in church. This is my first time going out to a Ferguson church. I hear this commotion as I walk around. Fuck, it's a misfire.
Shabbos after the night, a boy who wrote us a while ago, he has one or two good news that is Rabbi. I'm looking forward to starting here with only about here, we are gearing up for one of a kind, which is going to include 40 different locations in the Shabbos, and many different candidates. Part of it, joining and hosting Rabbi Mishnah, very, very interesting. Just tell me, who's had a set of curriculum? One was born on Friday, the other born on Saturday. By mistake, the Bristol of the one on Friday, on Saturday. Not that big of a question because the baby has that person. But now it's like, it's going to be on a day. I'm going there, that's also the good Shabbos. The reason to go Shabbos, but the second thing is, two boys, one born on Shabbos and one was born on Sunday. By mistake, one was saying he was still on Shabbos. Now, what is going to find out what's rest because so according to Rabbi, in this case, the boy from Sunday, he was on Shabbos. Everybody feels like a mistake. They have a desire, where the baby was born on Friday.
Oh my God, you can bring up a smell of
It was too early. So that says, why? Hardly. But he wanted to do this in that case in a time of conflict. Yes. What if he takes up the Friday day? Spoil it on Shabbos. But what if he goes to the Shabbos day and was spoiled on Friday? He could complete situation. That case would be much more. Like, yes, nothing. Doesn't have an excuse. You can't say, oh, I was person was on the but they already did the on Friday. Therefore, everybody was preaching his face. Now you said the mission. But the mission was on the 8th day. So if this was a situation where the halacha was wanting to do the on the 7th, how do we get it? Sometimes the halacha is trying to do if the baby is born, say if he's born on a Monday, finish Monday. You don't know if he's born on Monday. If they add another day or something, what if he's born on Friday? And the night day comes out on Saturday. Let that another day you do it on Sunday. second halacha Rav says when it comes to oven, it has four legs. And Rav says if one leg is missing, the oven remains in the oven, and therefore it's missing. But you're allowed to be cooked till the certain temperature. Rav says no. Even one leg missing is also the fact that the leg in proper. And then I got it. Rav says, I see the torch was showing. Look at his scroll. Eventually, the third one was stacking up on why you were talking about dollars and Shabbat. It says in the passage, the people are doing some crazy stuff. There's an extraordinary laughter. What is that? That's again, Torah there. Take my first stuff. Guys will never get Torah. What's going to happen is they're going to have a Mishnah Shura. It's going to be my close. When guys will want to Rabbi Yaga, they learn to talk to Leiros, guys will never get country. University. Red water, rather, they want to destroy the environment. Here, now it's destroy the vacuum bar chair. Guys will yes, I love this. Yes, not going to have to do it. And a woman is going to go to the surgery, she's going to ask the Shayla, she's going to say, this loaf of bread that was in the oven had a share in your space. This loaf of bread, so you should just come over and shake it. And the question is going to be, she should send it to the entire air space of the oven, as an oven, and anything in the air space becomes a rishon. When it's a rice that tells us, the oven becomes a rishon, and in return it makes the bread a shake, because if the air space is a rishon, in other words, you make a rishon, then you should also make another thing, a rishon, and it doesn't. But obviously, you move the two was anything from the rishon, which is wonderful this.
When I became like 11, I said, looks like my stepfather's got to go. Because for me to run my game, he gave me a look at how I love him. So, meetings I got, should we get away? One more campaign thing, I don't know my clothes. But now I visit the wife. You know, when you have a stepfather, it's you and your mother.
Shabbos on the test. Buenos Aires, Argentina. Even talking to your chef, one of the 75 locations that we have around the world is seven Shabbos. Also comes from a place with Lisa as a female. Right, that they're watching the shoot every day. I'm aware. The third option as well as the are on other portals like already dying on the website and on all that you reached out to people that I'd like to congratulate you for reaching YouTube yesterday. That is 3,000 subscribers on YouTube. And this is a number everyone sees. Well, I love this. The first thing email is talking about the 9 days. Rabbi says, sorrow is surrounded with my glory. Before so many calamities happen in the generation of Rome, etc. Because Shoichad, the judges take bribe, they pay panic, on him, they make deals for money, which will be follow what you want to hear, the right price, running guys have to do with Shabbat, Shemina will not rest, we can find so still get rid of him. Corrupt judges and should be implemented to get rid of him. You shall line with you build with the season of God. And if you get rid of guys or you are a rash system, here, clothing, then we get rid of missionaries. And if we get rid of the corrupt judges, we get rid of bad police. Also says, Shibra Shemati Rishoyim, Shem is most important, break the staff, the rod of the rulers, and the Shayim. What does that mean? These are the judges, come with a stick, the stick of the officers, implement wrongly, shaping wisdom, these are the wonderful. Let's say I'm not have a relative who's a Russia, corrupt, and wise relative is right. Or, the Chachamim will say, Amaratz and the Vince of the Yonim, hoping that the Amaratz will come to them and ask them questions in Allah, that never happened. Habit will dwell with them, so hand are full of blood. These are judges who take bribes, but they will bribe people that take their money wrongly. Exploitation of Allah. are the court reporters going to Rabbi. Since they say in the Sheker, your lips are impulsive. These are lawyers who usually apply the Shulchan Avla. These are Balikin who are relaxed. The law says that Yisra Tzadik was suffering with his brother. He refrained from drinking wine all those many years. But his brother continued drinking, but they didn't get drunk. Yosef Rabbeinu says that his brothers also refrained from drinking. But the law said, the Scharded Aaron HaKohen said to himself, in his heart, he was happy that Moshe Rabbeinu should be achieved. Before putting back on his heart, he gave him the Hoshen Mishpah, the word of the Torah. The people from Bashakar sent questions to Levi, but until the questions reached Levi, unfortunately, the question was, what about the Canopy and Shabbos opening? What about crops planted together with vineyard? In a vineyard, you have to plant typically you can plant vegetables, but you can plant the particular vegetable. You have the bed on London, take a grape, some short over mashing. If you're smart, why do you plant that? And he told them he's not for everything. He said, we can't find the head of the Tefillah. We're kind of because they weren't in Torah, you can't be mad or something, so they take in the wrong direction. And he said, Haftar also, even though there's a great reason to be bagel and half, because if Arkin was bagel in Eretz Yisrael, anybody was bagel in Eretz Yisrael, Allah is like them in Tefillah, and it should be okay. They're not going to carry can't be made with it. When it comes to Mesa Yantiv, he says, don't deal with it. Even though we have a Yantiv on the second day, we do it by a Jew. On the first day, which comes after Shabbos, you are here laughing and say, no, the blood is for that. Because you don't want to be mad with it. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi said that you could plant hops in Kutzlar. Rabbi Hasida would give Malchus, and they explained because he was in a place that more big fire. Rabbi Sharish would give money to a non-Jewish child, but he wouldn't give money to a Jewish child because that Jewish child was older and more of a difference, and he wouldn't give money to an adult guy because we got confused it was a Jew, so he gave it to a child guy. Says tomorrow, you're allowed to go outside on Shabbos with cannabis. Canopy has screens and straps. Those screens are buckles that actually canopy. Whereas when it comes to the tzitzis, bring a bagel that has the tzitzis, one of them would be a bagel or three that are left are not buckles of the bagel because they have pills in them. The Gemara tells us, when it comes to a sickle, put a sickle honestly and pretend you read it, but hold the pomegranate and put the pomegranates on. Once it's on there, you go with it. Then go ahead and use the sickle or yantim. When it comes to making beer, I'm telling you, you're allowed to do something. Provided you don't have more beer. What if you have a lot of beer in the store? You make the beer, but then you drink some of it. Over here, making the beer is not inherently possible. It's just have extra beer you're not allowed to do. But making putting up a strainer, that is also so you have to take action and show that you're doing it for your pomegranate. One of those couple of stories of one time happened did quickly. Once he had a garlic and stuff is big. He said, oh, I'm not doing it to mix this thing. That would be awesome. That's what I'm doing it to hide the garlic. On another occasion, fell asleep on a boat and the boat took him across the river on Shabbos. He said, no, I didn't want to cross the river. I wanted to take a nap. Boy said that was okay. But this is not talking. He was trying to trick his way around the Rabbanan. And the Rabbanan himself, we're not worried that he's going to be over on the Rabbanan. The mission tells us you're allowed to take water and put it on the sediment that's stuck on top of the strainer, and that will take the rest of the wine out of the sediment. You're allowed to take clear wine and put it through a rag on top. What you not do is take wine that has sediment. Now, however, if the wine has sediment, in other words, the wine press, that's what they drink in that area, location, and time, then it's okay. When you use the sifter, the strainer, you have to make sure that there's no indentation in it. Otherwise, it's due to the pulp. People of interest is you take a basket, you fill with a basket, that's okay to use the basket to spray. It's extremely different as long as it's one half at the bottom of the vessel and it doesn't create like you can take a rag and put it on half of the barrel, that's okay. If you do not put straw tightly in the mouth of the vessel as a strainer, that looks like a sifter. In the house where Papa, they would pour beer from one vessel to another, even though there's sediment. comes from Hope in Cincinnati, Ohio. I listen to the down on the way to work. It's making Kaddish my drive and my whole day. There it is. I agree with all the sentiments of the emails that you do that. I'd like to join your single Shabbos part of the chef. Pushing stage, I've never gotten this far in the job, and it actually helped me stay positive, my family and I, go through this whole thing, shout around the present Shabbos. We're talking about muscles, and before Shabbos, you start eating, you add water. On Shabbos, you want to add water. I went to Rabbi, forbidden to do so with me, because that's the shiur. According to Shmuel, with your hand, is that the shiur of religion, open or also, and that's how I like Haskins and halacha. Without conviction, and if you use your hands, as long as you do it easily and you don't do it, and afterwards you add a little bit. Not even that. Halacha applies to breath. Add oil is vinegar. Or tells us that vinegar. Same halacha applies to crushed garlic. You're allowed to add beans, beans. Go back to the mustard. Abaya's mother, stepmother, made this for him. She added the water on Shabbos and the water. So, why would it say, because married now, in himself, take the stalk of the garlic and mix it into it. She said, make a coupon on a meal which consists of lime, honey, and pepper. This is why I make it, because it's really not for food. However, I like this. It's made more for also made out of wine, good water, balsam, and so you can actually come out of the bathhouse, put it down. But Yosef, we love it. He said, if I have one more cup of Rashi, in this world, and we have to have submissive in order to be alive. But my book gave me this dream, so he was dreaming it, so he had that effect on it. Said the Mishnah, he doesn't say, as a Delia, you could soak it in, you should not allow to soak it in warm water. You're going to ask Yana, what I love of soaking is in cold water, and we're going to say, but the Mishnah is not cold water. Hey, he said, so, why am I ready? Why am I better than you? I don't know about the that stuff is according to food that it's permitted. So, this, as a kid, here, in water, according to Rabbi, the Catholics according to Abaya, is only the Rabbi of the boat. Why do we do this? Get rid of their chest pain. Now, according to everybody, you started on dosage of this, you start thinking on Thursday and Friday, you start thinking on Shabbos, well, therefore, you're allowed to even soak it on Shabbos in cold water, put it in the sun, and warm it up. You're allowed to add vinegar, and you're not allowed to load veg. In other words, add water, and it causes the fluid to raise the temperature, butter. Now, rub the vegetables again, and it's butter. But you're not allowed to put straw on a higher place and let sit in the dry by itself. You gotta put it in the center and walk with it, walk over to the animal crop and put it in, and whatever happens by itself, if you don't discard it, if you don't it's filtered. When it was Yaakov, that would be awesome. You gotta rub linen in order to make it good. Because if you do, you're trying to make it wider and clear, you're trying to make it softer, that's okay. But when it comes to a head scarf, that is awesome because what you're trying to do is make it wider. For those that you put some wood, like a twig in a shirt instead of a hanger, that twig is using so you're not allowed to touch the twig, you gotta move the shirt, the shirt's off the twig. Now, if it's like a stick, that you should like this like a weaver's rod, then we're set to move it. Sorry, with timer. You have to make herbs that are not really like some of the things don't put it, but it's right for the animal, so not most of the color of the animal, it is Rothschild'S. But the thing it says, if you sit down on a bed that's used by a couple, you can make insurance, and that's also like Louisiana, and the most you don't have to worry about it. But this will give many life lessons. It's complete, and some of them is on water. And it says, when you find vegetables in the company in bunches, your company is always the same, so make sure that you get longer vegetables, get more for your money, different something was let's say that I gave all these following things. If the person doesn't have bread, vegetables, they're hungrier. Like he said himself, when I was poor, I wouldn't eat vegetables to make hungrier. When I was wealthier, I wouldn't eat vegetables to make myself hungry. Meat and fish. If the person is poor, he should wait until he has enough bread to make him satiated. He shouldn't eat smaller pieces. If he doesn't have a lot of bread, he shouldn't cut the bread and break bread, because then he wouldn't give out to his guests. The ani yapa. When he was poor, he checked the whole basket to see that he has enough for everybody. Well, it says that if you don't have enough money, don't buy shirts of bread. Buy the barley. That's how cashless you buy these vegetables. Papa said something similar. Papa said that if you drink beer, why spend your money on wine? That's about cashless. The money said that's not true. Cashless is fun. It's better to feed your own body than to save money. The person doesn't have oil. You put on his hand, you can take algae out of a puddle. The person that doesn't have money can buy the neck of an animal that has flavors, fatty, lean, and it has sinews. Folks, I'll be to buy these expensive shirts from the Har Adol, wash them every 30 days, and guarantee you your money back that will last you for a year. This is why it's called the finest shirt, because it's enough to fund another level, another class. The person shouldn't say, hey, somebody don't sit on heaven, don't ruin your cousin, don't give your clothes to the woman that's taking care of you, because she likes to carry it, she'll be disgusted. He told his daughters she should be very serious in front of her husband. Don't eat a lot in front of them. Don't eat vegetables or steak that bread or baked beer at night because that could be in your stomach. Don't go to the bathroom in front of them, or if you're not in front of them so they don't see it later. When somebody knocks on the door, don't use the Lashon Zofar. Is it saying the Lashon favor? And give them advice on how to play hard to get. Says the Mishnah, according to Daisa, will let them speak out the crop of hay wheat, the size for the animal that doesn't get mixed in the dirt, etc. And you let them move it away from the waste. Some say all those things are also because first of all, you're not allowed to sweep the floor, it's mashmakin, which is final, and second of all, the food, in second case, is disgusting. When is this? When we're discussing a crop that's attached to the ground, for everybody, that is also all my purposes in the crop, the fire is whatever wood. You're allowed to take from a donkey and give it to an ox, because the donkey doesn't move. And the opposite way, the ox does move, the donkey is therefore, this is what we consider a chop, we also have a wonderful day.
So fucking one night, shortly after I had put the wedge in the boat, I had no fucking feelings. I didn't want to be done. I wanted to get away. So it just worked somehow. I came home from the bar. My mother had a couple cocktails and I didn't drink. He didn't like when my mom drank, so he gave her attitude. And I guess my mom asked him for a cigarette.
I wanted to look at red with that. I tell you that I appreciate it from the top and the procedure every day. Mama, it's real thing for you. Like the song of the usher. Oh boy. The big church ready to lie in the watching that really feel as the one all the right at home. Too much will come. The other one, this is the all you're going to follow the house down the basis. Like, once you go a little bit further, you need to lie in and thank you.
I didn't catch the whole cigarette thing though, son. I didn't see it.
I just didn't leave you. So therefore, you have to stay on the bed. You want to lay down smoothly, protecting your hands, focus on your body, keeping that cash, focus on it. If you show that it doesn't, as a guy can play a pillow, a sheet, then you're allowed to move it with your head. Something called a mock cage, which expresses the clothing, and this is like one individual homeowner. So the way it works, you take down the upper board, you put the fingers in place, you bring it on top, you move the bed, so that fingers goes down. Also, so it's in effect, when you're ready tomorrow after shopping, and it's also to work after shopping. So quite means the professional one, dry cleaners, also the customers, getting started opening before Shabbos, allow continue the process of separating and taking out the clothes. That one says, if you have a detached radish, and it's destroy the head one side up. If you put it with the pointy side down by removing the radish, and that's as good as it gets, you look at take it out on top of it. When it's upside down, when you take it out, it's perfectly good. That's awesome. That one, how do you want to look at the original of cooked on the outside? And it says, the minute brush of pepper on Shabbos, provided that you take the handle of the knife versus the knife itself, just brush it with look, and you don't do it in a water utensil, rather you do it in a bowl. And you only do one other step. Like peppers, Regina says, if you're swimming in a river, be careful not to come out of the river, looking wet with all that water, carrying the cameras to the edge of the river. The cameras will be carrying more out. So we dry up and then come down. Going into the river and pushing the water flow around it is not a consideration. Since it's a nice work and no problem twice in a caramel. If you have mud on your shoes, before my brother comes outside you, so you take it off on the ground, and not on the wall. Because the wall, you're adding mud to the wall. Look at who's building the wall. Notice that somebody will use this mud rather than put it on the wall, not on the ground, because the ground might be filling in holes. If I can witness that part of my religion, both of them are muscle, both of them are reduction, but the reduction Shabbos is both of them. Brother says, look at him sit, something in his hands, right next to the hand of the mother, both of them rather right on the left. Things you have going out, and going to Shabbos, that's a problem. So you take a barrel and tip it back and forth, to make the ground underneath it. Come on, now let's put a rag that's moist into the opening of a bottle, but in my tongue, this is the rag. You have blood on your clothing, so rub it to the inside of the clothing, not to the outside of the nail, scrape it, divide it, little film left it. Just want to point out that most of the blood that you have, dust on your clothing, wipe it off, nothing left in the clothing. Flavor a kisser of right. Rabbi says, yeah, you have one on your shoes, you can scrape off the brand new shoes at the end of the night, but not an old shoe that you might use of the leather off, and that is the single matter. Saba, he argues and he says, not even on a new shoe. You want to wash your foot with oil. If you do it while it's in a shoe, that's also because the oil will go and it will bury the shoe, the under the shoe will hand the shoe. If you put it outside of the shoe, and you put just enough to polish the shoe, you have no intent to polish the shoe, that's okay. Put enough oil on your foot to hand the shoe, and it's also to your foot, into the shoe, you will get 100%. And it's slow. Let's go outside with a very large shoe. It might fall on the foot, but a very large clothing, garment won't fall off the different will let go out of larger clothing. It's us for a woman to go outside with these shoes and walk. You have and therefore it's up to you. At least it was a shoe. But it's not really a shoe. But when can I go outside with a brand new shoe? If you have a shoe on a fork and it's really tight on the fork and it's the other side of the fork, it's a fix the shoe and it's a cover come up and it's not open. When you look, you make it a little bit, it is not a shoe, not a double come up, and it is open. What if you're not on the shoe very tight? So put that by your hole, and if you pull out the scissors, put that by your not the scissors, the room is something you want to get out. The by your only your very light, but look at the fucking close it, put your rubber, since you're not going to so if it was on very light, yes, it would fit, this is if it's off the shoe point, and therefore it's and we have a pull up and it's not and that we finish Eric next Eric it's called Rothschild'S so referring to a person Rothschild other than tonight Eric is son even though his son is holding but it's opposite like his son Right from there, she says in the water, we talking about when the sun is drying, or when the turtle gets sick over there, not a punishment. The lack of restriction of carrying in that situation. But if the sun is holding it, third, if the sun is not the money, the sun will go. If the sun is holding a wallet, or carrying it outside, we have the concept of time limited time. One person assists in carrying it, not on the sun, but is tied on the wallet. And the wallet is not become muscle, no one responds to the wallet to the sun. Now, we have still a level of person carry somebody else on the shoulder. Kind of this kind of way. And if that person is wearing clothing, is not tied to the clothing, the person is carrying it wearing clothing. But if the person is carrying holding clothing in the band, the person carrying it is tied on the clothing. We have this big dress on the block with a wallet. Hopefully the right to a consumable home that belongs to these people. So you don't want to take the destination out of the house. You don't want to get the house. This home is your apartment. And the wallet itself, not matching at all at that point, is fucking lazy, or it's not the way to carry it first. That is wonderful.
It was we still have said it was so good to me. And you can't understand. I just filled in the gap. Being in that land. No sob. I just every day I have a picture right in my wall. And I go, you know what, I'm gonna go live for you. I'm gonna go live for you. And I think about Anthony all the time. How was it like that? Every day. gonna take over Chicago. Clearly got a tremendous party. Who's gonna pussy it off? It's non-existent. It's like a transvestite's pussy. Like, they cut their dick off and they didn't put no filler in there. You gotta fill the lips like that lady Rihanna with that white lady. With that white chick that fills the lips. I know you're not crazy. But that's all I got. I got Chicago, the 27th, I got Denver the 12th.
Thank you, brother. I love you. Thank you. Go see Joey Diaz in Chicago. I am Ryan Sigler, also tweet at RyanSigler.com. Talk to y'all next week. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news. Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at the studio machine at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sigler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sigler, RyanSigler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Tickets for that show. Any in-town dates on my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, the honeydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow social media, email, all that merch, everything. We got the new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody wants to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, we're new to the show. We're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this show is the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you. The Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that's just out of the game, makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about? Oh, you shut up. I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, in the school, you come here, you come for 3 days, and they were here in the school. But I did it in kindergarten, like, you gotta remember, right, guys, this country was 1966. I bust that for the school. It was 68 years old. We just finished the whole war. Russia, you know, there was underground shelters in every building. They had sardines, every basement was prepared for a nuclear event. We had the air jars, we had all like everybody had a fallout shelter. We prepared a fallout shelter. When you go, my grandson up this school here, back in the 60s, you could go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into it. But nature is not that big. It was bigger than me because I was in other countries out there that I've been in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I Legion, you know, it's so funny how right now, there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. About a guy who said, go back to your old country. Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just walk. No way was in your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, oh, America. Really, you speaking Spanish? Yeah, Spanish.
up a house in the city, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from the school called either Robert Waters or something. Tried to be struck by father died. Heart attack at the bar, 37. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody died. How old were you when you died? 3. Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just right at 3. So then we go to 89th Street, Riverside Drive. Just you and your mom. Me and my mother said, same thing. So I'm with my mom, 24 hours a day, and her family is where she was all back home. Except me and my uncle was in LA. She's still alive. All right. How old's your mom? Grandma mom? 3, 38. My mom had been here as a teenager. Okay, all right. My mom had been here and knew the language and already put running up and then she went back. She went back and she was gone. But what happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15 and she went to a dance with my kids, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Melina was missing. So she went outside, saw the yellow Rosita, and she found the guy raping Rosita. Whoa! My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy. Wow! The guy dies. They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. We only reacted on it. He got the fucking, he got the LSI, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right? So they literally took her, my family, your whole house, whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were, and said, you're out, where? New York City. They were sent to New York, sent to Miami. She had distant cousins in New York City. Wow. She went to New York, stayed with them for a while, stuck it out of the country. You gotta remember, there was no PSA. You could just give them a fucking piece of paper that if you could mark the bottom of the glass, they'd let you mark this. Okay, you're in. Way before anything, there was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open. So she came in, moved to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl, and her and that girl became partners. Like, they were a team for a couple of years, and don't want to know. My dad died in New York. They went back to Cuba, and my grandmother was sick. So when my mom, we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who's about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down, like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I could start with the pieces of my uncle. He's 80 and he's like that, he's still, I just went to a doctor and that's his story. So, but whenever I ask me somebody tell me looking for, and I want to know, so I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So, I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back with a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was a Puerto Rican woman. That was the mother of the girl my mom found out there. Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are at 89th Street. Probably 4. I was probably 4 and a half. And then that apartment got raided. For what we know, it was a shakedown. I still remember the cops took me down the carriage. Separate to get my mother. My mother had already been shut him out. Yeah, I know little bit, my mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag of cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom activated wires. The landlord called. The landlord called, and I answered at 8 in the morning. The cops were on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up on the closet, took the bag out, the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a lousy elderly old lady. She was a real lady. They ripped me a week. And she was the bag on the bag landed on the second floor of the balcony. The cops were unfortunately, there was nothing to arrest my mother for, but I still remember being not handcuffed, my mom being handcuffed, me sitting on the couch, and then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother, they gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown. If they find that gene, they take 6 of it. And they leave you for, go to jail. But my mom was hit for whatever. They didn't arrest my mom. They gave her one state agent. And we were going into the bed. And I went to a grammar school in PS 166. Stayed dead since the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 6th grade. A lot of private school. We start having trouble. I just said to my wife, people don't know about me. My wife went to a job from the age of just 6. I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems. I was mental problems because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems in my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. People take me to my first basis at medical center. I have a 65th week. They knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days. Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, I'd go 3 days in a row. There would always be something else. It wasn't me consistently. It's just when I was a sickly fucking kid, I was really skinny. My mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like the house. Maybe drinking most of the time. Almost every time, it's like the fish climbed it down. It's like, it's feast. For real? Yeah. You go to CBS now, it's kids are pussies. They flavored it. And it's these little packets of they're like vanilla flavors. It's fucking strong. They really have this shit. Look, it's called the mostly from God. All right, let me tell you something. 2 years ago, I went back on it. And I found a little bottle. The first couple of days, I fucking picked it up. But after a while, I felt not much better. I just, it's a tough fucking problem. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get if you drink that fucking stuff, stops and most of the fucking, you'll never get nothing. Nothing. No dementia. Nothing. It's a proof of that one a day. I don't know how it is now. When these fucking people had it before, they just put the fish in the skull and brain, and it was a milky paste. And you drank it. I was not allowed to go to school until I drank it. So she would make me, she would give me a fresh glass with orange juice, and she'd be waiting for school, and I'd have to drink it and walk it down the orange juice, and I'd puke it, she'd go and do it again. But it got that bad, like I was that sickly of a kid. Why would you stop about that? Why did you want to do that? Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like a red genetic, like I didn't know my daughter does have asthma. That's not affect her like it affected me, and then it comes like So I'm like, yeah, the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the south, you get to whip us all the way to the waistline. And it's up to you if you want to whip us with the belt. So if you whip somebody in the middle, oh, I'll tell you what we're going to do. You will all the way back. How big is the ABC? You want to do the podcast festival? How big is this one? The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the race. I always thought he was a sack of shit. But he really always was a sack of shit. I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in 1993 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in 93 and 94. He showed up, I saw him, he was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always looked at him, he fucked. But the only thing he ever said was good out of the game named Buffalo. Yeah, that's another figure sitting there. Jack Buffalo, we pay him every day. You can't even run to the shelf on my back, right? Yeah, you have one of the that's why these kids got that scoliosis shit. Scoliosis, whatever the fuck up. These little fat kids today, they've got scoliosis. You know the way you know what? It might be the dog. He didn't want to say what he had scoliosis. He might have had a functional and it was scoliosis and not even in my neighborhood because he played football and the girls played too. No, if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing over here now, you're bending in 90 on the pillow, and then you bend that like a centipede, right? You're open up like centipede, and then somebody sprints from back 30 yards, sprinting, and legs out like dry your ass off your spine, and you're supposed to try to hold on. So what you do is, but then does that person stay, and another one comes, and they get off. We have strategies going, right? Some assholes just, they play to be wrong. Yeah. Me, I play to fucking win. So I would jump right down you. So Ryan Sickles was the weak link in that. Bert Price, everybody jumps on Bert. So we would all just, I'm saying you go first, but you get to stay on the Bert's back, and then the next part until he goes all the way up. Oh, you put the skinny guy up front. Okay. There's different rules. There's English rules. There's white rules. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they had afros. They had the helmet. You know what I'm saying? It was everything. So when you, let's say you land, like the English rules, you can pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules, the city kid, where you landed, where you land will let you stay. So I went to the weakest link. So let's say it was something like, let's say Bird, me, Tom, Rogan, Ari, and some people playing basketball. I'm just all that was. She's a tiny girl. But they asked me who was I want to play. Our plan was to break basketball. Yeah, I'm on the basketball. And then, this was the 30 yard, I get to sprint 30 yards, and I just get to leap and try to break it. But here's the beauty. Once we all get on top of basketball, and there's a countdown. 10, 9, 8, and then you have to try to break it. Oh, right, what happens if they don't? So right now, you're on top of basketball. Everybody's on top of basketball. And I'm pushing right now. Everybody. Like, they could be at the goal, they could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like, the girls would be, I'm grabbing my head. We'd be fucking choking them. Pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play after all girls play that. Yeah, no shit. So then it was just gonna go, the girls go dirty too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it was legal for girls to do dirty bitches. It's ragging. Well, let's say you say it's like, this is the same thing. Yeah, I mean, it was punching with the ball out of it. And she'll be yelling, it's all grabbing my ball. What are you doing, faggot? Why are you doing this to me? And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts. Until the line breaks, and then we can do it over. Well, what if the line doesn't same age range and everything. So his age range, before he got into San Korea, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street in Broadway. 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Wow. You 20 blocks. You know, there's no 100 feet in New York City. 20 blocks from the traffic in New York City. 6'5". Wow. Well, I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street, 24. Killing rats. 148th Street. 50 years old, you're killing rats. 20 different days. First day on 148th Street. Hey, how you doing? Ricky, whatever. They're like, what do you want to do? I'm like, which thing? They're like, nah, you want to see a body? See a dead body. I'm like, I like these kids. We got on the West Side Avenue, and then some guy had left in midnight car. This is the 70s, it's like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you would have like 2 or 3 days. Your first dead body. First dead body I saw. He was already had the flies on him, but they just put plywood over him. And he was starting to stink like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids. He was right by the Hudson River. And we would move down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later, we found out it was a crime scene. You know, in those days, we went to job. It's not like that. Julian dropped out of 170. They never budged. Hey, you fucking jogging. Dropped that looking around. And they always fly proud of these joggers. It's not like they fly like a 20-year-old girl. You did a jogging. They better call another one to pull one. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What the fuck was in the morning of that? Oh my God. We're only at 6. Holy, it was a shame. I was ashamed of going up there. Why? Because my mother had money and these kids didn't. All right, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just because my godmother lived up there, and then my mother wanted to see if we could mix. So your mom would go up with you, and then they'd go outside, and then it would go on the way. She had a dog named Lassie, Common. And they was always waiting to go to the mine as well. I really like going up there and playing with my dog. So, over time, my mom let me go sleep over up there. You know, she had no one going on. My godmother, name was Bella. Rest in peace. And I was old, and the spare bedroom, and I would just go to bed. And then she would talk to me about January, little by little. Every day she would tell me a story. She would just tell me things, you know, like little things, like, you know, like a story about, like I always like Catholic stories, like Rick's. I love what Saint was. He got accused of murder when he went to court. A note came from heaven and said he was innocent. So, you know, we get those Catholic type stories, everything.
Shabbos Akubim Vav. Today's email comes us from Mental Mintz, our friend from Argentina, who says, following up on the last email that we read from him, his relative Leon Wilson from South Africa discovered that they are, in fact, relatives going back 100 years to the Vilna and right. Now that I've started to watch the night show on Zoom, I can see that not only have you this schools, in a lot of them are discovered, you also have brought many people close to English trying to put to one another. And a beautiful thousands of people from all walks of life, the Olympic battle for teach about organized running, exploiting, and the list goes on thinking mental. Grand Mishnah, according to the Daniel holds, that the only time you're permitted to look at any object on Shabbos, even if the object should theologically go ahead there, it's only if you look at the intended purpose of that food. So if you take a sword, crack open a barrel, now open water, and in the barrel you have stripes, you need a sword to get too big to come apart. But let's say you have wine in the barrel, be awesome. We're not coming here if you have wine in the barrel, you're allowed to use the sword. Provided that you don't create a clean, you're not trying to create a clean. What happens if you take a sword and you cut the barrel right below the caps of the barrel? The reason why you're doing so is to have the wine come out easier. That's why you and that's okay. But to make a hole in the side of the barrel with a spear, that's the feather from the top. You're trying to make a random opening, that's the sack of bottom, and that's all. According to Tanakama, you cannot make a hole in the roof itself, and according to Yehuda, you can. Since Yehuda, Machlokes says if you make the hole directly above, where the dirt will come in, so therefore I'm saying it's not the best hole in the world that it's looking. But if you do the hole, the size of the roof, according to everybody who does, Rabbi says no. The Machlokes is when you make a hole from the side, when you make a hole directly above, everybody agrees that's important. To make a brand new hole in a bubble, in a barrel, it's also a big sack of money. To add to the hole, let's say you have a hole that's 1 inch wide, you want to make it 2 inches big. That's the Machlokes. Because the insert to make a hole on Shabbos is if it goes both directions, it's a two-way street. One direction goes to the right. The reason why you say it's also make a one-way hole, where let's say a hole in the barrel is one way for the wine to go out, is because of the chicken. People confuse and they thought it's only a one-directional hole. But in fact, it's to let the bad odor out and to let new air come in. Now, typically, with the chicken, you can say that people make one hole and they don't try to enlarge it. There's no reason to be wiser because animals will come through that hole. Or on the other hand, this is how we pass it. People sometimes make mistakes. They don't measure correctly, and they realize only later on they can enlarge the hole without allowing animals to live. For this wall, if you plug the barrel in order to trap the create aroma of the wine, so that's not a really strong plug, and therefore if you remove that plug, that's okay. But if you remove a plug that's holding the barrel together, not allowing the wine to escape, that's considered as if you're opening the barrel hole. Now, what exactly is considered trapping the aroma, and what's considered holding the wine? According to Rothschild'S, trapping the aroma is above the wine level, and Lukaze, the wine is at the wine level. According to Rabbi, trapping the aroma is at the wine level, and trapping the wine is below the wine, in other words, holding the bottom where the center. We have a very similar like this at a house. Now, a lot of it is if you're dividing the yard in front of the house, there's two houses. Depending on how many entryways to the house, that's how many 4 hours. Entryway is 4 hours. Times the number of entryways in the house. And then you divide the rest of the house. What if you have a doorway that's close off with brick? Depending. If it has a frame, that's considered a doorway. And if it doesn't have a frame, it's closer, and we don't count it. It's very similar to our law over here. If it's closer, then it's not considered an opening. If you open it as if you created a brand new open, same level 5, you have a dead person in the house. Close off the door. If it's completely closed off and you use the frame, then everything around the house, 4 hours, is now open. If the frame's still there, then you don't have those 4 hours. So, according to everybody, if the spigot is strong, if something out of the barrel falls out, according to everybody, if you don't have a spigot, you can have to create a new one. Well, like it says, if you already have the spigot cut aside, it doesn't fit purposes. Are you allowed to fit in a black cat from felt it's very stiff. But according to everybody, you can't walk with it outside of shop. It's a massive. It's very fine and flexible. Just like a baguette, you couldn't walk out. A baguette is in between semi-stiff. So the halacha is, according to rabbis, also and Shmuel says it's mutter. We want to learn from the nice shachai with Rab. Rab wasn't afraid. He's getting a brush and he realized not enough food to be served. So he took everybody outside to the parents and explored and felt and refused to sit on it. And he thought that perhaps he hoped that the Indians have made it that was. It's also going to back. The reason why he didn't want to sit on it was Rabbi was in. Although there was Hamidim, those Hamidim were already his level, they were strong, and he insisted that the girl were himself was sit on. That really so that you take a time and put into a pit, it doesn't have any water, and we're not concerned that it's going to be messy, but it's going to be out of the pit flat. You let it take water, drinking water, put it in water that's not drinkable. In order to keep it cool, you have to water, put it out in the sun. There's no cooking in the sun, so you got to warm it up in the sun. And we're not concerned that you might take out same water and put it into bowl. One of your children falls off into a puddle of water, you like pick it up, there's no concern of carrying this enough. But if you might bring it home, you're not concerned that you're going to bring it out if you ever see them. When you get home, make sure nobody's looking, hang it up to the front. There's one thing that says that Myra science, if nobody's watching, do this a lot. But other than that, I'm just saying, even though nobody's watching, still try to you have to be concerned with other people, even when nobody's watching. The Haggadah have a wonderful way.
So every Saturday, every other Saturday, he took me to all the famous movies to get the relief. I mean, across 110th Street, he was thinking to see a film. He was going up to see Disney. And then, so, the movie that he took me that was just traumatizing.
Those partners from Melbourne, Australia, who happen to be hosting one of the 100 locations of a worldwide cinema shops in Melbourne. And he said this theater was a very fancy book. So he had a seat on the floor of the school, and not a single soul was there. 1,200 students. Because he was and then he remembered that one of the students was singing Rabbi. And he started to understand Rabbi. All of it is, if you have just on your shoulder, you're not going to watch out with something like that. Listen, class, whatever it is you do, take off the dust, try to calculate this is very right. One of the stories you walk in, talking to you, understanding what the dust is, what's going on here, you're telling God, it's going to go on. You don't care. There's some story about you wanting to give her this, and like, baby, I'll wear my hat. He doesn't say, wear a towel, you put it over our back. The rest of it is just hold it on the shoulder. This is the right thing. You don't have a gun, because that's not how people walk. They think you make money, you hold it in a linen, like that. This is the right stuff. If you pay the church, put on your head, put on your shoulders, that's normal for churches and working on struggle. The laws are what you saw work many years, about 3 years, but the laws are, and the reason why we're going to change is because they made a negligence. So working walk around with this structure at a street on the street, you don't have to worry about it. With a structure, you don't have to try to do it as is. Tomorrow is up to me. The rising water of your head. However, one comes to the side. If you go into this water, apparently, one day that ready, you know, put a towel on the shoulders and coming over. But you can say, also, the shipping of children was not threatening. Actually, the question we should all make sure that it's water to bathe in the hot area, not so much so in the hot tub in a bathe. But the problem is, don't stay in
the night that Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier, see if they can pull up the date. Whatever the night Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier for the belt, Gabby gave me money. Gabby asked me, yeah, why would I take this gift from my first gift? We talked about a blowjob. So I was 8 years old when they won. I was 8 years old. Oh, my birthday, Monday. You got it. There you go. And okay, so there you go. Muhammad Ali. My birthday place. And she was husband. And 2 years later, to the day I was born. 2 years later, I got on that day. I got what you call it. I know what you say. The face of my mother's mom. The face of the Peter. And I only was 9, 8, 8, now. She's about 31. It's gonna be great. You ask don't stand on the bottom of the river coast. But it only has an ability to change things here. Very good one. That's the water cause the for $20. And I'm like, listen, I don't know what the fucking stock market or stock value is. All I know is all my $20 I'm gonna snap this bitch. I was shocked. I'm dead serious. Like, I remember I was ready to kill him for like $20. This is March 9th, March 91. I was gonna wake her up like that, boy. Like, yeah. I said, you better get my $20. I'm gonna snap you right now. It got so bad. And the had to hold me back. And my mother gave me $20. Peter just wouldn't give it up. Peter would not give it up. I didn't talk to Peter for months after that. I didn't really have to shoot him. Later, because she wouldn't let me watch a Y5O. A Y5O was on. She told me how to go to bed. And I had a little shoe on the string. I just blasted her on the fucking head with it. And that was the end of the Peter babysitting thing. It's crazy how my godfather took me to see Dirty Harry. We were sitting at Dad's steakhouse. And at the end, he goes, open your hands. I put it on. Open your hands under the table. And he put a 44 Magnum in my hand. 44 and an 8-year-old man. He goes, this is the same gun. This is the same gun that police put in your area. Don't blow your fucking head off. I just want you to feel what it's done to me. But after that, I got different. Looking back, like after that, I was like, he was my God. He was my God. Yeah, after that, my mom remarried. My mom remarried before all this shit happened. Like I got good after my mom remarried. My mom got married 50 years ago, 40 days ago. People wouldn't drink off my love. I wasn't even the moon. You can tell it's fucking Santa Barbara. That wasn't even the moon. And I'm not even a conspiracy theory. No way that was the moon. That looked like Yankee Stadium. Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, ExpressVPN. If you believe that you're not being snooped on or that nobody cares about your online data, well then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you are wrong. Because you listen to my show, you're clearly smart enough to understand that your privacy is under attack, all right? Hackers, government, ad companies, and ISPs are all gobbling up your data like bull. That's why I recommend getting the software I trust to protect my online activity, ExpressVPN. Their apps use powerful encryption to secure your data. ExpressVPN runs in the background of your computer or your phone, and then you just use the internet like you normally would. You download the app, you click connect, and voila, you're protected. I never go online without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't do it either. ExpressVPN is the fastest VPN I've tried. It costs less than $7 a month. It comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. ExpressVPN uses new cutting-edge technology called Trusted Server to make sure there's no logs of what you do online. Time to stop hackers, big brother, and internet companies from grabbing all your data. Take back your online privacy like I did with ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/honeydew. That's expressvpn.com/honeydew for 3 months. 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/honeydew to learn more. Now let's get back into the show. So wait, real quick. Your mom remarries. Do you get close with her new husband? Is he a stepfather or is he her second husband? How do you look at that? He was a big time for me. And I met him while he was doing time in the same city. He would send me same thing as an upstate New York. He would send me pictures every week of Disney and Hercules and shit like that. He would draw. He was phenomenal. And one day my mom said, "You want to go visit? You want to visit?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, I don't know." She was very early in the morning. 3-hour drive. I would go there. I would visit him. Softball. And my mom was like, "What do you think?" I texted, "Okay, I'm going to accept the fucking black or white suit." He's a nice guy. Well, he got out. He was dating my mother. He was in the halfway house. So he would only go over to visit and go back there at night or whatever he is. Go back at night. It was pretty nice to have him around. He was I like school, but like that 12 to 3 session, it's not like that. We only need 9 to 12. That 12 to 3 is adult work, you know what I'm saying? It's nice that you don't have to be in a class. Like a prisoner of war, you know what I'm saying? So one day I go to Central Park. I have a lunchbox. We get me a lunchbox. I get to bring a lunchbox. Like a meal. They fucking hate it. I just get, you know, like white kids. It's like a sandwich, an apple, like a napkin, like a pudding. We get like Cuban soup and thermos, cologne, sandwich, rosary beads, a candle, while waving, a napkin, Spanish music, they put a radio in there. Like a way Danny Brown. I flew United with that thing. They tried to yoink me. A little beat on lunchbox. I paid it. I told my mother I lost it. She wouldn't give me another lunchbox. I went to Central Park. They told me to late. As I went to get to the lake, these 3 little Irish kids came up to my fucking lunchbox. And I would have gave it. But I wasn't going to take it. I didn't want the lunchbox. So I hit the kid in the lunchbox. Opened up. I hit 3 kids. I'm getting my ass kicked by 6, 5. I don't know what I'm doing. And the kid hits me in the head with a thermos. Yeah, the last guy. They hit me in the head. They touched my head. I fell all over. I fucking ran home. And they couldn't take me to the hospital. My mother was in New Jersey. What they did was they sent me to the hospital and they had to wait for my mom to get the consent form and then they stitched me up. You know, when my mom found out I really don't need after they stitched me up, she beat me at the hospital. Like she was just beating me at the hospital. And then another time, you're in the right spot, man. I thought I was. But that beating I got changed my life. That beating opened me up to society. And then she put me in karate with black people. That was on 19th Street, West End, Mr. Orange. In fact, this school is Eddie Bravo Black Belts. Oh, wow. That's how it's all over the world. Yeah. Rashad was Mr. Orange's son. So that's where I learned. Here's a funny one thing that I tell my wife the other day. They used to be a game like please don't spill the beans. Yeah, I played on my dog. It was a pot. You had to put beans in it. It goes back and forth. So for Christmas, I did it for Christmas. I was sitting there watching the Wonderful World of Disney, whatever the fuck it is. So I take one of the beans. I pop it in my ear. And I pop it out. I pop it in my ear. And I pop it out. I'm doing this for about a half hour. I pop it in my ear, but it won't come out. But you know me, I'm in the mafia at 6. I don't think there's no problem. First, I see me put that fucking it's good. So, ride for that. If you take anything from this podcast, I want to hear, man, go over there and give my aunt Lee right on the birthday sandwich. And go, thank you for not killing me. Thank you very much for not killing me because I see it. I have a daughter. She's a great kid, but it's a lot of stress being a parent. It really is. Whatever your financial status, whatever. But comes next to you as a child, you know.
So, what age now do things really start to shift? Like when you start getting to be, what age would you say you're running the streets?
7 to 8, once I did the same. Once I got
A lot of kids in teens, I feel like they're a little younger than that.
for me, it was from 7. Like, 7, you're running the streets. 6th grade, second grade, when we get home on 88th Street, lots of playing in front of the house. I was an arsonist. You were. I used to light things on fire and piss on them. I could take them off. And then one day I got enough piss. And then one day I got enough piss to build a nice little on fire. Oh, yes, I did. I had a building on fire. All fire, all the back of it. I was building it on fire. Just kidding. It was like the stand for the bottom. Yeah. And I was particular famous. And I would light them on fire and see it. And one day showed up and I got a drink. And I threw a bunch of newspapers down there and lit it on fire. And I started reading the light was bigger and bigger. Now I was up on West 88th, East York Street, 3A. And I didn't have my living room had a view of 88th Street on Broadway. But my bedroom did not have that. I had a view to a fucking garage lot that was empty. So people would play stickball, they would play tag in that yard. So I would take pennies and roll them up like those people pennies. I was terror. Some days I was throw pennies. But the best thing I started doing was, you know what a 45 single is? Yeah, back in the day. Back in the day, they have these 45 singles. They have this little clip in the middle. They had the back. I had a record player at the farm. So every week, the second guy would come and rotate the singles that were in boxes. And I would go take them. So we lived on the third floor. I was off the west side, and I would hear kids playing back there. And you really couldn't see them play because there was a lift. And I would take those singles and just keep them out the window like a fucking, what do you call those things? That spin around like tomahawks. Let's get up things in being used. Boomerang, remember that? Yeah. They were like a boomerang. So I did it about 19 times. Just throwing them out there, and people would say, man, somebody keeps throwing singles out the window. And one day I clocked one of those kids with one of those singles. I saw a kid, he was like one of those guys with Walking Dead. Yeah, he had him with a jetty across the head. He had like 3 stitches. Like, what happened? He goes, I don't know. Hey, stickball. I said, it's in the head. You have no idea how guilty I felt, but not really. I loved it. It was like, of course you got one. I was going, no. Oh my God. Oh my God. During the week, I would go to Fiesta 66. And once Friday came, my mom would drop me off at 748. And there I would just run wild, like Halloween, for example. God, I want to ask you real quick. You're 7'8". Are you the only one of your age hanging in this group, or are there other 7'8"? Everybody is 7'8". Okay. Everybody is in the group. We all know each other. About 5.5. And their mixed ages, let's say, from 5 to 10.5, 12. But there was one kid in the group. Yeah, I don't know. Ricky's the second. But he had an older brother called Nelson's the second. He had an older sister called Nancy's the second. We sang for a band called the Riders of Purple Sage. They were excited that they were in a midnight special when I was a kid. And they lived on 148th and Broadway. And I called the Rico's for the apartment. You know, I would go there to sleep over and I would feel embarrassed. Like I never took this to my house. Because I had my air conditioning, I had my own TV. Used to play up building. Yeah, there was 7 people who loved me. No air conditioning, fans, kids sleeping all over the floor. six of us were walking to a retreat. That motherfucker didn't put a quarter of each in our back. Like we didn't even see it. Like those kids, that shit that everybody had. They're not ready for you. We're not ready for kids. We don't take kids. That's how tough these kids were. They didn't want kids. They wanted quarters, pennies, nickels, and dimes. If you didn't give us each a quarter, be ready to go. They would exit your business. And every other weekend, just to break your window on us back. So everybody knew 145th Street. It's just 7 and 8 year olds. These kids were tough. They shoveled your truck out in front of your business. These kids didn't never wait for a hand. These kids didn't want to hand walk. Nicky, Ricky, Sister Danielle, my father came where it snowed. They were out there with 6 shovel businesses. They would pull the garbage cans out for people and charge them $1 a week. These kids taught me what it was. But they were tough. Like they were firm. Like I said, Halloween, we don't want campers. We don't knock the doors. We don't overstand. We don't have to talk. Little faggy kids that do that. We shake down business off at a bad age. And what happened was, my mother didn't like it. My mother didn't like how I was running with those kids. So my mom would do surprise attacks on me. My mom would just come out of a cab and go, get that fucking and she would yell at my godmother. Why don't you run around there all day? We're going to get dirty. My mother didn't like that because my mother grew up. She said, how the fuck I work 15 hours a day? Then to have a rip shirt or be dirty on his neck, I'll take a fucking shower. And she'd take me away for 3 days and she would let me life. That was my thing. That was my home. I told my wife this about a year ago. At that time, something was found on me that I was in shame down before I left the house. And when I came back, my mom, she found like one day I went out and I came home and she had like a lot of went to the bar, because of the bar, and I had a scam in my mother's bar. Bookers came in with mistresses. I would go over and walk them and like go in, but I was like, motherfucker, why? And I would talk right now. Yeah, and they were like, oh, thank you. One thing at a thing. Like I would walk to them and talk to them about their kids. And then I go, oh, I can't wait to go back there and make that chicken again. That would be, and they would just look at me. And they like pull me aside, like, take this out. So I'm like, oh, look at how it's done. So I would rake in like 50 a night. Just like shaking down guys. You know, can you imagine? You got 3 months of coffee, you got to knock down. And the woman in your dreams is sitting next to you. So they come up to you and the table and like, yeah, that would give me like an earbeat of like Scooby-Doo. Like just the 20 minutes. Let me tell you what Scooby-Doo did for that. They'd be sitting there like, why do I need that? Once they would take to get ready, maybe 4 hours. So my mother made a rule. There's nobody was allowed to give me money at the bar. She didn't know what I was doing to them. She didn't know I was shaking them down mentally. Like, go up to them and start, hey, how's your wife? I'm not paying you no more. So they would go get one of these like, this was, so my mother found me one day. It was like $80. Here I am, 7 years old. I got like a $200. She goes, that's it. So she would take me the money in the bank every week. And I was only allowed to sleep out for $10. I swear to God, I shouldn't be embarrassed, but no, this woman burned out. Before I would leave, she got her hands up. She pat me down, and empty my pockets. She would take my sneakers off. There was times I tried to put the 20 on my sleeve, that was taken off, smacked to the face of the year. So I got to run where I couldn't get away with nothing. So I would go, she'd shake me down, I'd leave. And then when I came back, she'd shake me down, leave. But then one Sunday, she pulled a surprise attack on me during the summer. I'm on 140th Street, 8th Street, and I had bought a James Bond knife. Get type of a James Bond knife from the 70s. Big, was the end of fucking Joe Diaz. She put me in that in. She threatened me with Loyola Military Academy in Miami and Sacred Heart School for Boys. And she wanted to take the Heart School for Boys from the third grade to the fifth grade. She didn't want to deal with boys. And there was other factors that happened. What was that? Did you go away to that, or do you go to New Jersey? Did you stay home and go in there? Okay, they dropped you off on Thursday, and they dropped you off on Thursday, and you get picked up. They dropped you off on Sunday, and you get picked up Thursday. What would they well? My stepfather moved in. My stepfather was a good man. My stepfather was always a good man. In fact, there's things that I do today, and I ended up hating him. I got my peace with him, and he died, and we made our peace in a way. But there's things I do today that I learned from him that have got me to where I am. He was that smart and street. He was that intelligent. He played you like a middle. If he had a meeting, he talked to you. He wasn't sure about you. If he had a meeting with 9, he'd come here at 6 and man to a gun in the night. This guy was a genius. He was a fucking genius. You know, I told one of the stories on these things that, you know, when he got off parole and probation, he could go back to bookmaking, but he couldn't do it in New Jersey. Because in New Jersey, bookmaking is a felony, but in New York City, it's a misdemeanor. So his bank was up in the Bronx. The tracks closed into it. You know the number was made by two. After you add up and pay everybody, you pretty much go in home by 3:15. And one day I was coming home to him. And this is my first view of head for head. We were at a light, and he saw a guy hitting the door. And he beat the guy, they got to go in that door. The guy was fucking, you don't mind your business. He didn't even pull the car off. He just put it in the car and got out in the street. Then in the street in the Bronx, and just proceeded to go beat on this guy. Like, I mean, broke his fucking face, kicked him again with his Cuban. That part, you dedicate your life to the same last. So you can't mess with dogs. People who dedicate their life to the same last will Cuban. Like Michael Vick got sentenced. There was a lot of prisons he couldn't go to because there was alcohol Cubans there. A million, okay, really? What's the about the dog? It's St. Lazarus, the patron saint of Cuba. St. Lazarus, the patron saint of Cuba. His birthday is December 17th. And in Cuba, December 17th is New Year's. December 16th, you stay up till midnight, you light candles, and you pray to him for the following year. That everything works out to be big in Cuba. So you have to, like my mother hated dogs. If my mother saw dogs, you have to get them. Like, you know, I got puppies when I was a kid. My mother would go get these puppies dogs away from me. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night and talk to me with them. And then she would go get them butchered. Well, get the gravy out of the bone, and she would pour it over their food. No matter how much my mom hated dogs, her DNA told her her genes is deep in your human being. But to make a long story short, so he threw a beat on that guy. You're just in the car wash. Yeah. That was enough for my mom. I was like, this is too much to be true. Then about 6 months later, me and my mom were going to that game. And my mom gave the cab driver and she said, take me to the back game. Take this route. The guy goes, no, this route. Take the route I'm going in. The guy goes, this route's quicker. Something happened. There was traffic. My mother said, I told you it was going to be traffic. Because my mother didn't want to miss a fighting practice. Oh, gosh. Yeah, big one. So she was big on the last one. So she was going to get late. She got pulled out with the guy. She goes, no, I better do it again. Because I was not pulling over. So at a light, my mother went, keys out of ignition. And so I would call one, call the police. Because I called the police, they were wrestling. My mother cut her hand on the keys. So my mother called one. One was like maybe 2 miles away in a boogie truck. And my mother put the blood on her face. So one,
You already knew a lot into that motherfucker that had the dog.
everywhere. One stopped lunch on the counter, pulled up. They pulled up on like a Monday. They couldn't really see the guy. This is the funniest story ever. One was slick. You know, one was your 80 years. And if you spoke a little slow, he looked at you. You know what big idiot? Two cops pulled out. Let me get this. Two cops pulled out. And they came towards me. One turned. One in his pocket. And shook the guy's hand. He said, isn't that a beautiful thing? The guy had like 200 in his pocket. One of those was a 1200. And I'm like, shit, the big one's got blood on his hand. The cops are all getting blood. I all of a sudden, you're like, oh. And the cops look over. They're like, what's going on with him? And he was like, what? One's like, look, he fell. Guys, have a good day. They just left the guy there. They just left the guy there. Like, they didn't call the ambulance. Nothing. Like, everything was cool. Nobody said nothing. They didn't even call. We all went home. And then, I'm like, fuck, this guy's on. So, and then about 6 months later, we're at a Santeria party on a Saturday night. And he's there as well. He's not a Santeria guy. He's an upper quad guy. What is that? Upper quad, a Rothschild'S, a Cuba, and the male front the scene. What's that? They're like, they don't eat pussy. They don't go into a room if there's a gay man in the room. They don't have communication with gay men. Yeah, it's a society. It's a society. But now, because I wrote me over the Uncle Pharaoh, who's on the road with me, he was at home. This was the same religion as Ben. You had to talk to them a certain way, approach them a certain way. If let's say your name is Rick, but I grew up with you and I call you Beans. I'm allowed to call you Beans. But if some white kid comes up and goes Beans, you pull this line down. Excuse me? My name is Ryan Sigma. You call me Beans. I don't want anything else. That is what they did. But what they did was, they took measurements. You know what they did? You know what they did? Let me tell you what the masculinity level was. Just so you know, when you had beef with them, they would beat you, whatever. After they got finished with you, they flip you over. They pull your bed down, and they slice your ass cheek. And that's what it was. And the next time you look, you put a mark on your ass cheek. That's like, I could have fucked you in the ass. But I gave you a brief. And I sliced your ass. The next time, I will fuck you in the ass. I'll never disrespect you again. That was the level of masculinity, which this guy had. Like, he was up there. You know, he drink alcohol. He didn't test it marijuana and any type of drug. Nowhere he was lined up for. And that's what the comfort my mother came in. He didn't like the drinking. He didn't like the bars. He didn't like drunk people. So we're in a Santeria party. About 6 months later, my godmother said, for the day I was going crazy was he would read his novellas. The Spanish novellas about love and shit. And he would wear glasses. He would make believe he was tapped down. So he didn't have to. If you were up there like that, you got up there. And you felt right there. And I go over and he would say that to me. Like he was better. He wasn't better. Towards the end, when this guy was worth millions, you know, and he still had the same car he had. He was married to my mother in 1971. El Dorado, like the side of a ship, you know, he didn't believe in flash. He was a defensive man. But in the end, he never did drugs. This is not paranoia. This is intelligence. He was such a good bookmaker that he would not speak in a room where there was a phone on him. He did honesty. He said they still listen. He would talk me outside, very cautious, very smart. Took that pitch in 1966. Never did the pitch again. seen guns from my godfather. I had seen guns at my mother's bar, you know, whatever. But I had never seen a dog with a weapon. I literally carried a knife, a straight razor. He didn't carry a knife. Those people were carry straight razors. That little flip over. It wasn't your shave with it. That shit caused a lot of damage. So we're at the Santeria party. And Nico began to yell cocktails. The party was there. They were playing the conga drums and killing the chickens. So there's a hallway. There's a long hallway. There's a kitchen. And then in the back there's 2 bedrooms. In the middle there, my godmother was like 3 buildings. So she had a pad behind the kitchen to go along with the building. It's about 3, let's say 1 in the morning. It's me and my mother and my godmother are talking in the kitchen. One is standing by the doorway with his baggy glasses on, reading a novella. Pretending he's dead. And Nico walks back there with like half a bag. What is this? My corriendo. By the way, I'm like, oh no. My mother ignores it. My godmother ignores it. The poor guy's wife ignores it. And the guy in the drum thing comes into the kitchen. And he's telling me his wife, he goes, I know this fucking fucking Cuban. This whole brother's full of shit. So I go over and I deal with all my stepdad's hands. And he's not saying a word, but I know he's hearing everything. I'm like, oh, this is what we've done. And this guy's in the kitchen fucking saying shit, Cuban style. You know, like real big cheese ball. This guy would have sucked my dick in Cuba. I would have been in Cuba and all this shit. And finally, I see my stepdad take his glasses off. They go, what's this fucking guy saying? I'm like, nothing. I'm like a little baggy kid. I'm like, nothing. He's just gonna put up a weapon. And he looks over at me and he goes, you got a fucking problem. And you can look at a fucking problem. He pops up. Sure enough, my godfather doesn't go in the house. It's in the basement. He runs to the back bedroom where the Saints on the floor. It was a Santeria room. And I guess he hit a 45 and we go there. You know, and he set it up. This motherfucker comes out with 45 over his head. It's like just walking right up. He goes already to make his wife breakfast. And he's going to get outside. And I'm not running and all that whole thing. You know, I'll never forget that I went to hold my stepfather. And he didn't push me off. Oh my God, Mom. I told him. She fell off. It was like one of those tackles when you grab a guy and they just fall right on the floor. She just fell off. And this idiot, it was on 48th Street between Riverside Drive and Broadway. Maybe 30, 20 yards away from the Lockwood Corner. I come on there, I'm like, Nico's got to be running by now. Nico's all over the place. He's like, fuck you. What are you going to do with that thing? There was like 30 people outside. He goes, what are you going to do with that thing? Shoot me. You don't have the ball. He goes, as a matter of fact, if you had the balls, if you're a man, shoot me right in the dick. That was the level of the cheese ball. One was shot this motherfucker. Hit him in the leg. The guy went down. One took me by the hand. We walked up the Broadway. He hit me in his hand. We fucking started the car. We went. 148 goes up. We hit 147. Went right down. He was my block. He pulled over. We hit 30 yards. We threw the belly gloves. We walked back to his car. We went home. We left my mother. I'm crazy. You should know the deal. Your mom, my little son. I go to bed like, Jesus, he just shot somebody left. I go to bed like nothing happened. I wake up and I eat breakfast. There's my mom walking and she's like, you've been waiting for me. No, it was laughing. You never like, there was no conversation about that ever again. I just knew that our family relations were ruined. We weren't going to get invited to a lot of parties anymore. Our party days were over with. discuss with one. My mother died. Oh, you and other people really Rothschild. I never called them. My mother dies. I go to prison. You know, thousands of other things happen in our life. You know, and in my reconnect, in my, I don't know, the Sopranos out there. And when I reconnect with him, I get, oh, well, I went to analyze that. He gave me the ring. He gave me a good look ring, and I analyzed that. And I wear that ring, and I remove that. You know, I respect that. Even though he robbed me, he gave me that. I can't even say before the Lord. Even though, you know, one, you know, because when my mother died, they were married. So I didn't get the house. I didn't get the jewelry. I didn't get a lot of things. And I'm happy that I didn't get it because I always said that if I deserve to get it, I would get it. So I believe that. And so I didn't make a big deal about it. But I put all my anger aside years later because I realized all the shit I had done wrong growing up also. And we always were friends. Whenever I would go to Jersey, well, I would always go to my buddy Chrissy Fish and I would get a box of shrimp and bring it over to Juan. Juan would make this great dish called camarón enchilado. It's like a Cajun style shrimp. This red sauce with peas in it. And you put it on white rice. You fry it hard bananas. So I would go over there around 5. He had remarried. They were very nice. She was very nice. They would, you know, he would cook this for me. I would eat, we would talk, and I'd give him a hug. He'd ask me if I needed money. And he'd give me like $15, you know. He'd go to a whole walk. He'd give me a carry walk. He'd go to a thing. He had 3 inches of money. He was so cheap. He'd just go for 150 piece. Like really content. Like, you know, fucking this has to be 2005. The longest shirt just came out. I brought him a poster. I brought him a copy of the movie. He was really happy. He kept talking. I got a little boy. You get to the back. And then I'll never forget that we're sitting there. Like, all right, I gotta go. I turned to him. Honey, can I ask you a question? And he goes, what? How was you shot? He goes, he goes, what age? He goes, how old are you talking about? Yeah, how old he was. And when he died, I couldn't go to wait that week. I was shooting something, but I had to go to Jersey the following week. And I went to see her just in case she was going to give me money. You know, she didn't give a shit. No jewelry, no nothing. The funny story is like, when I used to come home from Catholic school, I would always, I would sleep at the house Friday and Saturdays. And on Saturday night, there was something was being done to my room, the air conditioner. So I just sleep in the attic. And I went to him, and I go, I gotta tell you something. I'm scared. I'm sleeping in the attic. He goes, don't worry. He went back to the attic. We had a small gun with a silencer on it. He goes, they know this is he took the bullets out, obviously. Because I'm up all night shooting at the air. So after he dies, I finish eating. His wife just come over and, you know, I give her a hug. She apologizes. And, you know, I thought she was to say, he left the jewelry, he left this money. She goes, before you go, I want to agree to go and look the room and see what you have to eat. the sounds like it was and I still got it. It's very Hollywood doesn't change. Everybody gives me a hard time.
Well, listen, brother, I know we got to get you out of here. This is what I plan to do. We did childhood today. Next time you come back, we're going to do preteen. We're going to get you all the way through your years. Thank you for being here. Will you please, whatever you want to promote, your date, your ID, all that.
August 9th at Lincoln Theater, DC. I got September 13th to 14th, the 13th in Dallas, the 14th in San Antonio. That's it. I've done most of them. Just Ryan Sickles.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I got to give credit to Ryan and me. She started the podcast, and I just been busy. But I haven't done a podcast. This was the first one I gave my word. You did keep your word. So thank you very much.
I love it.
I love you too.
I'm Ryan Sickler on social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week. ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news.
You're watching the Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at the Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, the honeydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right.
Let's go. How are you then?
Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you when the Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about?
I love the Star Spangled
Oh, you jumped up so quick.
I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, like, into school, you're an immigrant, you know, you come here, you walk around for a few days, and they let you into school, and also you start reciting that Pledge of Allegiance. You know, I did it in kindergarten. Like, you gotta remember when I got this country was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were involved in the war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans and Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building with a tank. Remember
Dang, I do my grandmother.
like fucking stands,
Astronaut.
yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear thing. But
We had the pear jars,
yeah,
mason
jars.
that all like
Everybody had a fallout shelter. If you have a fallout shelter, is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you would go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into them. But patriotism was big. And it was bigger for me than some other country. I was just trying to fit in. Show the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. About a guy who said, go back to your own country. Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. just talk from the language from your country in New York when I was growing up, they would look at you after 3 minutes and go, "Oh, America."
Really? You speaking Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck you were talking that wasn't New Yorkish, they would say, "Oh, cut it out. You're in America." And then you would yell something back, and then they would yell back. If you don't like it, go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about, because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old are you at that age?
3.
All right, so you have no memories of nothing. So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old. And where do you begin? Where does the
Uni,
your parents married? Are they together?
my parents are married, and they're somewhere in New York. I remember waking up at a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from the school called either Robert Waters or something. Tragedy struck. My father died. How? How did that at the bar? How? 37. Ooh. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody died. She moved.
So how old were you when you died?
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just
Right,
to get
3. So then we go to 89th Street, Riverside Drive.
just you and your mom.
Just me and my mom. No siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day.
And her family's where?
Cuba.
All back in
Except for my uncle who's in LA. He still talks.
She's still fires. All right. And how old's your mom? Single mom? New country?
38. My mom had been here as a teenager.
Okay, all right.
My mom had been here and knew the language and already was running numbers. Then she went back to Cuba. What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15, and she went to a dance with my aunt, like the high school days. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside and started yelling for Rosita, and she found the guy raping Rosita.
Wow.
My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy.
Wow.
The guy dies. They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Like remember Vito Corleone was half retarded. He got the Ellis Island, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right?
Wait, so they literally took her,
My family,
your whole
with
family,
whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were,
and said, you're out.
you're out.
Where?
New York City.
They were sent to New York City.
Sent to Miami.
It wasn't a
She had distant cousins in New York City.
Wow.
She went to New York and stayed with them for a while. Stuck into the country. You gotta remember, there was no PSA. You know, you could just give them a fucking piece of paper then. And if you could fog the bottom of the glass, they let you in. Fog this. Okay, you're in. You know, way before anything. You know, there was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open border. So she came in, moved to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years and doing what running number. And her and my dad met in New York. But they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I get story bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he lives in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game with that source. So, but whenever I ask him, somebody tells me a little bit more than I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was a Puerto Rican. That was the mother of the girl my mother my mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag with cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom had the building wired. The landlord called. And I answered. It was like 8 in the morning. Like the cops are on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up, went in the closet, took a bag out, the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under an old lady. She was a droopy old lady, like 50 a week. And she threw the bag under. The bag landed on the second floor on the balcony. The cops rushed in. There was nothing to arrest my mother for. But I still remember being not handcuffed, my mom being handcuffed, and me sitting on a couch. And then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother. They gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown. If they find 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 and you don't go to jail. But my mom was hip to them, whatever. They kept threatening my mom. 2 days later, we moved around the corner to 205 West 88th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. And I went to a grammar school named PS 166. Stayed there until the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I went to Sacred Heart School for boys. That was a private school. Were you starting to have trouble? Were you? I just admitted to my wife something that a lot of people don't know about me. I didn't want to tell my wife when my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems with me. There was mental problems with me because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. They knew me by first name basis in medical center on 165th Street. They knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days. Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but I go 3 days in a row. It would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistent. It was just I was a sickly fucking kid. I was really skinny. My mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like a lot of the food. They made me drink emulsive of God. Emulsive of God is like the fish grinded down his eyeballs, his feet. Oh, for real? Yeah, you go to CVS now because kids are pussies. They flavored it. Because these little faggots are young. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry. They really have this shit? I'm gonna look. I have. It's called Emulsive of God. Alright, I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it. You did? I found a little bottle. First couple days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get dementia. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scott's emulsive and fucking, you'll never get nothing. No dementia. Nothing. It's a proof of that. One a day? I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just threw the fish in the blender. His tongue, his brain, and it was a milky paste. Did you drink that? I was not allowed to go to school until I drank in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting with the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice, and I'd puke it, she'd go, let's do it again. I mean, it got that bad. Like, I was that sickly of a kid. Why would you want to tell anybody that? Why didn't you want to miss that? Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like a genetic. Like, I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. Really, I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just my eyes would swell up, my throat would swell up when I would choke. And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you? What happened was, my mom went to see, like in Cuba, what's the big thing, the Santeria. So my mom went to see a Santeria lady that she knew for a long time. 88th Street, but a bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff. We had a good time. You know, we played kick the can, stickball, and hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. You ever play hot peas and butter? Go get your mother. No. That's what you hide it. You hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, and like you hop, but the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get to whip us all the way to the wayfinder. And it's up to you if you want to whip us with the belt or the metal strap. So if you whip somebody with the metal strap, remember when you come on?
Like, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to fuck you up all the way back. So you can say ABCD, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with a phone.
Hot peas and butter, go get your mother. The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the ring, like I always thought he was a sack of shit. But he really always was a sack of shit. Like I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in '93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in '93 and '94. He showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always knew he was a pukey fuck. But the only thing he ever said on his one good album was he spoke about a game named Buck Buck. Yeah, that's another New York City. They have that on Fat Albert. That's Buck Buck. Buck Buck every day. You can't run and jump on somebody's back, right? Yeah, you jump on somebody. That's why all these kids got that nucleosis shit with the fucked up sack. Scoliosis, whatever the fucked up. These little fat kids there, they all got scoliosis. Because you don't play Buck Buck. You know what? It might be the dog. One kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a functioning lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we played Buck Buck and the girls played too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing up, now you're bending in 90
on the pillow,
and then you connect like a centipede,
with my
right?
neck, and we all connect like centipedes.
And then somebody sprints from back
30 yards, sprints and leaps,
and legs out like dropping your ass on your spine.
On your spine.
And you're supposed to try to hold.
You're holding on. So what you do is.
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
We have strategies
going, right?
Some assholes would just jump. They play to be frogs.
Yeah.
Me, I play to fucking win. So I would jump. I tell you, so Ryan said, well, who's the weak link in there? Bert Kreischer. Everybody jump on. I jump on. Everybody jump on Bert. So we would all just get
But I'm saying you go first, but you get to stay on the Bert's back and then the next part until you break,
I can crawl all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Let's say you put the skinny guy up front.
Okay.
There's different rules. There's English rules. There's white rules. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they landed. They had afros. They had the helmets. You know what I'm saying? In the 70s. So when let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed was where you landed and you stayed. So I went for the weakest link. Okay. So let's say it was something like, let's say Bird, me, Tom, Rogan, Ari, and Duncan were playing Esther Cool. I'm just throwing Esther Cool up. She's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Cool was I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Cool. Yeah, I'm going to play Esther Cool. And then, this was the 30
yards. I get to sprint 30 yards.
30 yards, 10 yards.
And I just get to leap and try to break Esther.
But here's the beauty. Once we all get on top of Esther Cool, there's a count off. 10, 9, 8. That's when you have to try to break them.
Oh, right. What happens if they don't?
So right now, you're on top of Esther Cool. Everybody starts grabbing Esther Cool's tits. And a pussy, right? Everybody. Like, so for us, it could be Esther Cool, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like, the girls would be, stop grabbing my head. We'd be fucking choking them, pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls were like, that's too much.
Yeah, the shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls go dirty too? Would you
girls would scratch with and it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch you. But let's say you landed on a guy, it was the same thing. And it was punching of the ball, grabbing his balls, and she'd be yelling, and stop grabbing my balls. What are you doing, fag? they're walking away from you with their hair not bleeding. Now it's our turn. Fucking tremendous. But I remember that, yeah. So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th Street. That was a different type of individual. Like, what were they doing up there? They were killers. Buck was like nothing to them. They didn't even play up there. They played buck with garbage cans. Yeah, just threw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple of Jews, and all of them were tough. But we're talking same age range and everything. Same age range. Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street and Broadway, 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Wow. You're 20 blocks from home. I was the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Wow. So I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street playing buck club, killing rats. 148th Street. 6 years old, you're killing rats. Complete different game. First day on 148th Street, they came up to me, how you doing? Ricky, whatever. They're like, what do you want to do? My face stick. I was like, nah, you want to see a body? I'm like, what are you talking about? Let's go see a dead body. I'm like, I like these kids. They took me down to West Side Avenue, and they had some guy that had been hit by a car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you would have like 2 or 3 days. You saw that your first dead body? First dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just threw plywood over him. And he was starting to stink, like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids. He was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later, went down there, it was a crime scene, obviously. So fucking, in those days, people didn't jog. It's not like today, that just jogging. Yeah, I can kill you, I'm gonna kill you and drop down to 170. They never find you. Today, these fucking joggers are out there looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You know they're jogging. They found an envelope full of money. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that? Oh my God. Yes, we're only at 6. All this, we're only at 6. Holy. It was a shame. I was ashamed of going up there. Why? Because my mother had money and these kids didn't. Alright, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just because my godmother lived up there and my mother wanted to see if we could mix. So your mom would go up with you and then you'd go outside and play with them. She had a dog named Lassie and Collie. And even though I was allergic to dogs and my eyes would swell up, I really liked going up there and playing with the fucking dog. So, over time, my mom let me do sleepovers up there. She had an older daughter. My godmother name was Beva. Rest in peace. And his name was Raul. And they had a spare bedroom, and I would just go up there. And then she would talk to me about Santeria, little by little. Every day she would tell me a story. She would just tell me things, like little things, like a story about, I always liked Catholic stories, like, for instance, I don't know what saint it was, he got accused of murder, and when he went to court, a note came from the heavens and said he was innocent, so, when you get to those Catholic type stories, I really enjoyed that shit as a kid, but in Santeria, they're entities, but they're supposed to be, they hit them.
And the shadow thing. That's a real fucking mind. I don't do that.
slaves in Cuba, by the slave owners in Cuba, by tying them in with these same Catholic saints. So nobody would really know. So she would just tell me little things, little stories, and then she would let me sit in when she did readings. You know, like she would let me sit in like in the living room. You know, she had like her own little room with the saints and shit. You know, at this time I had never seen chickens' heads get cut, and so I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, like at that time I wasn't hip to that. That's not what I wanted to do, or nothing like that. And it was just about love. It was just, she would just tell me about different things. You say sit in when people from the neighborhood come over, yeah, like you pay like $40 and you read, not their future, but tell them, you know, who's working against them, what they can eat, what they can't do. More of a guide, so yeah, so spiritual guide. Yeah, so with me like this, it's just like the dollar system. You have to receive, like, first you have to get baptized, and then you have to get, so the first thing that you receive is this thing named Eligua. Is baptism the same as the same style as Catholic? No, they don't throw the water at you. They kill a chicken, and they fucking give you this thing called Eligua, and you put them by your door, and they guard your house, and up the pop, then you graduate to other things. And then let's say you want to commit to the religion, and that's a completely different thing. Like this, people go to Cuba today and do the whole week-long ceremony. It's a week. No phone calls, no TV. It's a week. And for me to get healthy, that was the only way I was going to get healthy. So I agreed to do it if my mother did it. So we both did it together. It wasn't like my mom. I can't stand when parents put their kids into cults. If you want to be an asshole and blow the cult leader, leave your kid with your grandma. Yeah. I dated a girl for years who I loved dearly. In fact, today we're still very close. And the only reason why we didn't pass a certain point was because the parents involved those kids in the cult. And I always used to tell her, you got to press charges on them. Because they were victims of school. I don't know, the mother and father went to Mexico to go to school. They joined the cult, they moved to Indiana, and you know, they have 9 kids before the cult leader. Real, and they live as a family today like nothing happened. I'm like, I wanted to smack your mother and father. If you want to be an asshole, you go to Georgetown, that's fine, Brian. So I wish you all love in the world. But leave your kid with me. I'll leave your kid with me, and I'll take care of the best ability that I can. Don't take another guy in because you want to be an asshole. You know? No, in that case, my case, I wanted to do it. My mother gave me $1,000. I'm like, no, I want to be healthy. I want to do it. It's a week-long process. It starts on Friday, and they don't let you out till Friday, and you got to dress white for a year. All right, so yeah, what are you doing that week, dude? How old are you when you go? 6. All right, do you remember what you had to go through, some of what you did that week, what rituals, like what you do rituals? I can't tell you all of them, actually, but it's like being born again. You start from scratch, you shave your head, okay, and you go to the next level. Is there any water dunking or any of that? Although they take you, you gotta go to an ocean. You do? Yeah, and jump in. I'll never forget that they were all dark-skinned Cubans. And I did my same in November. It was so cold that they had a break. It was a river. They had to break the river, get the water poured over my head. So while they're doing it to my mom, I'm like, fuck you fucking Negroes. And I started running. And they're chasing me in the Bronx. Come back, come back. So they brought me back. They hit me with the, whatever your saint is, that's how many schools you get. I got 8 free oils. And then you go somewhere and you have to close your eyes and they initiate you and the whole thing. And then Sunday is your big day. Sunday is when they tell you about your future and what things you have to avoid in life. And I sit here before you at the age of 56. I'm going to have my 50th year anniversary reading. I have my stuff. I practice to myself, but I don't practice it with other people. Like I don't go out. I don't go to Santeria parties, even though I've been invited to thousands of them, because the guy who played Edie, I mean, was that big black guy that was the black guy in the movie with Sean Penn. Oh, Forrest Whitaker? Yes, Forrest Whitaker's a big Santeria guy. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah.
I'm getting up to. You guys, Fast Times at Ridgemont.
Those guys. There's a big black community that has an involvement in San Diego.
This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news.
You're watching Unedited with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at the Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get the tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while, but it's still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow the social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you when the Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about?
I love this Star Spangled.
Oh, you jumped up real quick.
I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, like in the school, you're an immigrant, you know, you come here, you walk around for a few days, and they let you into school, and all of you start reciting that. Pledge I leave here. I did it in kindergarten. Like, you gotta remember, when I got this country was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were involved in the war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans and Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building. Tang. Remember Tang?
I do. My grandmother
like fucking Spam. Yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear thing. But
we had the pear jars,
mason jars,
and all like that.
Everybody had a fallout shelter. You did a big graffiti up a fallout shelter. Is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you would go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into it. But patriotism was big. And it was bigger for me because I was in another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. By the guy who said, go back to your own country. Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk the language from your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, oh, America.
Really? You were speaking Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck you were talking that wasn't New Yorkish, they would say, oh, cut it out. You're in America. And then you would yell something back. And then they would yell back. If you don't like it, go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about. Because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old are you at that age?
3.
All right, so you have no memories of nothing. So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old. And where do you begin? Where does the
Unit?
are your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're somewhere in New York. I remember waking up in a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from the school called either Robert Waters or something. Tragedy struck my father died. How? I was there at the bar. How? 37. Whoa.
so it happens. All this is happening just to get free. So then we go to 89th Street, Riverside Drive. Just you and your mom, me and my mom, no siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day, and her family's where Cuba, all back except for my uncle who's in LA. She still talks. She's still 5'7". All right. And how old is your mom? Single mom, new country, 38. My mom had been here as a teenager. Okay, all right. My mom had been here and knew the language, already was running numbers, and she went back to Cuba. What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15, and she went to a dance with my aunt, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside and started yelling for Rosita. She found the guy raping Rosita. Wow. My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy. Wow. The guy dies. They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Like Vito Corleone was half retarded. He got the Alice Island, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right? Wait, so they literally took her, my family, your whole family, whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were, and said, you're out. Where? New York City. They were sent to New York, sent to Miami. It wasn't she had distant cousins in New York City. Wow. She went to New York, stayed with them for a while, snuck into the country. You gotta remember, there was no TSA. You could just give them a fucking piece of paper then, and if you could park the bottom of the glass, they'd let you park it. Okay, you're in. You was away before anything, right? There was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open. So she came in, over to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl, and her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years, and don't want running them. Her and my dad met in New York, but they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when my mom, we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. And something went down, like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I could score bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80, he was in Glendale, I just went to a Dodger game with that two story. So, but whenever I ask when somebody tells me, look, all I want to know, so I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So, I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was in Puerto Rico. That was the mother of the girl my mom hung out with. Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are in 89th Street. Probably 4. So I was probably 4.5. And then that apartment got raided for what we're known. It was a shakedown. I still remember the cops set me down on the couch and then separated me and my mother. My mother had already trained me, shut your mouth. I know nothing. My mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag with cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom had the building wired. The landlord called. And I answered. It was like 8 in the morning. Like the cops were on their way out. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up, went in the closet, took the bag out, the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under an old lady. She was 2 feet old lady with 50 a week. And she threw the bag under.
other people know about it. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems. There was mental problems because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. They knew me by first name, Macy's Medical Center on 165th Street. They knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days. Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but I go 3 days in a row.
There would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistent.
It was just when I was a sickly fucking kid, I was really skinny. My mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like a lot of food. Maybe ulcer of God. Ulcer of God is like the fish grinding down his eyeballs. His feet all for real. Yeah, and you go to CVS now because kids are pussies. You're flavoring it. Because these little faggots are young. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really have this shit. I'm gonna go look. I have.
It's called an ulcer of God. All right, I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
You did.
I found a little bottle. First couple of days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. What your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get sick. If you drink that fucking stuff, scotch and most of the fucking, you'll never get nothing. No dementia. Nothing. From that one a day, I don't know how it is now. When these fucking people had it before, they just put the fish to blend his tongue, his brain, and it was a milk paste. And you drank. I was not allowed to go to school until I drank in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting with the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice, and I'd puke it. She'd go, let's do it again. It got that bad. Like I was that sickly of a kid.
Why would you want to tell anybody that? Why did you want to miss that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like a real genetic. Like I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me. And then I was allergic to dogs. I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just my eyes would swell up, my throat would swell up, and I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you?
What happened was, I did my mom went to see, like in Cuba, which the big thing is Santeria. So my mom went to see a Santeria lady, and she knew for a long time and asked her, and said that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to lunch. I lived on 88th. A bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff. We had a good time. We'd kick the can, stick ball on hot piece of butter, go get your mother's. You ever play hot piece of butter, go get your mother? That's what you hide there. You hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, and when you hide, but the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get to whip us all the way away. And it's up to you if you want to whip us with the belt. So if you whip somebody, you can't play that game now. Remember when you go, like I thought we were going to do. We're going to fuck you up all the way back. So you can say ABCD, you want to do rock out with some hot peas and butter. Don't get you put the only thing I ate milk out of me before the ring. I always thought he was a sack of shit. But he really always was a sack of shit. Like I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in 93 at the Colorado Festival in Judy Brown in 93 and 94. He showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always knew he was a pukey was just one good album. They spoke about a game named Fuck. Yeah, that's another New York City. They have that on that album. That fuck every day. You can't even run and jump on somebody's back, right? I don't want to do it. That's why. These kids are getting the wheels and shit with the fucked up scoliosis. Whatever the fuck up. These little fat kids today, they don't got scoliosis. Niggas, you don't play fuck. When I play, you know what? They play pizza. No, the one kid in my neighborhood has scoliosis. He might have had a function lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we play fuck and the girls play too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing over here, now you're bending 90 on the pillow, and then you connect like a centipede, right?
And we all connect like centipede.
And then somebody sprints from back
30 yards, sprints and leaps.
and legs out, like dropping your ass on your spine. And you're supposed to try to hold.
You're holding on. So what you do is,
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
we have strategies
Going, right?
Some assholes would just jump in, you know. They play the big frog.
Yeah.
Me, I play the fucking wind. So I would jump, I tell you, somewhere at 6 months was the weak one. Right, everybody jump on. Everybody jump on. Everybody jump on first. So we would all just get
But I'm
hurt.
saying you go first, but you get to stay on the bird's back and then the next part until you
I
break,
can
right?
crawl all the way up. Let's say you put the skinny guy up front. There's different rules. There's English rules. You know, there's white rules. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they had afros. They had the helmets. You know what I'm saying? In the 70s. So when you, let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed was where you landed and you stayed. So I went to the weakest link. So let's say it was something like, let's say Bird, me, Tom, Rogan, Ari, and Duncan were playing Esther Cool. I'm just throwing Esther Cool up. She's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Cool was, I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Cool.
Yeah, I'm running up Esther Cool.
And then, this was the
30 yards, I get to sprint 30 yards.
30 yards, 10 yards.
Yeah, I just get to leap and try to break that.
But here's the beauty. Once we all get on top of Esther Cool, there's a countdown. 10, 9, 8. That's when you have to try to break it.
Oh, so what happens if they don't?
So right now you're on top of Esther Cool. Everybody starts grabbing Esther Cool's tits and a pussy, right? Just everybody. Like, so for us, it could be Esther Cool, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like, the girls would be, stop grabbing my head. We'd be fucking choking them, pull their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls were like, that's too much.
Yeah, no shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls go dirty too? Would you go all
Girls would
everything?
scratch you with
Oh, yeah.
And it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch you. But let's say you landed on a guy. It was the same thing. It was punching of the ball. And she'd be yelling, stop grabbing my balls. What are you doing, faggot? Why are you doing this to me? And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
Well, what if the line doesn't break? What if
And now it's their turn.
Oh, they get the
They're walking away from me with their head nuts.
lead
Now it's our turn. Fucking tremendous.
But I remember that, yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th Street. That was a different type of individual.
Like, what were they doing up there?
They were killers.
Buzz
Buzz was like nothing but they was like
out up there.
they played fuck with garbage cans. You just throw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple of Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range, everything.
Same age range. Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street in Broadway, 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. You're 20 blocks from home. You know, there's no heartbeat in New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Wow. So I'm hanging out down there in 88th Street playing one bar. think like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids were, he was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later one day there was a crime scene, obviously so fucking, you know, in those days people didn't jog. It's not like today that they jog. Julian Jogger and Julian Jogger on 170. They never mind. Today these fucking joggers out there looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. Like they find like a $20 bill. Yeah, jogging up in the full of money. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What kind of morning is that? We're only at 6. Holy, you know, it's a shame. I was ashamed of going up there because why? Because my mother had money and these kids did. Alright, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just because my godmother lived up there and then my mother wanted to see if we could mix. So your mom would go up with you and then you'd go outside and then it was on the way. She had a dog named Lassie for Tommy. And I was always allergic to dogs' eyes, which is why I really like going up there and playing with the fucking dog. So, over time, my mom let me do sleepovers up there. You know, she had an older daughter. My godmother name was Beva. Rest in peace. And husband's name was Raul. And the spare bedroom. And I would just go up there. And then she would talk to me about January, little by little. And then she'd tell me a story. She would just tell me things, you know, like little things, like, you know, like a story about, like I always like Catholic stories. Like, for instance, I don't know what saint it was. He got accused of murder when he went to court. A note came from that said he was innocent or something. You know, when you get to those Catholic type stories, I really enjoy that shit as a kid. But in Santa Maria, they're entities, but they're supposed to be the slaves in Cuba, by the slaveholders in Cuba, by tying them in with these same Catholic saints. So nobody would really know. So she would just tell me little things and little stories. And then she would let me sit in when she did readings. You know, she would let me sit down like in the living room. You know, she had like her own little room with the saints and shit. You know, at this time I had never seen chickens heads get out of the side. That's all I'm talking about. You know, at that time I wasn't hip to that. That's not what I wanted to do or nothing like that. And it was just about love. It was just, she would just tell me about different things. You say sit in when people from the neighborhood come over here, they pay like $40 and we read not their future, but tell them, you know, who's working against them, what they can't eat, what they can't do. More of a guide, so yeah, you know, spiritual guide. Yeah, so with me like this, it's just like the dollar system. You have to receive, like, first you have to get baptized, and then you have to get, so the first picture is the name Alec War. His baptism, his name is same style as Catholic. Now they don't go to war, right? They kill a chicken, and they fucking give you this thing called Alec War, and you put it by your door, and they guard your house, and then you graduate to other things, and then let's say you want to commit to the religion, and that's a completely different thing. Like this, people who go to Cuba today and do the whole week-long ceremony. It's a week. No phone calls, no TV. It's a week. For me to get healthy, that was the only way I was going to get healthy. So I agreed to do it if my mother did it. We both did it together. It wasn't like my mom. I can't stand when parents put their kids in the cults. If you want to be an asshole, go to the cult meeting. Leave your kid with your grandma. Yeah. I dated a girl for years who I loved dearly. In fact, today we're still very close. And the only reason why we didn't pass a certain point was because of parents involved those kids in the cult. And I always used to tell you the restaurant because they were victims of, I don't know, the mother and father went to Mexico to go to school. They joined the cult, they moved to Indiana, and you know, they have 9 kids before going to the was a family today when nothing happened. I'm like, I wanted to smack your motherfucker. If you want to be an asshole, go to Georgetown. That's fine, right? So I was all up the road. But leave the kid with me. I'll leave the kid with me. I'll take care of the best I can. Don't take another guy here because you want to be an asshole. You know? No, in that case, I wanted to do it. I want to give you $1,000. I'm like, no, I want to be out there. I want to do it. It's a week-long process. It starts on a Friday, and then it'll let you out on Friday. You got to dress white for a year.
All right, so yeah, what are you doing that week? How old are you when you go?
6.
All right, do you remember what you had to go through? Some of what you did that week? What rituals? Like, what is it?
I can't tell you all of them, but it's like being born again. You start from scratch, and they shave your head.
Okay.
And you go to the next level.
So you walk around king, right?
They take you to go to Lotion. You do? Yeah, and jump in. I'll never forget that they were all dark-skinned Cubans. And I did my thing in November. It was so cold that they had to bring the river. They had to bring the river into water land. So when they moved it to my mom, I'm like, fuck you fucking Negroes. That's my brother. And then basically the brother, I'm back. So they brought me back. They hit me with whatever your saint is. That's how many schools you get. I got 8 free water. And then you go somewhere and you close your eyes and they initiate you with the whole thing. Sunday is your big night. Sunday.
Yes, little bit wrong. Saying I don't want color, but he expected them to show at least the thin color by standing up slightly off the chair just to show that there is not good on. My point is, I would love to utilize this chance to kind of find sort of head of religion. My focus is whether you learn from a Filipino as a human being, he went and he put himself down by getting the halacha, which he didn't know that was halacha because of marriage. Or did he learn from his powerful self who every single day sits down at the table, gives us sustenance, and he's putting himself down to himself. So, according to everybody, a king is not only learning on his father, but a Rashi is learning on his father. A king is just son comes from level knowledge. You have to have fear of a king. It's not like a the city of standing up for the Rashi and saving Rashi. According to Zainama, it doesn't say, okay, well, I know right. So, imagine one Zaka, and a Hashi. So, also sources and also have a Hashi. According to Yitzhak, this doesn't say if you may say the Zaka.
Attachment. Yeah.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets. Win or lose, so you can turn that $200 into something bigger. Sign up and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
The parents planned and caring for their sons. And when they were in college, I would go with them in high school. I was like,
I don't practice that.
the parents planned and caring for their sons. And when they were in college, I would go with them in high school. I was like, Julia, this is everything over. It's not up to you because we're also having you would celebrate 10 o'clock. I'm like, you that fucking case. But it was all day. Like, it was all day.
I love how Ralphie made business place 30 years later and is recounting it like he was there.
But if I say, hey guys, that means we'll have to back door so for a year until they move that law, I would sit in the back halfway, delete the fucking thing, while the school teachers were working on it, and they're showing off the school.
I go on family.
Where else? It's great. This is crazy. I mean, our good friend George, friends his mama, so she passed this year, and it's hard, man. Jim passed this year. It's hard. You see people at the end of their life have cancer is a more vulnerable than it is a horrible way to pass. I'd rather get slammed into a sign of a 5 and break that bitch. But hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff, you know what I mean?
I just go back into sections. And I remember I was gonna love my godfather. One of the worst things I did in my life was fuck my godfather. After church, I went home and I tried to find him. He's those little games on Facebook. He knows me Jesus. I was a kid, my God. It's amazing. It's happening. Shit, my legs. Yes. I watched that fucking killed me.
Same thing with
So I see 3 kids in America. One day, he takes them away, and he fucking gets up kids. That's what I can see them. And it's just what I know. And they find needles and fuck every year. Some fucking dummy in Pittsburgh sticks like 30 needles and fucking chocolate. All this shit.
Man, that's why I tell all my kids, hey, daddy has to inspect all of your candy. I need to find out all this shit.
Friday night, I went home and she gave me a bag of candy. I just said, yeah, next time I'm going to drink cocaine. Skinny worms and shit, kill the fucking mother's ass. I ain't none of this shit. I'm a fucking Swedish fucking fan. Because I said, when I was a kid, I said I didn't get a black bag. I just didn't like it. That's how there was when I was already walking. Get a bag and all that.
You get there, you bring a tray on them.
No, I bought the box for the whole family.
Oh, really?
I was 6th grade. I used to go and buy the box. That was a full wholesale for kids when I was a kid. I don't know. And I've been going around here with counting money. The best thing you know, I get a box of Swedish fish. I get a box of a thing called deli. What's that? Delis are way before fucking these other goat beans. You know what about Big Red? See, Big Red. Big Red. That was a kid devil. That was shit. These slices. The asshole was looking out flying, though. That's what Mexicans get their kids when they're naked.
You know, we had atomic fireballs, that's all we had.
Atomic fireball. But yours are small. Yours are small. That's where your assholes are. My assholes are fine because I'm as small as goes his name. My body was in the process of that. What's he gonna say? I want to know, Mark. Listen, I have told him to come out of my ass. I have told him he's sometimes you don't pull the shit out of you. You get out of
Let me tell you what. Have Joey when he gets one of them good ass bits above his asshole to come and pop it like a foot and a half away from you so you hear it. Okay, he did that in my fucking apartment after he drank all my goddamn orange juice. Alright, he drank a whole fucking thing orange juice. And then when the person is involved in that, no, not on his asshole, in the crack right above it. So to get any pressure behind it, he had to take this big ass finger in there, twist, go one knuckle deep. I know all the story. I was better than you.
I used to travel with my boss to a lot of Chicago. My house was my boss.
Joey Express.
Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso and
Drop me off and pick you up.
a long good bus ride. That was nothing going on.
What is that bullshit?
Man, I travel by bus. I don't want get an inside back. Don't do that. I could never sit up. I could never sit like that. But you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime and we do this church in other parts of the country. Yeah, the bus stand will be here tonight. Gonna get in tonight from Tennessee. And we're here. We're gonna be driving around Wednesday and Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we go north to do some gigs out. I don't want to
No way.
What happened? A couple weeks ago, I went swimming in Toledo. And I got the fucking plane. The next thing I got here, and I was sitting down, and I'll tell you, man, when you're working out, you have to take a lead sometimes. That's what happened. That's why I work for these working great guys. You get slapped on your back, you go home from getting your lunch, you know, today, especially if you're trying to extend all that shit, so you can follow the information. You gotta eat fucking weight, eat wings, actually, we see it because I'm from Andrew, I'm from
Saturday morning, I get up, I breakfast, I walk around, I get high, I get back by 10 o'clock, and Robin does the same. Saturday, that great kind of time comes in, and once I take that nap, it's all complete respect.
Yeah, because we're at work.
I know that I have a chance of going to sleep for 3 hours, but I'm probably not even used to it then. Probably got a flight, that bullshit, and I'm still flying. Because everything is connected to Jersey. They want the revenue that's Virgin. But Virgin gets me in Thursday at 2:30. Sunday I wait till 1 to fly back down. It gets me back here at 3:30. I can't do it.
Hey, man, Southwest, they've got one of those chairs.
Southwest is
Yeah, your back starts to hurt.
there's no entertainment, there's no
Someone gives you free TV.
they give you free TV. I'm the white man with a whole TV and I go rock here. What the fuck? I sit next to me. California, LA, Boston, Houston, go out. 210, 215. And if you have to do it going down to Southwest, you're asking for trouble. This whole story started with the people in the ass because of the bullets. And if you have people in the ass, it's like fucking Southwest. I've been sitting on the bus for 4 hours. I must have felt some sideways. About 370 at the time. And the grease of the fat in my ass.
Wow, that is beautiful.
Yo,
Can you hear me? What up, Amir? How are you? What's good? Amir, how are you? Hope you're having a good day, big dog.
I did the math. I was nervous, dude. You are such the Jewish thing you've ever said to me, and you're you got the flag Andrew right there. And that is the Jewish thing you've ever said that you counted all the fucking windows on your seats. It really, oh my god. Dude, here's what I do. It's because I'm fat. I gotta buy 2 seats, right? And I don't mind. That's no big deal. Here's how cool fucking Southwest is, though. If that plane ain't full, they give me one of those seats back for free. And so the next time, I fly, when I live in Nashville, 2-hour flight. I'm in Boston, 2-hour flight. I'm in Chicago, 2-hour flight. I'm in Miami. 85% of my work is with that 2-hour flight. So I go over there, with this out there, they are in Nashville. Holy shit! I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off. And they go, Rabbi, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having mechanical problems. And as soon as you get on, it'll be fixed. Okay? And this was before the TSA bypass, all that bullshit. They were like, just pat it down, get him on the plane. And they wheeled me from it on one of them go-karts. That's how much that was love. They got me to that plane as soon as I stepped on. Hey, the problem's solved. I got my 2 seats right there waiting for me like a doctor. And those guys who love me, they come out. If you have a passport, by the way, and you travel a lot, just go get TSA pre-approved. It takes about 5 minutes. Okay, which not only scares the living shit out of me, then I showed them my passport and my ID, and they asked me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of the terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them fucking fucking dirty sons of bitches. Okay, they shot at me. Fuck you. Alright? I hate Russians. I'm bona fide. Fuck that, nigga. Have a nice day, Mr. Man. Raise my hand, sign a piece of paper. Boom. Had it then. And all you do is go up there. I get them It costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange and they get free internet. You know what I mean? And it's really cool, and that's what you got to do for people. But businesses all around are doing that. But you know what they do? It's not like on Southwest, you get your email and you get like an iPad or something, and you can watch real TV, and they've got movies on there too. And you can flip channels and it's real time, and that's for free instead of like what is it, Boeing or something like that. That's like fucking $22. Goddamn, and it's shit you get for Twitters or nothing. But that's garbage. That's way too fucking much. I mean, like the Muslims, yeah. So you just have to, they don't want to pay for screens. So you could write on your tablet and log in. This log in, you just sit in these apps. They have local for the TV station. Yeah, but you can get on your Wi-Fi, everything on there, everything. You get A-list, you get everything. You get all the free. I do not like JetBlue. I'm too wide in the app, but I don't live in a hub of it. But I do live in a hub next to the hub for Southwest. And, they've got 3 directs. I took American here. First class like a doctor. I was out of there at 6:15 on Saturday on Halloween. That was the first one in there. Dude, it's a fantastic flight, man. Yeah. Yeah, they get nervous about Dallas and Chicago, so they add an extra direct to Nashville, but the Nashville's such a great hub that you can get out of the South and right there from there. Like, that's like their emergency one. Like when Dallas has an ice storm and Chicago's fucked up, they add extra flights to other key cities just so, like, to Miami, so they can bring people up to the East Coast. It's crazy, but that's what they do this morning, They do like they do, baby. They do like they do, baby. So yeah, it's first class. Like it's first class. It's first class. And then without a doubt, you got more leg space actually than you are in first class. I've been more comfortable in cabin, so I'm gonna have the first class. Yeah. I can actually fucking type something. I got your rubber hand. You can stretch the rubber hand. It's got more space than first class does. You have to hit a button. You free food. Yeah. Free food. Everything's on the house. So it's still first class. Only not first class. And you still stay on the first class line. You did that fucking right. And if you want to fly first class, you can pull out the flight. Yeah. If it ain't full out, yeah. And I know we're talking about the country. That's what I'm doing. All right. Now, everybody's on the bullshit. From LA. No. That's cool. We're not on the that's the problem. It's actually also I love the It's free. It's not. So if you're an asshole, go over and get that head. About a year ago, I looked really bad mistake. Sometimes first night because I went to a corporation. I know it's a company. And I know they didn't have a clue. So the gender was somebody my agency. So I said, listen, I don't know what shit it is. Okay? So yeah. I said, what is your name? It's the funniest thing ever. Rating for agencies. CA's office. Oh, yeah. Great day.
I never thought.
Saturday night was this night. It was a Halloween party. But it was those days in that year, it was 1979. Halloween was on a weekend. Me and the boys are trick or treating on Halloween. It was like on a Wednesday. But the party was Saturday. Yeah, so really, it was like a maybe Halloween was like Monday. This party was on a Saturday. So it was like October 20th. You like trick or treat like 3 times. So what happened was I stayed there. So I really just straight up on it. She went on it. So she went, what the fuck? Like, listen, I have one pay, but there's no buses. There was one trip from that. So what the day on the fucking Saturday night? No, the Saturday before that. The 27th, because she died on 8th. So she died on Wednesday after that. After Halloween, after Halloween. So she was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on the Sunday night. She died on Maria. So look at it. You Halloween, you know, so that Sunday, she goes, I'm on the couch. What are you gonna do? She goes, okay, get us going. I'm gonna take that. You know, we're gonna yes, it's and the passage coming down. Let's get like the little jingles and shit. So sometimes we do it right now. But by this time, it's 5 a.m. I'm like, I'm calling back. She was already asleep. I don't know if my friends thought, you know, I had a girl's costume on. But then we looked at the fucking stand. She put the fucking key in the door. She opened it. Grabbed me with one fucking hand. Just smacked me across the face. She didn't smack me. She goes, someday you're gonna be fucking married. So
Yo,
How are you?
yeah, it gets it. I didn't want to fucking talk with you. Anyway, not in a million fucking years. That motherfucker could have been the last motherfucker on earth, and I wouldn't have wanted to speak with him.
which is October 6th. I got she's supposed to have a power about money and the ring about. So my mom was there, where we was like, just get close. My mom shot up and
shit money in that game? Did you watch that fucking football game? That was hot garbage. What were you watching? Fuck, you got a fucking 9-foot TV behind you. Were you playing some shit? One of those Marines that would have action game though. He was shooting somebody and hit fucking Belarus right now. And they're both cussing out 30 fucking countries. I know. He was good with his fucking cousins. Alright? Yeah.
And I love that. I hate when people forget about the kids. They stole places.
They stole people. They put pressure.
You really want to fuck with all the fucking people in the society, the big ring machine. That's all they did. Their job, next time you have some faithful society rings, you want to get, oh my God, nobody had more, very close to a small boss. The main job he did was steal.
That's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long. There were so many teams. Just think about it. He played for everybody. Ricky played for everybody. Ricky was goofball dumb. He was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. All right? This guy, if you got a pitcher, and he is out of business at 96 pitches, and Ricky gets on base for the fun, or a fucking single, or walk sometimes. He gets on there, he jumps out, that guy just go over there 3 or 4 times. He's gonna wear out his arm. They're gonna bring that middle reliever that's a piece of shit that had worked in 8 days, and then they fucking get off the 3 clubs. What do they do the next day? Ricky Henderson blows up the next guy. That's what genius small ball is. That's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man. Great baseball. Beautiful college ball.
There was a game where he was just last year's game 8 years ago, and they actually showed the fucking picture. Just go on like you in December here. This was not baseball, this was torture. Because it's slow ball, it's slow torture. Every pitch something happens, there's always something happen. Every time you let that ball go, it's either a single or one.
I like the Houston Astros. I started stand up there in '90. I loved them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and the kid was going for a foul ball. We were throwing out our ball. Instead of me squashing that kid play fucking foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay, and the kid got the ball, and everybody's cheering. We're on the big screen, and I'm holding that chair together, motherfucker. I got my left hand on the chair.
shout out to the doctor. They married each other. Thank you very much. Yours harder than one head of the Rusty Jackson. That's what Dallas and the rest of the rich Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Papagino, Jimmy Carroll.
You know how those watching? It's my man D in Colorado. He's a cool motherfucker. You know, D in Colorado, that motherfucker's got wings 15 foot tall. 15. The biggest man fun. Dude, he's a great guy, man. That guy's tough to wear. Still fun. Yeah, this guy too, man. He's a good guy.
Yo, how are you, Henri?
There's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up later. It happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up. Let me explain it. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what how you have it. I swim all the time. You know, we go on the tennis stuff. People invite you, and they're like, wait, invite people, and let's have a goddamn party. Okay, you're telling me there's a fucking here. I'm calling it out. Let's go. Okay.
Yo, what up, Barry? Yo, what's up, Henri? How you living, pimp?
It's like it's so like freeing for both of us. And I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies, and that's why this wasn't an acting trip night. You know what I just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow. You know, I got two beautiful babies that love their daddy.
Dude, why is this stream quality so bad, dude?
So much
Because you haven't boosted the server. If you boost the server, its stream quality goes up. Don't you know how Discord works, dog?
she was already with me. I had put up on her like 10 days before. Okay. And so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle that my lawyer thinks he goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have to divorce in. Okay? Not counting my money, all right? I was supposed to get a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000. Okay, it's recording. Right? And just being cool. It's like my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designed. Okay? She can be free and unusable for some this shit is unworldly. Look what we've done. Always got babies that have to be in school. But since the shit on the internet, man, fucking people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, fuck that. I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy behind the microphone. You know, those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. You know, I couldn't even go hard.
Already documented man in human history.
You got that right. How you living, big dog?
You're doing great, man. I think you're a very interesting guy. I like what you stand for.
Hey, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you more about myself?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'm all ears.
Excellent. Well, thank you first and foremost for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Well, dude, that sounds like a noble ass goal to me. That sounds amazing.
That's what I like to hear. Addition.
Yeah, does it ever get, I don't know, like kind of like privacy invading, live streaming your entire life every day? Do you ever feel like that or not?
I enjoy it. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it. So I am someone who likens what they do to someone in the past who would be a journalist or writing a diary, except I just do it through a digital media video, like a vlogger.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. That's pretty cool, man. It's interesting. I just came across you on Rumble.
Oh, no way. Wow, somebody found out about me from Rumble. Okay, excellent. I talk about other things that I feel are important to the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the world. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How did those ideas sound to you? Pardon me?
What?
How did those ideas sound to you?
Sounds great.
Excellent.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot. It's a lot, but yeah, it's a great noble goal.
Excellent. I appreciate that. I talk about other things that I feel are going to have a major impact on the world. I'm a futurist, someone who enjoys futurology, the study of the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like invisibility, cloaks, Santa Claus machines, replicators, ANI, artificial neural intelligence, AGI, artificial general intelligence, ASI, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. I am someone who, if you want, wants to help you live longer. When you guys were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology with your consent if you want. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, and perhaps perhaps cryogenics. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. You were able to make all of my dreams come true. We became wealthy. I'm able to live longer, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? So, if you want, there may be another type of technology in which you might be able to utilize, known as mind uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is you might be able to live in a future with a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I mean, that's a lot, Rabbi. I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot to spring on me right there. Like,
Absolutely.
how am I gonna get access to any of this technology? Like if I do want to live, let's say like 120. Like, are you gonna like help us? Like,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pay for it. I'm gonna absolutely pay for it.
You're gonna pay for it? How?
So, as I previously said, data is Earth's #1 resource, specifically human data, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which means essentially I'm the biggest data set for AI modeling in global history. So I will be an influential
You
person.
sell your own data.
Absolutely, but I want to give it away. I want to give it away. And the reason why I want to give it away is because that will instantly make me extremely interesting. The world will want to watch what I do, and all I have to do is do endorsements for companies for $1 billion a year. McDonald's, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Pfizer, whoever it may be, and wear just like I wear now for cryptocurrency merch, wear like a NASCAR driver's jacket with different companies on me, and instead of them getting, one commercial every so often, my entire life is literally just living with their brand on me. And if they want to renew the next year, that's great. That's another $1 billion. We essentially create a giant trust of all the money, and we'll also take donations for all these projects that I have, and ensure that you at a certain point don't need money anymore, and at a certain point you just want power and influence, and we'll be able to give that to you. How does that sound?
That sounds like a great and noble goal. Wait, so you're basically already rich, is what you're saying?
Well, I'm at the point. I'm at the point where I don't need to currently work. Potentially in the future, I can be of the wealthiest of people, perhaps the wealthiest person ever. As a career, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and also had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, which have allowed me to live a life where I no longer necessarily need to work. I do some freelancing. If people ever want assistance with their project, people pay me for that. But at this time, I don't necessarily need a full 9 to 5 job.
That's great. Something interesting I noticed when reading your description is like you are completely open with everything. Like your address is publicly listed on your live stream. Like everything is completely open to the world.
That's correct.
Do you have any questions for the rabbi?
What are your thoughts on Palestine?
I want world peace.
So basically, fuck Palestine?
No, I want world peace. I don't want anybody to die on either side. I want diplomatic relations.
That's cool. Do you have any opinions on the age of consent?
Yeah, I mean, I do. Um, it's important. Uh, I personally think the age of consent should be raised to at least age 26, which is when the frontal cortex of the human brain finishes maturing. So, in my opinion, you shouldn't be able to sign a contract or perhaps, go to war or anything until your brain is fully formed. I feel we're taking advantage of young people without the brain fully being formed. But that's an argument that I don't think I win. But personally, I would raise the age of consent until the brain is fully formed. I mean, doesn't it just make sense that, hey, we should make sure that someone uh, isn't prematurely being taken advantage of because their brain hasn't developed enough? That only makes sense to me, but I recognize that there are companies out there and organizations that want to keep the age of consent at age 18 and perhaps even lower it, but I personally would want to raise it to age 26 at least.
That's definitely an interesting take, but it's not something that's completely out of the ordinary. I guess you could say it's not something that's that's anything that's completely well.
What's your thoughts now about Muhammad's wife being 9 years old? Is that okay, or is that we should keep it around that range?
Well, as I previously said, I think that the age of consent should be raised. So that's how I personally feel.
Yeah, 9 years old.
But
that wouldn't work with them.
It was a different time and a different area and different culture. But I'm not to judge anybody. But I can tell you, ideally, I think that Muhammad's wife, all of them, should have had at least up until age 26 to make the decision on their own accord whether they wanted to marry Muhammad.
Yeah. What else? Oh, yeah. I was gonna ask you. You go outside, by the way.
Yeah, I do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the mountains and desert. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically everywhere in Southern California, I have streamed. Yeah, I do go outside. I've been outside in the last 24 hours. Um, there are things that I do to get as much vitamin D as I can. I don't say that I have to be on camera every second of every day. That's not my goal. I mean, I just 99.99% of my life is on camera. But if I ever want to just get a break, I can go outside and go in the garden or touch grass or go on a little walk or go to the mailbox or whatever I need to do. I keep the cameras going. Additionally, I always keep the cameras going to document world events. I keep a radio on in the background that is going 24 hours a day that document what's going on in world news. So essentially, you can go back to any minute of any day of my stream and know what was going on for the last 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic.
That's a lot. Yeah. Do you ever do like collabs with other streamers?
Yeah.
Do like collabs and stuff sleep over?
I've had people come and visit me in Irvine. They've driven like as far as like 8 hours away from Northern California. Yeah. I also do interviews with people. And like, I mean, I did a collaboration within the last 12 hours or so with a kick streamer. His name is Guido. He's from Australia. Well, we did an interview with his chat. I've done podcasts with people. So if you consider those collaborations, absolutely. I also have my own podcast where I have influencers on and I ask them 73 questions in basic, quick style. And you can find that on Spotify. It's a video podcast. It's just the Rabbi Rothschild podcast. So I do collaborations, and I'm open to doing other collaborations as well. Pretty well known within the influencer circle. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream. I've done an interview with Aiden Ross. I am the number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord. Number one streamer all time in I Chose Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. Yeah, so I mean, I've made connections with these influencers, and it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And then when I do, we're gonna change the world, God willing.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. So you basically streaming all these other people's discords at the same time. That's nice. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Right
So your
now,
name's Rabbi Rothschild. Why is it Rothschild exactly?
that's my last name.
Is that just your name?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Like like the Rothschild family, like Jacob Rothschild and like all those people.
Well, yeah, he's dead. But it's a large family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, about 10,000 of us in the world. So it's a somewhat.
Related to them?
Yeah, through DNA. Yeah, we're all related.
Wow. Wow.
Go
You
ahead.
have a question for him? Yes, sir. Ever you did I'm definitely going to mispronounce this. I don't have the proper. Here, let me try and say it. Have you ever done? It's a Medzitza Bapet?
Yeah, I'm actually someone who feels that this is not a necessary element of modern Judaism. I am basically someone who's had a bris, been circumcised, but I'm an anti-circumcision rabbi, meaning I think that we don't need to genetically mutilate each other anymore. I have not done that. That is not a ceremony that I think should be continued in the modern age, but I am aware that it does happen in some sects within Judaism.
Oh, so you're completely against circumcision.
Yeah,
Well, you are circumcised yourself.
exactly. Which takes a lot of courage to basically say, I want to end this barbaric practice. If anything within Judaism, it does have a ceremonial or covenant. It symbolizes a covenant with Hashem, with God. So I think what we should do is perform what we do on converts that have already had a circumcision, which is just a pinprick, just a drop of blood as a symbolic act, but that we should preserve the foreskin. Uh, Generally, there are a lot of nerve endings that get destroyed due to circumcision. I think it causes undue influence on the baby. And if a person wants to have their own circumcision, that's absolutely their own prerogative, but they should do it after the age of consent. And I'm someone who feels as if, just from simplistic terms, that sex could be better, that sex could be that sex could be better, that our penises could be longer, and why are we cutting our dicks off?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. Dude, wait, here's another question. How many devices do you have in your room? Because, like, on the Rumble stream, the quality's really bad. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's really hard to understand kind of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 33 different devices going right now. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams. Rumble, frankly, is a secondary or tertiary platform of mine. My primary one is on YouTube. Um, and I'm not really worried about the quality of the video because I know that in the future that we'll be able to upscale any video that I have to 8K, which is better than the human eye can detect. So I'll be able to make everything HD in the future. The key to me is to just basically have a consistent stream for as long as possible. So I'd rather have 33 different devices streaming than one really good one.
Oh, no, that's crazy. I was looking on the stream. It looks like you only have like 4 on there. Oh, shoot, we have another like one of our friends. He's asking about the Freemasons. What do you know about the Freemasons?
Well, I am.
Especially because that number 33.
I am one.
You are a Freemason, really?
I am.
Yeah, isn't it like to become a Freemason, you need to know someone who is a Freemason to get invited into that?
We have a saying: to be one is to ask. So generally, if you know a Freemason, you inquire with them. If you don't know a Freemason, you can always write a letter and an email. Um, I can tell you that while I knew Freemasons, um, where I was living in Southern California, uh, I wanted to join a lodge that was closer to my home. And so I just wrote an email to the local lodge. Actually, as well, I was taking classes on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and then Shabbat was Friday. So really, I only had Monday open, and I needed to find a lodge that met on Mondays. So I was able to find Los Cerritos Lodge 674, which is located in the Long Beach Lodge, and we meet on Mondays, and that allowed me the freedom in my schedule to be able to consistently meet with my brethren there, and I became a Freemason in 2018.
Oh, cool. No, I was just inquiring of it because there's a branch near me. I just wondering how you doing that. So,
Well, if you're curious, generally what you can do is inquire through email or letter and say that you have interest. What will likely happen is they will invite you to a dinner. Most lodges have a weekly or monthly dinner, depending on the size, location, and their particular organization. You'll you'll meet the brethren, you'll meet the brothers there, and have a nice meal if you choose to partake, and you'll be able to ask any questions that you have. If you're a good fit, generally you'll be invited to come back to more dinners, and then eventually you can petition the lodge to join. Depending on your state, there are some certain requirements, but they're they're achievable. Um, so at least in the state of California, you have to be at least 18 years old, a man. You have to be you have to have lived in the state for at least a year. You have to. There's a saying that you can't be like a madman. You have to be freeborn, which means like you can't be enslaved or something like that, which we don't have anymore. But being not a madman, you have to be like a good mental health. You generally have to be an upstanding citizen. Um, so what does that mean? Generally, you need a clean criminal record, though if you have something minor, that usually doesn't get into too much of an issue. But you do, at least in California, you have to be able to pass an FBI background check. If you're able to do so, and you still are able to, you also have to have the financial means to be able to pay dues. It depends on the size of your lodge. It depends on your state. All 50 states have different um, requirements and characteristics, but at least in California, my dues are based on the size of my lodge, and it's something like uh, between 150 and $200 a year, and that basically keeps the lights on. That pays for events that we have. So that's what we do.
But they also know my babies and they go, yeah, their parents, everybody up there is either swinging or fucking divorced, fucking somebody else or doing coke. There ain't no innocent ones over there with their throwing stones. But man, they're coming in.
Let me answer a question.
Yeah.
I told you a story that was fucking hysterical. Stand-up. You're a funny fucking dude. But it was going on in your life right now, Rabbi. When the children, the people in the church we live in, might know one thing. Of course, these this two ways you can do this. You want to do this with shotguns and Jews. No. You want to do this with, and that's the way you do it. That's the line. That's the line. Listen, man, sometimes people try out to go about this Rothschild. I didn't know. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out. She found a new dude. When does this happen? How does this happen? The singer from No Doubt. She likes to find a kid. She thinks that Judge will fuck in the show or something. He broke up with his wife and she broke up with her husband. What fucking years? And then they have like a thing for you, like, next to each other. Listen, man, people like sometimes don't they pray every day that Larry stays in love with them. listen, even people that hold you down and put a big black dick in your ass, or you can just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, loop your own asshole, and then do what the fuck you gotta do, okay? You know what? A dick in the ass hurts both ways, but I think what it hurts more, you clench it up.
She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. You know, the truth is, when I got last comic standing, okay, Jay Moore, dickhead, called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Laugh Factory, and he said, come back, I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online, the cheapest ticket for round trip was still had to finish in Hawaii. Nobody on that fucking island that could have done it, right? And so I had to come back, and the ticket was like $1,100, you know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like for a maybe, for a big fucking maybe. And I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford it. Mom had a credit card that her mom gave her for insurance, and she put it all on there, and that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? And she should get more than half. She's gonna be drawing a salary from my place. She's gonna be getting out on her like regular white people, because we're Jews, you gotta respect. Alright? My babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through. You know? And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming. It's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know, it's like, yeah, right?
You know, I use it for certain things. I see people use it for other things, and that's fine. That's what we do. It's your expression. But sometimes, if you don't feel like one of people on the internet, the result isn't very good. It's happened to me. It's backfired. But in this situation with divorce and stuff, I'm going to you know,
nothing's happened yet.
you do what you do. Put pieces together. Try and be a father. I mean, listen, the divorce in my life had a big tough businesses. I lost a child in a divorce. I lost dignity in a divorce. And to this day, I have animosity. I know that I'm like Michael Douglas. This was really the snap on the profile. Walking tall, standing tall, when he started shooting me.
Last straw.
I saw that movie. That movie really scared me. Why? You ever seen a movie where he goes nuts?
Yeah, he's lost his job.
Drug dealer goes to London and all they shoots me. Every day is pretty funny. But now the Val is looking for the wins. It's a cliche type movie. I always saw that happen to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce there was. I forgave my stepfather. Until this day, I know the whole school. I always say, fuck him, he never gave you what was coming to you. You know what, son, I gotta go get what was coming to me. That was my private dog back then. He didn't give him my mother's money when he went to me shoot. For 3 years, I lived with that burger and I hid under a car and grabbed the sport and shoot him. Where's his money now? So I shoot him. I'm gonna get his money now. So I had a terrible idea. And I hated him for fucking years. One day, I got that right. You meet me on the house. What was I gonna do? Was I gonna invest? Was I gonna buy a building? I was gonna buy a plan. Fuck yeah. So in a way, he saved my fucking life, you know? So I forgave him over the years. And I forgave him. That was when he died. I didn't go to the funeral. I said, wow. I went to see his wife. And she died. But I let it go. I didn't think so. I had surgery.
I don't have any anger. I have only love. No, I know. I don't care. I've already seen all the numbers. I just love my babies. I got another friend here and I hate them.
Okay. There's levels of divorce. When she walked out of the house, she goes, listen, I'm just gonna be a mom of the road. You can move anytime you want. I mean, let's get some space.
Yo, what up, homie?
This is a dream come true. I'm comedy. I wanted to be a fucking comedian. I just got out of prison. I was really, really working. She never stopped when I go 5 So she threw out. She was like, she always makes a good choice. I've told this story before. This is the name of the guy that she's got on pussy. This guy is a go-go dancer for old girls. And they smoke him that. So she throws him. I hear about this. And she says, how you doing? I'm going back and forth. Anyway, I have no idea his name on this video. I also have she never said it. That's a shame. I go, listen, I know this whole
You know what, Shaggy, you gotta give it up. She is a queen of a ball buster. She will give it, but she will fucking take it. I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking grown men.
She's always like, oh, she's
fucking funny.
She came up at the college for you. Her mother's a fighter. Did you know that her mother's like Jeff? She was telling me stories, showing me pictures. Her mother's like Jeff. She's not a parent. She's like, Jesus,
she has plastic surgery, but you realize it's just natural. She flows. start off with like all the Dayquil stuffs, okay? Like fucking just like Dayquil there for the day, okay? Like every use the next day, every day shit like that. And I tried it up a little bit. I wasn't that fucking coming out. I heard this the real deal, okay? Alright, folks, but I took a shake of it. I take it, cause I'm all fucked up on all that COVID. So, okay, I'm gonna bullshit you. Like, I got the night put out, you know, I'm trying to smoke this ride out, you know? I'm trying to fucking mellow this drink. And then, I just take a big old swallow. A fucking NyQuil, right? It wasn't weed. I played NyQuil roulette and lost, okay? And you know what my wife does? She goes, why didn't you use the measuring cup? And I'm like, motherfucker, you talking about measuring cup? That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I had no idea. Okay, I just drink it up. You know, I go like 2 shots. Okay. Hey, that's your fault. That's good as fucking drunk again. Alright. That was you agreeing to make me fucking feel bad. Okay, and I was the only one. You fucked up some shit off getting out of there. Okay, so you fucking did. And by the way, bro, we playing Jack in the Box right in his house. We were smelling on him. Fucking, you fuckers. Bullshit, fuck you.
I got a couple of good stuff like that.
So I was just like, fucking hit it. You know what I quoted them? They were just making lines. I was like, about me. I was like, last thing I said before I went on stage, I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I'd love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And then just go fuck yourself. Dude, I was so fucked up in high school. In 92, I played the hip-hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey's and Sean McDonald, all black, and comedy club at our hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy to go, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass man who walks over Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had a knife on shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was high level to him. Okay, no. Codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records that this guy named DJ Screw would do. But we drink that with Cinema, okay, for a Mountain Dew. Boom, they do a Mountain Dew. So what the best I'll say, they just drink that syrup. And we was fucked up. And
What up, Pimp? How are you?
Good. I've never been a Thanksgiving.
How's your day going?
My day's going good.
Excellent. Taking ass, taking in. How'd you find out about me, son?
My executive just called.
Okay, all right. So, and they found out from Rumble. Excellent. Well, what's good with you?
Nothing much. Just joining and join pretty much.
All right. Well, you're in the right spot. I am just chilling. We've got streams that you can watch in here. We're just enjoying life. Feel free to relax. If you have any questions or you need anything, let me know, okay?
Yeah.
Excellent.
And he starts talking shit about me being fat. Like my feelings fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy. And then out of nowhere, you see this nickel 45, 1911, 45 caliber come up and go, and it is Bushwick Bill, and he goes, bring the fat white boy back, shut the fuck up, man. And he was about to shoot that man, okay? That's how gangster he fucked up this guy was. And they were like, oh, fuck it, we're really bad. I had nothing fucking left. What the fuck? What the hell are you fucking what you just did? I had nothing at all. I'm like, man, I love those missions, you know, they always get it back up to here. And I was like, get the fuck out. I was so scared. I'm like, this is 34 once. He's gonna shoot me for making a midget joke. But he loved it. Because it was all fucked up, all over and shit. It was crazy, man. Man, just pass out and just kind of like, you know, wait for wobbles and then they go, okay, like that. Okay, you never hung out with no midgets like that. No, me, I like them. I like them. Stupid face. Word to that. Great church, by the way. Thank you for having me.
it's easy. .com it's a 6 the algorithm reads a power profile just for you with a content right now. It's pretty cool. The collab, the great declares one motion. Means that they cut out the middleman for anyone they cut the guy out of the currency. So the premium one customized to your taste and a third way understood you. Watch what you don't know about that person, man. So when I went to Club W, I was blown away by how much interaction I had. Exactly. The framework came from the fact that what they need to say. It comes down to making them get out of the box. And this even I guarantee that you will have this exactly what you like, what you guarantee to love it. You get 100% money back guaranteed. So again, do me a favor, get 50% off your first one. Stop wasting time. Stop using money. Start getting money. You know you right at you. You can get 50% off. The church was having a little bit